Once upon a time, I went on a magical adventure where I travelled through time, explored great buildings, and made lots of new friends. There are forests, rivers, and ice cream. My story was one of excitement and wonder. And what happens next? Well, that's your chapter. Make Worcestershire part of your story.
Good morning. Good morning. Welcome to Visit Worcestershire New Road, where play is about to start on day 2 of this Rothesay County Championship Division 1 game between Worcestershire and Surrey. The situation is that Surrey are 47 without loss in their first innings. This is in reply to Worcestershire's 209, so they're just 162 runs behind after a very good hour's batting last night from Dom Sibley, who is 12 not out, and from Ryan Patel, who is 34 not out. The feeling amongst the Worcestershire players last night, I think, was that they hadn't bowled as well as they might have done in that last hour. Didn't get a breakthrough, although they did feel that Tom Taylor, who's going to take up the attack this morning from the Digley's end, did bowl pretty well, but perhaps not as well supported as he might have been by his colleagues. And this after we saw a Surrey bowling performance yesterday that was out of the top drawer. Really consistent seam bowling, great accuracy, and real threat from the Surrey seamers. I'm Frank Watson from BBC Arab Worcester, and alongside me to take you through the first over is BBC Radio London's Mark Church.
And Tom Taylor with the first ball of the day to Dominic Sibley. It hits the pads of Sibley as he looks to work it into the leg side, and they will get a leg bye. So Surrey run off the first ball of the morning, 48 without loss. Good morning to everybody on a cloudy day here in Worcester. But good crowding and enjoyable day yesterday. I think from a Surrey perspective, they were pleased with the way they bowled yesterday. They were pleased to have a pitch with something in it. And I think their thinking today would be, it's just bat well on day 2. It's just bat well. And actually, when you look at the middle order as well, set it up for that middle order as Taylor. Around the wicket to Ryan Patel, who's getting something on this. Flying down the leg side. Yeah, it's bat. And it whistles away down to the fine leg boundary rope for 4. Gareth Roderick flung himself to his right, but off the bat of Ryan Patel brings up the Surrey 50. 52 without loss. And Ryan Patel opening last night because, of course, Rory Burns kept wicket yesterday for the first time in the Championship, Frank, for 10 years.
Wow.
2015. Was the last time that Rory Burns had the gloves in Championship.
Well, he did a good job.
He did a very good job, but I think it was sensible him not coming out to open last night, as Taylor is in and Ryan Patel is in behind this one, plays it straight back up the pitch, and there is no run. So yes, I think what probably Worcestershire have to do is match what Surrey did, and they perhaps didn't do that last night. As you say,
100%.
So just bang away at a good line and a good length. I know it sounds boring, but there is a discipline to it.
Absolutely.
And we saw that with Fisher and Clark in particular yesterday from a Surrey perspective. As Taylor is into Patel, and Patel beaten on the outside edge. That's the length, that's the line from Taylor. I thought he bowled okay last night.
Yeah, I think that was the feeling, I think, amongst the Worcestershire players, that he bowled well and wasn't perhaps I mean, they weren't awful, the others, but they didn't threaten. There were too many balls that just eased the pressure, and Ryan Patel, I think, probably put them under a bit of pressure, which didn't happen in the Worcestershire innings.
But you just look, Curran, Lawrence, Jacks, as Taylor's in and turned into the leg side by Ryan Patel off his hip. And there is no run there as the ball is whistled in by Kashivali. Thought Matthew Waite played very well yesterday. Pick of the batters yesterday with 68. But I think pick of the bowlers was obviously Jordan Clark with his bandana, 3 for 38, and Matt Fisher 3 for 34. And just kept it very, very tight. I spoke to Matt Fisher last night and he was sort of saying, yeah, we were happy with the way it went. We'd have taken this, having lost the toss. As Taylor's in, and Patel just lets this one go outside his off stump. So first over of the day done. And there was a leg by and a boundary for Ryan Patel. He's 38 not out. Dominic Sibley's 12 not out. And Surrey are 52 without loss.
Yeah, and they're going along very nicely indeed. I think Matt Fisher, I heard part of that interview, and said he thought he'd actually been bowling pretty well all season and hadn't maybe got the rewards he deserved, and he possibly got them yesterday. And he also, I thought, interesting, he said he thought it ended up being quite a good toss to lose, didn't he, which is always an interesting comment, I think, and I certainly felt yesterday, I think I might have said even, that when the coin came down on the right side for Jake Libby, he probably was a bit uncertain, really, given what's happened here before. As it turned out, the day yesterday, just break off as Jacob Duffy starts his first over of the day in bright sunshine from the New Road end, and Dom Sibley plays defensively out on the offside. I think what I was going to say is we saw a day which we've seen before here at New Road yesterday, in that Worcestershire made a decent start, and then the batting fell away in the face of pretty superior opposition bowling, really. And it's not the first day that we've seen at New Road like that this season by any means. Here's Duffy moving in again, right arm over, bowls down the leg side to Sibley, who tries to get a bat on it but doesn't make contact, and is taken by Gareth Roderick, moving away down the leg side.
I think what I would say from a Surrey perspective is sort of what we alluded to yesterday, is that they had a pitch with something in it, which they haven't really had when they've been away from home. So it gave them some encouragement to do what they did yesterday. And of course they've got so many options in that bowling attack as well. Yeah.
Duffy again bowls, and Sibley is taken on the pad as he tries to turn this on the leg side. They go through for a leg bye, signalled by Tiller Girl, Nigel Long, with his straight-legged signal to the scorers alongside us. Most umpires just raise the knee and touch it. Nigel Long keeps the leg straight, swings it from the hip, and the end result's the same. The scorers know there was no bat on it, and it was a leg bye. 53 without loss. Round the wicket now, Duffy, to the left-handed Patel. Lovely morning, just right for watching cricket, I would say, this weather, as Patel turns this on the leg side, and Ben Allison fields at mid-on. Not too warm, not too cold, bit of sunshine, and about 20 degrees, do you reckon, Mark?
Yeah,
something like that.
It was
pretty pleasant.
Blue skies early this morning, and then the clouds came in, but it's a nice temperature to play cricket in.
Yeah, absolutely.
Today.
Yeah,
and watch
and
well.
Watch. Yeah. Round the wicket. Duffy in, bowls short. Patel whacks it away on the leg side. Great shot, almost off the front foot, really. Punched away, pulled away through mid wicket, well in front of square. Dismissive, really. It was short. It was a poor delivery, but it was absolutely smashed by a batter who looks in very, very good nick indeed. Patel. I think just one moment where he was uncomfortable last night, when he got one that reared at him and hit him up on the hand, but other than that, a pretty untroubled innings. Ooh, until now. Almost got him. He's edged that one to third man for 4, and he didn't know much about it at all. It was a genuinely good piece of bowling from Duffy, and Patel was feeling for it, found the edge. I mean, it was off the front foot, the one before. It was Graveney-esque, dare I say, for those of a certain age. But that last delivery, really having well, it happens so often, doesn't it? Having praised him so much, it was probably the least convincing shot he's played in the whole innings. Could easily have gone to slip. As it was, it went through the gap and down for 4. So end of the over, 61 without loss. Patel's gone to 46.
What you'd say for Duffy is that's the marker right there.
Yeah,
that
absolutely.
Last ball of the over, as Taylor is in and simply drives thick inside edge, and that's obviously resonated down his arm because he's shaking his hand there. So because it was mistimed and came off the inside edge, it's gone straight up his arm from the bat handle. And yeah, that always makes the fingers tingle a bit, doesn't it?
It does.
But he's picked up a couple. But yes, what I would say is that's your marker if you're Duffy. That last ball of the over, That's what Surrey did yesterday. They kept hitting that spot. As over the wicket goes Taylor, and forward goes Sibley. Shout for LBW. He's got quite a stride in there as Sibley, although these days that doesn't really matter too much, does it? But nothing given. But good length, good line from Taylor. Just getting it to nip back at Sibley a touch. Just wonder, he may have got a little bit of bat on that, Dom Sibley. Vibration from that previous shot. I think it's still, that right hand still ringing a touch for Dominic Sibley. It's a bit like if you bang your elbow on the side of the table. And I just wonder if he's got a little inside edge onto that front pad with that LBW shout as the sun's come out, as Taylor is into Sibley, and Sibley's turning this one into the leg side. That rolls in there towards short mid wicket, and there's no run. But yes, I think from a Surrey perspective, it's about bat normally, and then if you get yourselves into a position where you've taken the shine off a Kookaburra, it gets a bit softer and a bit easier to bat. Then, if you are looking for three players to take advantage, Curran, Lawrence, and Jacks.
Absolutely.
Those are the three that may be able to do that.
Well, it only needs one of them.
Yep. As Taylor's in, solidly forward goes Sibley. Plays this one out into the offside.
And that would be, I mean, it doesn't matter whether it's a Kookaburra or a Duke. It doesn't matter really what the surface is or anything in terms of strategy. Get your top 3 or 4 to dig in and take the shine off it, and let the middle order come in and make hay. I mean, it's not a new strategy
way of doing it,
but it's a good way to do it. Some of the old strategies are still just as valid as they ever were, I think.
Taylor over the wicket to Sibley, lets this one go outside his off stump. The interesting thing is Surrey naturally tend to tick along at probably 3.5 and over, I would say. Sometimes at 4. They're going at 3.5 at the moment, without doing anything spectacular, really. So that's their natural rate of progress anyway. And then with those types of players, you suddenly see that shoot up if they get in and get going.
Yeah.
And we've seen it over the last 3 years, really. There's been some extraordinary innings from individuals. As forward goes Sibley, plays this one back up the pitch, and there is no run. And then, of course, you have Dominic Sibley. He's got all the shots. He's got all the shots these days, but he knows what his job is here.
Yeah, absolutely.
And he'll just play his way and tick along, and everybody else can just do what they do at the other end. End of the over. 3 gone this morning, and Surrey have moved on to 63 without loss. Patel's on 46 and Sibley's on 14.
Yeah, and fair play to Surrey. They've got their lineup sorted. They've got Rory Burns coming in next, who can, well, if Patel's out, Burns can come in and it'll still be the left-hand right combination. It might be that he digs in and Sibley starts to play a few more shots. They've got so many options, I think. Duffy round the wicket, bowls, and Patel is forward, playing this one up to mid-on where Allison fields, and there's no run. So yeah, I mean, it's about depth. It's a depth of squad, depth of lineup, getting the right lineup in the right order, in the right conditions. But when you've got the resources that Surrey have got, then there's every chance that you will get that. And not all their opponents have the same depth of squad. I mean, there are quite a few now at the top of the championship. Duffy bowls and Patel pushes out in the offside. I mean, Warwickshire have got great depth. I think Somerset have got quite a nice balance on their staff now of all-rounders, slow bowlers. They've got Vaughan and Leach, haven't they? Are decent spinners. Leach obviously top class, and a variety of batters, I think, in the Somerset lineup. You got Banton, who got a 100 against Worcestershire, but you got Cola Cadmore coming in yesterday and getting 100 for them, so they've got pretty good depth, I think. As Patel plays a lovely shot off his pads out to Libby out to Fateh Singh at deep square leg, and they take a single. And that probably is what is going to mark out the teams at the very top, I think, compared to those in the sort of middle. So Durham have got quite a nice balance to their squad now as well, I think. And then you've got the likes of Worcestershire and Sussex maybe, and one or two others that have got less to work with. Duffy outside the off stump, taken by Roderick. But at the same time, as I said yesterday, and I think Worcestershire players and coaches and staff are keen to stress at every opportunity they want to be in Division 1. They want to play against the best teams. That's how you measure yourself. And they're really desperate to stay up, but it's going to be tough.
It's a tough league now.
Yeah. Duffy in the sunshine, over the wicket to Sibley. Lets that go outside the off stump. That characteristic high raise of the bat from Sibley.
The point I would make as well is, and I get it, and I understand that Surrey have resources, and I always have Surrey have got tons of cash. But in this team, 6 have come through the academy.
Yeah,
and every time that Surrey put an 11 out now, the core is from the Surrey Academy.
Absolutely.
With a few add-ons. And yes, Santner's come in for this game, and you're allowed to overseas. Yeah. But you've also got the likes of Jordan Clark and Ben Foakes who've been here for a long time now. Yeah. They've been at Surrey for a long time.
I completely get it. And I'm not... outside the off stump again from Duffy, I'm not end of the over, 64 without loss. They've added quite comfortably 17 today. I'm not one of those that I hope it doesn't sound like I'm bleating about it, because I think it's like football, isn't it? Manchester United have had all the cash in the world, but they haven't done anything with it. Liverpool, on the other hand, have been, in a similar situation, perhaps financially. Well, not quite as much financially as, say, United or Manchester City or whatever, but they've managed it superbly. You need clever planning, strategy, thinking off the field, and I think Surrey have got that as well.
Taylor is round the wicket from the Diglis end, start of a new over. I think you need some patience. I remember, with all the success that Surrey have had, I always go back to Graham Ford. And Graham Ford arrived, and Surrey were in the second division, and they'd gone out and tried to buy success. That hadn't worked. Yeah. And he sort of sat there and went, right, the only way we can do this is we'll play the youngsters. It's going to hurt for a couple of seasons. But when we do go up, we will have a core group who have played so much cricket together that actually they'll be there for a long, long time. As Patel lets this one go that comes back at him. That is a good leave. That's gone over the top of his stumps, I would say. Yeah. And Roderick takes that away to his right-hand side. So every Surrey Championship 11 they put out now, if you look, the spine of the team is all from the Surrey Academy. And the 3 that are away playing Test cricket now all came through the Surrey Academy. Yeah.
The irony of that is that, as I said yesterday, you've got a side here with Worcestershire where none of them have come through the Academy, but that's because a lot of people who have come through the Academy are elsewhere.
They've gone elsewhere. Yeah. Around the wicket once again goes Taylor, and lets this one go outside his off stump.
And that again comes down to the fact that maybe you can't keep them because they're getting offered more lucrative contracts elsewhere. So it's a complicated equation, but I completely agree with you, and I think it's a bit like what Paul Farber is trying to do at Sussex now. I think, along with a couple of very neat, judicious signings like John Simpson. But
and it doesn't happen instantly. No, that's the thing. But when it does happen, you've got a group there that know how to do it. Yeah. As Patel is up on his toes here, plays this one out into the offside, rolls out there towards extra cover, and there is no run. And the other thing I would say, and is, I mentioned Jordan Clark there, and I mentioned Ben Foakes there. When they do come to Surrey from other counties, they stick around. They don't tend to just come for a couple of years and then disappear back again. They do tend to stick around, and also, Sibley went and came back. Ricky Clark went and came back. As Taylor around the wicket once again, this left alone by Ryan Patel.
The other thing is, I think we touched on this yesterday. I often think about football and how you keep players happy if they're not playing and if they're sitting on the bench, and in football particularly I think that's tricky because if you're Jack Grealish, say, and you've made the move of a lifetime, and then you hardly play any football for a couple of years. It must be very hard, but there's a skill, and I think probably Alex Stewart and his staff over the last 2 or 3 years have become very, very, very good at this.
Taylor is in. Patel turns this one into the leg side. Kashivali does the fielding.
If you've got a big squad, and I know some of them are playing franchise cricket and they're playing it test cricket and so on, but if you've got a lot of full-time professionals and you've got all bases covered like we've said they have, you've also got to keep those individuals happy, and they've got to be playing enough cricket, and they seem to have done that very, very well too.
Yeah, and I think the other thing is that they all want, when they come back, they all want to play for Surrey. There's never, I'll have a week off. If I'm here, I'm going to play. You know, Jack's desperate to play some Championship cricket.
Jacob Duffy over the wicket to Dom Sibley, left alone outside the off stump and taken by Gareth Roderick. So more of the same this morning, really. We've seen untroubled progress by these two Surrey batters. Dom Sibley happy to play the anchor role. Ryan Patel more aggressive, but no great problems. Just the one delivery that found the edge of Patel's bat and went to third man for 4. Duffy in once more, bowls, and Sibley gets one that's slightly fuller, and he's leaning into the drive but doesn't time it. Picks up a single. Didn't quite get that where he wanted it, just a bit low down on the bat, and just the one as Allison moves to his left at mid-off.
Nice opportunity here for Ryan Patel, because as I say, he's been going up and down the order this season, but this is his highest Championship score of the summer so far. But I think that is because, as I say, he's been going up and down the order.
Duffy round the wicket to him, bowls, and just clips this off his pads, as we've seen him do several times. Fateh Singh, the fielder, at deep square leg, and Patel moves on to 48.
Mr. Gareth Batty's having a stroll here down in front of us. Has he got the paper there? I think he has. Off to read the international news section, no doubt.
Yeah.
Catch up with World Affairs.
Racing Post. Over the wicket, Duffy. Sibley on his toes, pushes up to mid-on. That's a cheeky single, but comfortably home. Set off early. Good running.
He's done a remarkable job if you think about it. So he's been head coach now for 3 years, and he's won the Championship all 3 years.
Yeah.
So he's
well, it's part of that. What at the point that I was making about you can have all the players, but you've got to handle them in the right way, haven't you?
I think he simplified it for them. I think he sort of told them, this is what you do, and go out and do it.
Duffy round the wicket. Patel pushes out into the offside. Kashif fields.
Will Jacks is the one I always think with that all of a sudden he said to Will Jacks, you're going to bat 7 and you're going to be our frontline spinner, and all of a sudden Will Jacks' entire role changed, and it's no great surprise the success he's had since then, really.
Yeah, well, there's different aspects to coaching, aren't there? Sometimes it's minutiae and sometimes it's just broad thinking, isn't it? Round the wicket, Duffy bowls. Patel very solidly forward to this, back to the bowler. End of the over from Duffy. 8 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 30. His figures. Taylor 8 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 13. Has easily been the best of the Worcestershire bowlers that we've seen, and the other 2 that we used last night. Ben Allison, who bowled 3 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 13, and Matthew Waite, 2 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 9.
Yeah, it's been better the last sort of 3 overs from Worcestershire. Taylor and Duffy are beginning to settle into this now. Taylor turns at the Diglis end, and will come right arm over the wicket to Dominic Sibley, and Sibley is forward. Pushes this one down towards mid-on. The one thing you do know with Dom Sibley is he's very happy to bat the whole day.
Yeah.
So he's not going to come out of his bubble at the moment, whatever that bubble is.
I said that on my preview for BBC Home Worcester, that Sibley is very capable of batting all day. As capable of batting all day as anybody in Division 1, I would say.
Well, he does enjoy batting. That's it. That's the other thing.
That's not a bad.
Yeah, he does enjoy it.
Bad asset for a professional batter. Is it?
Taylor's in. He just plays this with soft hands. That's running away down towards us. And Henry Nichols, who is sporting. That is a magnificent moustache. I didn't realise he was sporting one of those.
Well,
you've two more.
Your favourite one at Worcester would be Ben Dwarshus, of course. If
Yes.
If he was playing, but he's only playing in the T20.
I'll let you into a secret here, Frank. I think the Surrey players were as surprised as I was yesterday with the Jordan Clark bandana.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that was the first sighting of it, I think, yesterday. As over the wicket is Taylor, and this is pushed by Sibley back up the pitch, and there's no run. A player who shall remain nameless said, I didn't notice until about halfway through the afternoon that he had a bandana on. So yes, that was something yesterday. His hair's grown in 2 weeks to be sporting a bandana now when he bowls. Sibley just adjusts his gloves and settles himself down once again. Surrey starting this morning 47 without loss. As Sibley shot drives straight back down the pitch. Taylor does the fielding off his own bowling, and there's no run. So they've added 22, and no huge alarms. There was that outside edge from Patel off Duffy, and that flew away down to the boundary rope for 4. But no great alarms as yet. And just a reminder, everybody, that we're using the Kookaburra for this game. So this is one of our Kookaburra games. For some strange reason, which I still don't understand. 69 without loss. As over the wicket once again comes Taylor, and this one's left alone by Dominic Sibley outside his off stump. Although that was a good point that Al Richardson made. I hadn't really thought about it like that.
About the spinner?
Yeah, that is a good point. But that wasn't the reason it was brought in.
No.
But
no. That was an observation made after the round.
Many things in life are like that, aren't they?
Yeah.
Come up with a great idea, it doesn't really work, and then you come up with another idea that sort of presented itself while your first idea didn't really work. So I still don't see. I said it yesterday. I just don't get it really. How this prepares anybody for going overseas to play against the Kookaburra is beyond me. As this one nips back, hits the front thigh of Sibley, and rolls down into the gully region. And there is no run. End of the over, 69 without loss. Patel 48, Sibley 18. And as we said yesterday, all those that they're sort of thinking about are either injured or playing in the test match at the moment anyway. But there you go.
Anyway, I've just retweeted my picture of the Kookaburra next to the Duke in case anybody didn't see it yesterday. And while I'm on the subject of Twitter, or X as we should call it now, you can get in touch with us if you'd like to via that medium. At Frank Watson 58 is my handle, and I'm going to give you today's quiz question during this over as well. Jacob Duffy round the wicket, bowls, Patel defends out into the offside. So each day in Championship cricket I try and have a quiz question and make it relevant to one of the counties that's playing, often the visitors if we're here at New Road. And today I want to know what is the connection, what links the Surrey captain in 1946, whose name was Nigel Bennett, what links him with an Australian test off-spinner from the 80s? Duffy bowls, Patel defends out on the onside. So just to reiterate that, what links the Surrey captain from 1946, Nigel Bennett, with an Australian off-spinner who played test cricket in the late 80s? There you go, that's today's question. I'll give the answer just before tea if you want to have a go, and I won't tell you if you're right or wrong on air, but I will give you a little indication via Twitter. Duffy bowls round the wicket, Patel clips this away on the onside. Patel happy to do that, he's done that several times, just getting inside the line, turning it on the leg side, picks up a single and moves on to 49. And the total to 70 without loss. At Frank Watson 58 on Twitter is the handle. What links Nigel Bennett, Surrey skipper, 1946, with an Australian test off spinner who played in the late 80s and early 90s?
It's a very good question, that. And Nigel Bennett, obviously brother of Gordon.
Yeah. There was another Bennett, but I'm not going to say any more. This one is driven into the offside by Dom Sibley and fielded by Ben Allison at mid-off. Patel 49, then Sibley 18, 70 without loss. We've had nearly half an hour this morning. I think the most worrying thing from the Worcestershire point of view is the lack of threat, really, that there has been. It looks a better pitch than 209 suggests in a first innings score, and it just underlines how well Surrey bowled yesterday. Jacob Duffy over the wicket, bouncer, good pace on it, but Sibley saw it all the way, ducked underneath it. Gareth Frederick leaps to take it, standing back.
Yeah, and I think that's true. And what was interesting is that it was sort of a different perspective from a Surrey point of view for an away game this season. As I say, I think this is the pitch, first one away from home, that's had something in it for the bowlers. So Surrey were delighted to see what they saw yesterday. You know, the ball's actually carrying through to the keeper.
Duffy again in bowls, and Sibley has plenty of time to just get in behind that and push it out on the offside. Pretty good over that from Jacob Duffy. Not a great deal to work with for the batters, but still no breakthrough for Worcestershire. Duffy now 9 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 31, and Surrey responding to Worcestershire's 209, 70 without loss.
I'd say this is a good cricket wicket. I would say there's a bit in there for the bowlers, but if you can get in on it, you can make runs. So there's nothing wrong with this at all. I think this is a good cricket wicket, and I think you need a bit of patience as a bowling unit. I think you've got to accept you're going to have to plug away for a bit, and I think you're going to need a bit of that when you're batting as well. As Taylor, round the wicket he comes to Ryan Patel, who sits on 49, and he turns this one into the leg side, and there is no run. But yeah, it's been good from Taylor and Duffy for the last 20 minutes. They've tightened everything up, and they're plugging away. Good line, good length,
and that's all they can do.
Absolutely. There's the left-handed Patel, settles over his bat once again in his short sleeve sweater, as Taylor is around the wicket to him, and Patel brings up his first championship 50 of the summer, and he's played very, very nicely here as Ryan Patel opening up, because Rory Burns is keeping wicket, and he's grabbed this with both hands, and he has looked very, very good, because he is a very, very good player, Ryan Patel, and his first championship 50 of the summer. 50 from 71 deliveries, got capped at the end of last season, which meant everything to him, and he's played very nicely here. 9 fours in that as well. He does play some attractive shots, and as I said to you yesterday, Frank, there is a bit of the butchers about him, I've always thought. Just mannerisms as much as anything. As Sibley, forward he comes, plays Taylor away into the offside, and there is no run. So I'm pleased for him. As I say, it's very difficult, isn't it, when you go up and down the order, and you're 3 for one game, 7 for the next game. But he's been given this job, and he's done it before. And with Rory Burns keeping wickets, decided to open. And as I say, he's taken the opportunity with both hands. Here is Ryan Patel. Played very well last night. As Taylor is over the wicket to Sibley, and Sibley's forward and plays this one down into the leg side. Rolls in towards short mid wicket. Libby does the fielding there. They look lovely today here, though, with the sun out as well. I know you're here, well, the vast majority of the season, of course, but it is a beautiful sight. It really is.
We've got a good angle here, haven't we, as well?
Yeah.
I think if you're looking across to the hotel, it's not perhaps as aesthetically pleasing, but looking across to the trees on the riverbank and the cathedral in the background, it is it's still pretty good.
Yeah, it's lovely. As forward goes Sibley, pushes this one off a goodish length out into the offside. I went for a walk twice this morning, and behind the Basil D'Oliveira stand, I was looking at sort of there's a board of the greats of Worcestershire cricket, and then I like it that they've numbered all those that have. Is that been capped by Worcestershire?
Yeah.
Is it? And then there's a big board with all the numbers on, and it's quite interesting looking back to see who's played for Worcestershire as well. I completely forgot that Klinger played for Worcestershire.
Who played?
Klinger.
Oh,
yeah, he was up there.
Yeah.
And you sort of see names and you think, oh, I forgot that they played.
A lot of overseas.
Yeah, absolutely. It's Wobble will say that. He's just sort of plugged away, and now found a ball that has passed the outside edge. Rita Green's coming in, which is lovely. 71 without loss. Shall I make way for Rita for this first half?
Choice. That's fine. Okay. Thanks
I'll come back in half
for
an hour.
So Mark Church from BBC Radio London is going to have a little break, and Rita Green coming in alongside me, BBC Radio Berkshire, and experienced former county cricketer, as Ben Allison comes in to the attack at the New Road end. Bowled just 3 overs last night, no wicket for 13 for Allison, former Essex all-rounder, whose little brother got 100 for Essex yesterday. It was his second in quick succession, so not a bad day for the Allison household yesterday in terms of championship cricket, although it was little Charlie who took most of the plaudits. Very good innings from him yesterday, as Ben comes in round the wicket and bowls to Ryan Patel, who's driving this one up to mid-on. There's no run, and a very good morning to Rita Green. Rita, playing yesterday, still going strong. Did you get a few?
Good morning, Frank. Good morning, everyone. Well, glad to say that yes, I did. I think I got 42. Not out.
Not bad.
We skittled the opposition out for 92.
And then you just batted all the way through?
I did. I didn't nick the strike though, Frank. That was the next question. Trying to get to my 50. Tempting.
Yeah.
For you batters out there, you know what I
Very
mean.
good. Yeah, absolutely. You never lose that, do you? You never lose that. Allison bowls to the left-handed Patel. He plays up to mid-on, and there's no run. I've just let you in on this in case anything happens while I'm not on air. I'll keep an eye on it, but I use Twitter to communicate with listeners. Don't use it for anything else actually, but just to keep people interested. At Frank Watson 58 is my handle, and you're on Twitter, Rita. Is it?
I am.
It's
at Rita Green
at Rita
UK.
Green. At Rita Green UK.
Because there's more of them out there, so I had to be quite specific. UK.
At Rita Green UK, RITA Green UK, or at Frank Watson 58. Allison round the wicket bowls, driven by Patel up to mid-off, and there's no run. It remains 71 without loss. And I've started this season, Rita, for home games, having a quiz question each day. Sometimes serious, sometimes a bit light-hearted. Yesterday it was, who's the most famous name ever to play for Surrey? The most famous name, and a few people got it. I've given the answer to that one, so it was yesterday. Julius Caesar is the answer. Surrey actually had a player in the 19th century whose name was Julius Caesar.
Oh, that's awesome.
Quite a few people got it. Today, I think it's a bit more difficult. Allison round the wicket bowls, and this one's played up to mid-on by Patel. Very solid this morning, Ryan Patel. His first 50 of the season in championship cricket. So today's question is, what links the Surrey captain from 1946, whose name was, I'll just get the exact name, I've put the piece of paper down somewhere now, what links the Surrey captain from 1946, whose name was Bennett, with Nigel Bennett, 1946 Surrey captain? Allison bowls, and he cuts at that Patel and misses it. A rare full shot from him, taken by Roderick. Nigel Bennett, Surrey captain, 1946. What links him with an Australian Test off-spinner who played in the late 80s? So there's the question for today. If you think you know, have a go at Frank Watson 58 or at Rita Green UK, and if you get it right, I will respond on X or Twitter, but not on air until later this afternoon. I'm going to give the answer just before tea. Alison Bowles outside the off stump, left alone by Patel, 71 without loss. Patel has 50. Sibley 18, very much playing the anchor role, but worryingly for Worcestershire, who were bowled out yesterday for 209. Not much threat this morning, Rita.
Yeah, steady day. By the way, brilliant quiz question. I have no idea. So do get them in. We'll repeat the
we'll keep
handles,
repeating it as we go on.
Yeah, definitely. But it's been steady. But then I think the Worcestershire bowlers haven't given really any gimmies as well.
No, that's it. And I think
so that's important as well.
Yeah, and that's exactly what we saw throughout yesterday as well.
Right, starting for a fresh new over. Taylor's in. And Sibley, squared up on that one. Taylor throws his head up to the skies. Which is slightly overcast today, but a nice, lovely day here in Worcester. Yeah, it's squared up there, and Sibley's just got the most amazing patience.
Yeah.
The complete opposite of myself, so I need to take a leaf or two out of his book. But Dom Sibley just doing the business here, and Patel at the other end, hardly blazing it around, is he? But certainly two different strike rates between the two. Sibley on strike, 18, not out. Taylor in. This one's pushed to mid off, and there's no run. Slightly false shot there, but safe enough, and comes down the wicket and does a bit of prodding.
Talk about his patience, Rita. I mean, the other thing about Dom, he's got that great ability that when he does make a mistake, like he got squared up by the first one in the over and played a mistake, doesn't matter, does it? Just lets it go. Forget it. Play the next one. So important if you're going to play this kind of role, I think. Great mental strength.
And the strength last night as well to come out and do a job, and doing it again now. Taylor in. This one's defended and squirts to gully, and there's no run. You're spot on. That opener's mentality with a fresh new ball. Sometimes having to come in rather late in the day, maybe overcast conditions. It's never the perfect place. But I've seen a bit of Ben Compton this season as well for Kent, and I always think about him in his patience every single ball, and he's that type of player that's able to stick around, and got the runs this season as well as a consequence. Right, we've got 3 slips. They're down for the next delivery. Taylor in. And beaten was Sibley. This is a cracking over so far from Taylor, who's getting some pace behind him. We haven't got the I don't think we've got the radar, have we, Frank? I don't think, but I think it was pretty swift, that one. Yeah,
we haven't got the speed gun. Probably mid 80s, high 80s. I think Taylor. He's bowled well, actually. He's bowled really well. He's. There you go. 10.4 overs, 2 maids and no wicket for 16. Exactly the sort of bowling that we saw from Matt Fisher yesterday. And what you've got to believe is that you're going to get 1 or 2 suddenly. But he's coming to the end of this spell, I would have thought.
Beaten once again. I'll give Sibley the benefit of the doubt. Let's just tucked his batting. We'll have to have a look at that. But this is turning into a great new over. I actually thought, coming into taking over from Churchy's spot here, that Taylor might be rested. Well, given a bit of a break, but he's kept going. And just one more ball of the over so far.
I think he did probably just pull his bat away from that one. But yeah, he's he usually bowls at 6 over spells, I would say. So this might be his last. There might be one more. He's been unlucky. He really has.
Last ball of the over. Taylor in. This one's defended by Sibley, and no run. Indeed, it is a maiden. And a really good pressure building over there. But this Worcestershire just need plenty of them. You'd say in these early stages of the day to really put the pressure on, and I don't think the conditions are, they're not swinging the ball a mile, are they? So no, just got to be on the spot.
Yeah, and yesterday what we saw from the Surrey seamers was relentless accuracy. There wasn't a great deal of playing and missing. It wasn't like it was, moving a long way sideways, which is what we'd seen in earlier games here with the Duke, and it might have done if they'd have been using a Duke, but they were relentlessly accurate and gave very little away. And Worcestershire have done that this morning, I think, to be fair. Until now. And Ben Allison bowls a wide one to Ryan Patel, who cuts it away, and he won't get 4. The outfield's pretty slow, and it's pulled up just inside the rope by Kashif Ali, and they go back for 3. So in terms of this morning at least, a rare loose one from Ben Ellison, and that's why, to be fair, despite being fairly untroubled, we've had nearly 45 minutes this morning and they've added only 27 runs. There hasn't been a huge amount to hit, and Dom Sibley in particular has been very circumspect, as he often is, although I watched him in the T20 the other night, and he played a very, very different kind of innings, which proves what a complete player he is becoming. But he is 18 off 79 deliveries as Allison bowls, and actually he is now progressing. He's going to get a couple here. A slight misfield by Kashif at mid-wicket, but 2 runs for Sibley. So he goes to 20 off 80 deliveries, and the total moves up to 76 without loss, which doesn't sound massive, but in the context of a chase of 209 is pretty good. But at the same time, you must remember that Worcestershire at one stage was 70 for 1 yesterday, before in a bizarre run out and following Jake Libby getting out, they lost 2 wickets in the space of just 2 or 3 deliveries right before lunch, and it set them back badly. Allison bowls, Sibley drives into the offside, and it's fielded by Fateh Singh at cover, and there's no run.
It was actually quite a recovery in many ways, wasn't it? I think Worcestershire were 87 for 5 at one point.
Yeah. So Matthew Waite played beautifully yesterday for his 68. Played really well. Interestingly, he said to me afterwards he probably felt as good out there as he had at any point this season, but unfortunately just didn't really get any proper support. Bit of hitting from Fateh Singh at the end. Over the wicket, Allison bowls, Sibley inside edge down to long leg, looking to play that in front of the wicket. Picks up a single. 77 without loss. It's overcast. It's a pleasant temperature. It was a bit cooler yesterday than we expected. Turned up yesterday having brought my fan from home, having been baked for the previous 2 days, and then found that I didn't need it because it was pleasantly cool, and it's about 20 today, and I think perfect weather really for watching and playing. Maybe do with a bit more sunshine. Allison round the wicket to the left-handed Patel, and he bowls, and Patel is on the back foot. Plenty of time to play that away on the offside. He's played well, Ryan Patel. Mark was saying a rare opportunity for him to open the batting with Rory Burns coming in at 3, having kept wicket yesterday. For the first time in 10 years in Championship cricket, amazingly. Picked up 3 catches. But he's got a lot on his plate, captain, keeper and batter, so he dropped down to 3, and Patel's made the most of the opportunity to open the batting. Allison beats him though with a good one outside the off stump. Just angled in, maybe held its line or nipped away a little bit off the seam, and Patel played and missed, but it's been a rarity. He's 53 and 27 overs gone. Surrey are 77 without loss, trailing by just 132.
6 off the over from Allison. I think really good response on that last ball of the over as well, after a 3 and a 2, which is hardly leaking the runs there from Allison, but just releasing the valve a little bit.
The English end, Matthew Waite.
Well, thank you to the announcer for sharing that. Matthew Waite.
Richard Prue has got the right answer.
Oh yeah, hello Richard.
So I'm not going to give it, but well done, Richard. You are absolutely right, and it's quite an interesting story.
Waite in and just dabs into the offside and a quick single. Nicely done there. Soft hands from Dom Sibley, and goes through for a single. And through for just one more to the total, 78 without loss. That's a nice feeling, isn't it, when you get the right answer? So you can see the glory there, Richard.
I have no idea whether Richard used some sort of reference book or something to find out anything that might have helped him to get the right answer. Obviously, I mean, if you got this without using any kind of reference material.
Patel, strike and driven, but misdrive there, straight to mid off and no run.
And that's not impossible, but if you got this, that would be very, very good. But yeah, it's kind of it's a quirky one. Let's put it that way. It's a quirky one, but it is an interesting one. And these things happen in cricket, and just occasionally you get something like this. So, if you wonder what we're talking about, I'll say it again after this ball.
Matthew Waite in, driven once again, and a lovely stroke. Oh, probably shot of the day so far. Lovely off drive there by the left-handed Ryan Patel, and over the boundary rope for 4, just slightly over pitch, not much. And just lent into that one, did Patel. 4 more to the total, 82 without loss, Surrey, here in Worcester. And what a sight this is. It's always wonderful to be here, Frank. I know this is your office.
Yeah.
Not a bad view, is it, with Worcester Cathedral? And,
not a bad view.
And this wonderful setting. But 4 more to the total, and Ryan Patel, 57 from 82, is on strike. Wait in. On the back foot, pushed to cover, and there's no run.
Yeah, so going back to Richard Prue and his answer, so the question is, what links the Surrey captain Nigel Bennett, 1946, with an Australian Test off-spinner who played in the late 80s? And Richard's got it. As I say, if you know, you know. Try and get it without looking it up, but I try and come up with questions that even if you look them up, they're not always that easy to get. But it's not always easy. You can't do stats ones now because people just get them straight away.
Patel leaves this one alone, through to the keeper, and there's no run. Yeah, let's hope that Gen AI, etc., haven't come into play. Yeah. But Richard, well done to you. You're listening to Rita Green and Frank Watson. And by the way, Frank Watson's handle at Frank Watson 58.
Yeah.
So do get in touch. We'd love to hear from you. If you're at the ground as well, you're listening across, then
some people do that, don't they?
I do that.
Do you?
Yeah, I do.
We're a little bit behind, I think, probably, if they do that.
Wait in, and defended by Patel, and no run. A decent over, apart from that 4 along the way. 5 more from the over to the total. Surrey 82 without loss, and they're trooping along, aren't they? I think we're just desperate here for a breakthrough.
Got to get a breakthrough. The worry is that it's nearing 2 hours now, this innings, and they were hoping for 1 or 2 last night. Haven't had any, but all they can do is plug away, and they have bowled pretty well this morning. They bowled better this morning than they did last night. Matthew Waite, who I spoke to last night, said that he was a bit disappointed with the 2 overs that he had last night, and he will have been disappointed that in that over he just eased the pressure by bowling that 1 half volley that Patel capitalised on. As Ben Allison comes in over the wicket to Sibley, who is forward and playing this down into the gully, and there's no run. The other thing is that what's been impressive about Patel, 57 off 84 balls, 10 fours. It's not express pace, but almost every bad one that's come along he has put away. Almost every one. It's not been a case of hammering half volleys straight to fielders, which is so frustrating, isn't it? Or, going hard at one that you don't get much to hit, and then when you do, you go so hard at it that you lose your shape. Hasn't done that. Almost every bad one that's come along, he has put away, and that's top class. That's how you do it. Allison over the wicket, down the leg side to Sibley, just whips it down to Matthew Waite at long leg, and they're through for a single. Sibley happy as ever to play the junior role in the partnership. He goes to 23, and Patel has 57.
Feels very controlled, doesn't it, so far from Surrey?
Yeah.
And they're playing within themselves.
They've looked what they are in this game, which is a very, very well organised, well resourced side. Round the wicket comes Allison, and that's a good example of what I'm talking about, as Patel gets a bit of length to work with, and he pulls it away on the leg side, and Fateh Singh running around from square leg dives to his right and doesn't quite get it right. He's going to his wrong side. He's very left-handed. Dived to his right and was unable to cut it off. Sprawling effort, but it goes over the rope. So Patel perfectly illustrates the point that I was making about putting the bad ball away, and goes to 61. Allison round the wicket into him again. He just clips this one very nicely straight to Taylor at mid-on. But there's an ease about Patel at the moment, Rita, isn't there? He's Mark's made the comparison with Mark Butcher. I can see that. I think there's quite a similarity in build and left-handedness,
yes,
and just occasionally in sort of style as well. But it's he's batting with great. He looks very, very comfortable at the crease. That would be the best way of summing it up, I think, as Allison moves in again round the wicket and bowls to him. And well, I've done him, haven't I? I've completely done him. It's amazing how often it happens. People tell me that it's rubbish, but I'm having that one. I'm claiming that one because Ben Allison's got him. He's dropped it in short, and Patel's gone to pull it, and he's just completely mishit it. He's fetched it from a long way outside off. Probably could have cut it actually, and he's been caught at mid-on by Tom Taylor, two-handed above his head. And I think Ryan Patel, as well as he's played for an excellent 61, is going to walk off here thinking they've chucked away the chance of getting 100.
For Ryan Patel, that's a very disappointing way to get out. It wasn't really the ball to push into the onside, into the mid-wicket region, but he was trying to play a similar shot to the one before into the gap, which is very controlled. The one before just didn't get his body shape in the right position, and look at him coming off. He's gutted with him. He's absolutely gutted with himself. It's probably the first false shot of the day, and he's very disappointed as he comes off. In fact, when he got his half century, he looked sort of just waved his bat a little bit, doesn't it? It was more like, well, that's the start of the innings almost. But he goes back to the pavilion. That's the game that we play here. One full shot. Oh, nice catch though from Tom Taylor. He had to get it on his tippy toes there, didn't he, Taylor?
He did, yeah. He's good fielder, Tom Taylor. Good pair of hands, and he's a tall man. And it was over the head. If that had been Brett D'Oliveira at mid-on, he might have got away with it.
It's something actually that Duffy took the catch on the scoreboard.
Oh, I beg your pardon, it was Duffy.
Yeah, okay. I'll go on on you guys.
I think I'm going to have a look. Taylor was probably at mid-off, but the two tall seamers, I'll excuse myself there, but it was probably Duffy and Taylor was at mid-off. But it's the breakthrough Worcestershire needed. That's the key, isn't it? It's and it's reward for Ben Allison, who's maybe not bowled as tidily as he would have liked. 1 for 24 now from 5 overs and 5 balls. But what we've been saying is that all they can do is just keep plugging away, and that's exactly what they have done. The irony is that it's a loose delivery that's got the wicket, isn't it? Mm-hmm. And just exactly what I'd said that Patel had not done. It's ridiculous, isn't it, how you say these things, but I just said that when the bad ball had come along, he'd not gone at it too hard, he'd not lost his shape, etc. He made an error of judgment, and he tried to. He's fetching it from a long way outside off, and it is Duffy at mid-on and Taylor at mid-off. And if we look at them, they're both wearing caps, they're both wearing sweaters, they're both over 6 feet.
Oh yeah, very and no numbers on the back visible.
I know, but I still should know better. I see them every day of the week. 87 for 1 anyway. Sibley on 23, and the new batsman replacing the left-handed Ryan Patel is the left-handed Rory Burns, who waits now as Allison is into him and he's pushing this one out. Square on the offside. The end of the over from Ben Allison. The breakthrough has arrived for Worcestershire, and Surrey are 87 for 1, trailing by just 122. But add another one. If Worcestershire can get rid of one of these two in fairly quick time, and they'll feel an awful lot better about things.
Yeah, you take the wickets any way you can in this game, and Worcestershire didn't look like they were going to really get a wicket either from Dom Sibley or Ryan Patel. And Ryan Patel was just looking like he was getting out of second gear into third, fourth, and just going through the gears maybe. But more of a premeditated shot there from Ryan Patel down the offside. So what can Worcestershire do here to try and keep the pressure on and maybe get another wicket? Here comes the fresh new over, tucked into the onside. There's a man in the deep. And they go through for a single. And Dom Sibley's very, very good at this. Just rotate the strike, just release the valve and just clip it off his hips. And he's a tall chap. Let me remind myself how. 6'3". I mean, most cricketers would tower above me, and so whenever I mentioned height, Frank, it's always in complete jealousy. But I always go back to Sachin Tendulkar. He wasn't the most the tallest of chaps.
Yeah. Sunil Gavaskar.
Absolutely, absolutely. A few cricketers out there, they've done rather well. So Rory Byrne, who captain, fantastic, wore the gloves. The captain as well. And now in at number 3, normally in the opener for Surrey. Defends this one, and there's no run. Yeah, nice day. Just overcast a little bit. The sun's dipped in a little bit. Hasn't been doing a huge amount of the ball in terms of movement, but Worcestershire will be delighted with that. I think always when you get a wicket like that, Frank, you raise the volume. Try and make things happen in the field. We've got 2 slips. A gully, point, mid-on, mid-off, mid-wicket and cover, and we've also got a third man as well. Next ball in. Oh! And didn't nick that at all. Hands on hips from the Worcestershire players there, went down leg side. In fact, the fielder at point has still got his hands on his head. And Rory Burns, all he does is just go down the wicket, prod the bit of the wicket that the ball probably came off, and just says, doesn't matter, we move on. So the pressure just building a little bit here, and I think Matthew Waite did a good job with the bat, didn't he, yesterday?
He did, yeah. And he's bowled really well this season, 20 odd wickets in Championship cricket.
Experienced cricketer in. This one's left alone. The former Yorkshire player, born in Leeds, 29 years young as well, so knows his business, and probably looking for more out of the ball. He hasn't got a wicket so far. Let's have a look at his stats here. So, coming up to the end of his 4th over, just for 15 runs.
Yeah, as I say, he was a bit disappointed with the way he bowled last night, so he told me, but he's bowled really well this season. He bowled some superb spells, including a career best.
Burns on strike, tucked into the onside, and there's a lovely chase on, and the outfield is incredibly slow. Certainly compared to where I was playing yesterday.
No, it is. Yeah, it is.
Wow. I mean, I just needed to tuck it off my hips yesterday, and it was a 4. Anyway, that's by the by. Just a couple more to the total. 2 more to the total. 90 for 1. I mean, it is. Yeah,
it's really slow. It's dry, but it's all to do with the floods, basically. It's all to do with the floods.
So there's always a chase on to the boundary rope. You just never know whether there's a bit more moisture in patches where it might hold up. Waiting. Oh, lovely stroke. Love it. Cut into the offside. Just waited for that one. There's a chase on to the boundary edge. And once again, just dragged back, and they go through for 2 runs. There was a flying fielder from point, but evaded him there. Really nicely done. Just waited on the offside. So I love a cut like that. You can tell he's seeing the ball well already, Rory Burns. End of the over, 92 for 1. And we're going to have a bit of a change in the commentary box, and I'll be joined by Mark Church in a few moments' time. You're listening to the BBC Sport website, the BBC Sport app, the BBC London stream as well, and of course BBC Hereford and Worcester.
Ooh, and Rita, don't forget, because I'm getting good at this now, the smart speaker.
Oh yes.
Say BBC Sounds play Worcestershire against Surrey, and if your speaker is smart enough, you should be able to hear us. Although,
love it.
I don't know whether, I've said this all season, are there varying degrees of smartness with a smart speaker? I don't know, not having got a smart speaker myself, I don't know. Here's Allison then, coming in over the wicket to Dominic Sibley, who turns this one into the leg side, and there's no run. Yeah, Ryan Patel will feel he's left a few out there today. He was playing beautifully, and then it was a pretty good length ball to be looking to pull from outside his off stump, and the problem he had as well is Duffy's very tall. So I think actually probably, other than possibly Taylor, he probably would have got away with it. But the fact is that Duffy is a very tall man and took the catch. And Worcestershire needed that wicket. 92 for 1, Surrey. As Sibley lets this one go. It's been a good start this from Allison. I thought Taylor bowled beautifully from the Diglis end. And they've sort of hit their lines and lengths now of Worcestershire. But you've sort of got the regular opening pair out there now, in Burns and Sibley.
I thought Ryan Patel was playing beautifully, wasn't he? He was leaning into those strokes. A lovely cover drive. Something about a left-handed cover drive. Don't know. Does it just looks better looking than a right-handed cover drive? I don't know why.
It does for some reason. As Allison is in and forward goes Sibley, plays this one off a goodish length out into the offside, and there's no. Well, somebody was telling me that we should all naturally be left-handed. I don't know why.
Really?
Yeah, that's what they said. You should naturally be left-handed. Then there is something about left-handers as well, isn't there? You get two types, really. You either get the nuggety left-hander or the stylish left-hander. There's no sort of in-between, really. And he is very stylish at times, is Ryan Patel. But as I say, he'll be a bit disappointed with that because he was playing beautifully as Sibley gets hit on the thigh. That'll hurt. He got hit there about a week ago in a T20 game, and that is painful, right on the hip bone. Joe Denley as well got struck there in the Kent game, and it is really painful because there's no protection there. It just sort of is just above the thigh guard on the waistband, and he'll have a bruise there in the morning, I would have thought, Sibley, but he's sort of gone for a bit of a walk and he's okay. Sibley 24 from 90 deliveries as over the wicket goes Allison to him. That's short. Sibley's looking to pull that off the front foot. Hits the glove, I think. And Roderick tumbles away to his left-hand side. Just bumped into Ian Gould, which was lovely.
Oh,
yeah, and he's here today and having a watch. And was in good form, as always. So lovely to see him. Quite a few Surrey supporters have made the trip up here as well.
Did you see quite a few yesterday as well?
Yes,
the weekend.
Yes. So there were a lot here yesterday. As Allison is right arm over the wicket to Sibley, who drives handsomely into the covers. Doesn't really time it though. And there is no run. End of another tidy over from Ben Allison. He has the breakthrough this morning. That wicket of Ryan Patel. And Surrey 92 for 1. Burns has 4. Sibley has 24, and this will reply to Worcestershire's 209.
And there's a pigeon on the pitch, so there's a bit of clearing up going on as well. I always fear for pigeons on the pitch. I know why they're there. Well, the odd bird seed and whatnot, but let's hope doing any damage people or animals out there.
They should get out of the way then. As I've always said, I was having this discussion with Frank yesterday. They are either the most unintelligent birds in the world or the bravest, because they just come straight back to where this one's at extra cover.
Matthew Waite in. Oh, and this one's just angled down to second slip intentionally, and there's no run. Yeah, slightly in fear of the extra cover additional fielder there. But Burns and Sibley, I'm sure over the years you've seen these two. Gosh, how many times, I wonder, that partnership, hey?
Well, I just asked Mr. Ben Ribwood, he of Surrey media fame, whether Rory Burns has ever batted 3 for Surrey. No, I'm not sure he has. I probably somewhere he has, but I'm not sure it's happened very often.
Wait comes steaming in. This one's driven straight back towards the bowler. And got it. Oh, and he's tumbled over. He looks okay. Yeah, he's just half stopped it with his hand. I thought just for a moment, sometimes you worry about, I seem to be worrying about everyone today. The bowler following through. Instinct is to get your hand down just to take the pace away from it. No run. Something about bowlers fielding off their own bowling as well. I think I've been accused of that over the past. My fielding's been slightly more upbeat. 92 for 1 Surrey. Wait, in. This one's left alone by Burns, who's looking rather comfortable. Good decision though, to come in at 3 after keeping the gloves yesterday.
Yeah,
give him a bit of a break.
I
right?
think so. I think, had Surrey not Worcestershire over, I don't know, 10 minutes after tea, I think he probably would have opened. But the fact was that there were 15 overs left in the day, and he hadn't kept wicket in Championship cricket for 10 years. So I think it was the right decision. And as I say, Ryan Patel played very, very nicely.
Matthew Waite in, left alone. A bit of movement there. Keeper Roderick flying to his left and took it nicely. No run.
I think Worcestershire will be pleased with the way they bowled this morning.
Oh yeah, I think they've absolutely been on the money. Hardly any gimmies. I think they were probably eyeing up Allison, weren't they, as the bowler to go after.
Yeah, I think they probably were a bit disappointed with the way they went in those 15 overs last night. But today they've been much tighter. Yeah,
fresh new day. Worcestershire in to the next over is Waite, and there's no run. And this is another tight over from Matthew Waite. And this is what they need to do. Just build the pressure little by little by little. They'll know Surrey have got a plethora of batters, international stars really in the ranks, but they're on home turf, and they know this place probably better than anyone.
Yes, and I think because of the Kookaburra as well, I think this is what you have to do at times. Just accept it.
Burns waits, tucked into the onside. Think about a single, and the big shout of no, and there is no run. Very tight over. In fact, I'd make that a maiden over. And this first maiden over of his innings so far. Surrey 92 for 1. Came into today trailing by 162 and now trail just by 117. So it's not been a blast Surrey kind of blast, not the competition I might add, but blast around kind of innings. Ryan Patel was just going through the gears a little bit, but
Here is 12 man for Worcestershire is Rob Jones.
A new bowler for Worcestershire.
Yeah, well, Rob Jones is on, doing a bit of 12th man duties. He looks very keen, does Rob Jones? Terrific sprint onto the field of play there to go up to mid-on. Allison's going to continue to our left-hand side, and he's in from the New Road end, and forward goes Sibley, plays this one into the offside, and there's no run. If you look at the Surrey bowling figures yesterday as a sort of template and the way they went about it, Smith 12 overs 2 maidens 1 for 27, Fisher 16 overs 7 maidens 3 for 34, just the ones that bowled the majority of the overs. Clark 13.5 overs 3 maidens 3 for 38, Santner 15 overs 3 maidens 1 for 38. So very tight figures. Didn't concede too many runs, going at sort of twos, and we're happy just to keep that ball on or about the off stump, as this is turned by Sibley into the leg side, and that runs out there towards deep backward square, and they'll pick up a single, and between them 9, 12, 15 maidens. So it's sort of the way Surrey go about it anyway, and also I think from a Surrey perspective, we talked about this yesterday, but their away games this season, they've got to grounds and there hasn't been anything there for the bowlers at all. This one there was something there for them. Now I think as much as anything it was the fact that Rory Burns was taking balls up above waist high, so they knew it was going through, and there was a little bit of movement there for them. As around the wicket goes Allison to the left-handed Burns, who covers up, plays this one up towards mid-off, and Jones gets his first touch of the ball. Tommy Elam yesterday, Surrey's 12th man, well, I almost interviewed him at the end of the day's play. He was out there all the time. Players coming off, coming on. Poor lad, every time he sat down in the dugout and put his feet up, he was out there again. But that was a magnificent entrance from Rob Jones.
It really was. That's the quickest I've ever seen a subfielder go on ever. Do you think it was his warm-up?
I don't know. It like he was running onto the West End stage there. As around the wicket goes Allison, and Burns, lovely shot. Typical Rory Burns, just waits for this, opens the face, guides it away to the right of backward point. Proper late cut that from Rory Burns, just glides the ball away down to the third man boundary rope for 4. So Rory Burns will move on to 8, and Surrey moving on to 97 for 1. So just manoeuvring that ball, playing it late. Rory Burns guiding it off down to the boundary rope for 4 runs. Very nicely played.
What a lovely stroke. It was actually quite close to him when he played it. So I hope it's not commentator's curse for Surrey fans, but he's looking quite confident out there.
As Burns on this occasion plays Allison straight back up the pitch, and there is no run. Had a little, I bumped into you on my little stroll around the ground, which was lovely this morning.
Lovely to see you.
But I do like having a sort of circuit of the ground, because you get sort of the different views from all corners of the ground, and you've got a lovely bit behind the Basil d'Oliveira stand. There's some lovely signage there of great Worcestershire players. Tom Graveney's up there. This is clipped off his hip by Rory Burns. Big picture of Tom Moody as well, and Tim Curtis, Graham Hick, Phil Neal. You know, all these amazing players that have played here. End of the over, 97 for 1. Burns has 8, and Dominic Sibley's on 25.
No, it's lovely to have a few circuits, isn't it? I always like to have a chat with the staff as well, security guards, get an insight into the grounds as well, and what they're thinking, the weather. They've always got a lovely few things to say. I love that. I love having a little chat. I've got in trouble though in the past because I've done the circuits as in around the but I like to try and stay as close as possible to the pitch, but I was told to walk away. And this one's full strip drive there from Sibley. Nothing to worry about too much, but squirted out to point. That wasn't quite where Dom Sibley wanted it to go, but no run. Waite continues his spell.
A little change of plan here. They've got 2 men catching at short mid-wicket. So this is going to be stump to stump from Waite. There's no great pace with Waite at the moment. He's just going to run in and bowl stump to Sibley. And there, Sibley's trying to work that leg side and gets a leading edge, and there are 2 men catching at mid-wicket as well now.
Well spotted. Waite in, tucked into the onside. And just dropped in front of the Churchy's brilliant observation there on the onside. There's 2 sort of mid-wicket fielders and drop just short of that. I feel like Dom Sibley's like, yep, you can stand there, guys, and I'm going to take it on. He didn't shy away from that stroke, but it was aerial for a little bit. 97 for 1, sorry.
It's nearly worked. I think that stopped on Sibley a touch as well. And he was through it a bit early, and it looped into the leg side. But, yeah, this is a change of tactic from Worcestershire.
A minuscule difference in the way that you play that stroke makes all the difference. Waite in. This one's defended. There's no run. Just a minuscule longer and waiting for the ball. There's, I'm sure young cricketers and more experienced cricketers out there, you'll know full well as you go down the leg side, just playing it that tiny bit later means that you make sure it stays down as much as possible, but you play a little bit early and it just flicks up, doesn't it?
We've seen already one of the key positions here could be backward point, in the fact that if Sibley does go early with that, he could get a leading edge and it just fly. Well, it's not going to go at great pace, but it's going to go out towards backward point.
Which is what happened with that first ball of the over as well. But Sibley on strike. Big shout for LB, and the answer is not out. Didn't feel completely convincing there, the appeal, but
the only other thing you could do here as well, but I don't know whether Roderick would want to do it, because Waite, as I say, is not bowling it. Oh, that's not a bad shout when you see it again.
Height was probably the only. Actually, it was a really good shout.
That is a very, very good shout.
Yeah.
I think had we had the old review system, I think that would have been very tight.
Yeah. Waite's in again. Tucked into the onside to one of those mid-wicket fielders. The no run. This is a really good tight over from Worcestershire. Dom Sibley's desperately trying to get off strike.
The only other thing, I've seen Surrey use this tactic before, is whether Roderick would get the helmet and come up to the stumps. Because that stops Sibley getting out of his crease to try and get to the length of it as well. So that could be another thing you might see, is Roderick gets the helmet and stands up to the stumps as well.
Wickets are needed. tucked into the third man area. Nicely played. A chase on. They go for 1, they go for 2, and it slows up in the outfield. Very slow outfield. 2 more to the total. Really nicely played there from Dominic Sibley. Just soft hands. Took the pressure off there at the end of the over as well. 99 for 1. That was quite an over, wasn't it? Lots in play there. One fell just short of mid-wicket. Squared up as well on that first delivery of the over as well. So Matthew Waite asking the questions of Dom Sibley, and I think both of us, probably it's fair to say, Churchy, were looking at the replay. That was actually a very good LBW shout.
Yeah, it was. I think probably height would have been the one thing, because Sibley's a tall man, but I think it would have been pretty tight had we had the sort of third umpire and review system.
Umpire's call at least, maybe.
Yeah, I think so.
Which I guess would have meant not out, but
yeah.
It shows how close it could have been.
It was tight as Allison continues around the wicket to Rory Burns. He's just pushing this one down towards backward point. They won't get a run. In the test match, India are now 127 for 3, so they lead by 133 runs. And KR Rahul is 60 not out, and Mr. Pant is 19 of 34 balls. So he's taking his time this time around, is Mr. Pant. But that's shaping up to be a very interesting test match at Headingley. It really is. As Allison in once more to Burns in the sunshine, and Burns is forward, thick edge, soft hands, just the one slip in the gully in there, so that's going to run away down to the boundary rope for 4. So it's a good length, good line, but they've just got the one slip in there and the gully, and that brings up the 100 for Surrey as well. So Surrey are 101 for 3, and that solitary slip is more of a second slip really, but Burns didn't go hard at that, and it was off an edge, but it was always going down, and away for 4 it goes. So Surrey now trailing by 106, 103 for 1. They find themselves on this second day as Allison's in again to Burns on his hip, and Burns tucks this one into the leg side, and there's no run. Elsewhere in Division 1, Rita Green, we'll have a tour of the country. Let's go to Chesterley Street first. Sussex all out for 361. Durham in reply 9 without loss. So I wonder if Joffre's had a bowl yet, because that was the thing. Yes, Joffre's in his first over, and according to Cricinfo, he's bowled 5 deliveries and he's yet to concede a run. So Joffre back in Championship cricket is good to see, as forward goes Burns and plays Allison neatly and tidily into the leg side. Essex all out for 296 at Chelmsford. Hampshire in reply 44 for 2. Charlie Allison, brother of 100 yesterday, and got his first 100 against Surrey a few weeks ago at the Kia Oval, so good for him. Very talented player, that one. Somerset 390 for 3. There was 100 yesterday for Tom Kohler-Cadmore against Warwickshire. As forward again goes Burns, walks into this one and plays it into the leg side, and Lammonby's 117 not out for Somerset, so building up a good position there as Somerset. Lewis Gregory wasn't opening the batting on this occasion. Josh Davey is still opening the batting for Somerset in Championship cricket. Made 40 odd I think yesterday, so that's a sort of new career move. And Nottinghamshire, the league leaders, 378 for 8 against Yorkshire at Trent Bridge. Allison is into Burns. Burns forward he comes again, pushes this one back up the pitch, and there is no run. End of the over, 103 for 1 then Surrey. Burns has 12 and Sibley's on 27. Into Division 2. And shall we take a trip to Bristol, where Gloucestershire 180... Sorry, I'm just trying to make this a little bit more interesting than just reading scores out. Gloucestershire 187, Derbyshire 196 for 2. Yes, Blackpool. Now, Blackpool, I have done a game at Blackpool and I didn't see a ball bowled, unfortunately. But I spent quite a bit of time playing golf in at the beachfront.
Sorry, over 4 days?
4 days. I'll tell you the story after this delivery.
Oh, tucked into the onside. So Thanks, Churchy. Tucked to the onside by Dominic Sibley. Yeah, I am here. Sorry, I was so engrossed in 4 days of cricket without a ball being
so we
seen.
arrived.
104 for one. Sorry.
Mark Ramprakash was the Surrey captain, and we arrived at Blackpool, and it had been raining constantly, but it was a lovely day. And we arrived the day before, and the problem was the bowlers' run-ups. Every time you put your foot down, water came gushing up. So for 4 days, there was no cricket played whatsoever.
So the water table was so high that you were squelching around in the atmosphere. Wow.
Not a ball bowled. So sort of golf and going up sort of towers and things for 4 days, and then came back. But they're all right for this game.
Weight in. And it's beaten. Very nice ball there. And Rory Burns, who's on 12 from 22, looking pretty confident so far, but beaten on that one. Nice delivery there. Wow, there's not many games, is there, where you, certainly in Div 1 or Div 2, where you have essentially, a pitch an outfield that just can't do the business.
Yeah. Well, they're underway yesterday. It's Kent and Lancashire, and Kent at 250 for 5 at Blackpool.
Weight in. This one's cut into the offside to the 2 cover fielders there. So those 2 mid-wicket fielders for Dominic Sibley have sort of stuck around. Got an extra cover and a cover region as well. We've got mid-on, mid-off. We've got mid-wicket. Third man. 2 slips now in play. I think it's a good shout about maybe coming up to the wicket for Dominic Sibley, but we'll see. Sorry, please continue with Division 2 as well. Sorry.
Middlesex 413, Northamptonshire 45 without loss in reply.
Plenty of runs there. Matthew Weight in. Cut into the offside. Nicely fielded initially, but unfortunately it's more of a goalkeeper type of recovery there, and they go in for 1 run. I thought for a moment actually took it quite cleanly, but certainly saved the 4, you'd think. Rocked onto the back foot did Burns, and they go through for a single. No, in fact they go through for 206 for 1.
Yeah, Jake Libby got hands to it, but it was pretty powerfully struck by Burns. And the final game, Glamorgan 353, and Leicestershire, who are running away with Division 2 of course, are 3 without loss in reply, and those are all the other scores from around the Championship at the moment.
Yeah, big day for the Championship games. Weight in to the left-handed Burns, and there's no run. I'm told on good authority at the Test match that Harry Brook dropped pretty much a sitter actually, so how much will that
KL Rahul?
Yeah, and you don't want to give him any chances, do you? But certainly after that initial wicket in the first over of the day, Brydencast with that's not an easy chance there, but a gully came to him very, very quickly, but went through the hands. This one's defended by Burns as there's no run. But England are desperate for those wickets, trying to get through them, India, as quickly as possible, because they'll know there's a tail. That was demonstrated certainly in the first innings. And yes, India move on. The Test match that I guess I can't lose, so to speak.
Exactly, absolutely.
Depends who I speak to as to my allegiance. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen, I do have Indian heritage, so when I talk to my relatives in India, they're pretty disgusted if I'm supporting England. Yes. But I do flex, Churchy. I mean, I shouldn't really announce that.
You should have to commit to either one, I think, before the start of play.
Like today, I'm sitting on that fence, splinters and all that.
So would if let's say India win this first test, would you then be for the second test supporting India unless England come back? Of course, it gives you the sort of I can see that actually.
Comes a really cheesy line. Cricket's the winner.
Well, yes, that we've often used that, haven't we? when nothing's really happened. It's Ethan Brooks into the attack. So a change of bowling. Brooks is into the attack, and this is his first delivery. And again, I think what we're going to have here as Sibley drives is we're going to have Brooks do they want Brooks to do exactly what Waite is doing from the other end. So bowl stump to stump. They've got a short mid-wicket catching. And they've set the field up for this now. They've set the field up for just running and go wicket to wicket as he's in. and this is turned by Sibley into the leg side. He'll get a single. They have got a deep backward square out there. I've seen Jordan Clark do this for Surrey, and sort of he tends to bowl off cutters, and he gets folks up to the stumps, and then he might have a sort of 2 at short mid wicket and a short extra cover catching, and just run in and go same spot on the stumps, good length, and sort of say to the batter, it's up to you really. If you want to try something, that's your decision. As Burns is clipping this one off the back foot down towards backward point, and there is no run. Yeah, it's been a great test match so far though. It really has, and I think it's building up to be well, it could be an absolutely fascinating run chase for England. But what they can't afford to do is let India get way ahead of where they need to be, as Burns just covering up as Brooks goes a little shorter with that one, and Burns is solidly in behind this and playing it back up the pitch, and there's no run.
I know England always back themselves, don't they, with a chase especially, but the lead now for India 140.
I think let's be honest, on day 2, at the start of day 2, you were looking at India possibly getting 600, and then Burns wasn't ready for this delivery, so he's just stepped away, so Brooks will have to go again. So I think England have got themselves back into it very well, picked up those wickets on day 2, and then to get within 6 of the Indian first innings total. But what they won't want now is sort of, you drop KL Rahul, who can bat forever if he wants to, as this one's turned by Burns down towards long leg, and he will get a single, and Burns will move on to 15, and Surrey move on to 108 for one. And we all know what Mr. Pant can do if he gets in. So at the moment it's nicely balanced, I think, that test. But they always say day 3 is moving day, don't they? Well, I think that test could move this afternoon either way. It really is. Sibley, forward he comes to Brooks and plays this one straight back up the pitch. Good over that from Brooks.
Yeah.
Good tactic this from Worcestershire at the moment. Now the helmet's coming out now. Now I'll be fascinated to see whether this is for spin or for Roderick standing up to Wait, because I think Wait's bowled pretty well, and I think that tactic has worked, but I think this is going to be spin rather than standing up to Wait. But we will wait and see. Here comes Frank. Frank is back. Thank you, Rita. So yes, Frank Watson's back. He's had a little break, a well-deserved break, and has been watching from another part of the ground. Yes, and it is going to be spin into the attack for the first time. Welcome back, Mr. Watson.
Thank you. Nice to be back. Yeah, it's been more of the same, really, isn't it? Rory Burns has started quite well. They did a little bit unfortunate, I thought, a couple of times, Ben Allison, but Dominic Sibley continues to go along his merry way. Is it me or you?
It's you.
Okay. So Fatih Singh's first ball to Rory Burns over the wicket from the Diglis end is turned away on the onside. Singh is in again, and Burns is down the pitch and driving away on the leg side for a single. You won't have seen him, I doubt, Mark. Fatih Singh, left arm spinner, signed from Nottinghamshire, Nottingham Academy product, and has done pretty well for Worcestershire in the T20 competition. He's bowled really well. It's only his second championship game. Round the wicket bowls to Sibley. He pushes out on the offside. He played at Hove, got 3 wickets in the second innings against Sussex, but in the T20s probably been Worcestershire's best bowler in terms of economy. Down the pitch, Sibley worked him away on the onside. Diving attempt by Libby at mid-wicket to stop it is unsuccessful, and they get a couple. He's taken 8 wickets in the T20, which is not bad. I think they tend to. It's hard to say, isn't it? They tend to say in T20, I think, that a wicket a game for a bowler is a pretty good record. Nelson is up 111 for 1, and no problems for Sibley. Doesn't believe in superstitions like that, just punches this one off the back foot out for a single. I would say he's still got quite a lot to learn as a spin bowler, Fateh Singh, but he's got a nice easy action, quite technically correct, and Burns just whips this one away with the spin on the onside for a single. Perhaps not the biggest spinner of the ball, perhaps I think the coaches think he's still got a bit to learn in terms of really getting a lot of action on the ball, but a good basic shape to work with, and a good temperament, as you saw yesterday, I think, with his batting as well. 113 for 1 at the end of his first over.
Yeah, and well, he's getting his opportunity here at Worcestershire, and against this Surrey batting lineup as well. So it's going to be Brooks to continue. Tidy first over from him. Burns will be on strike on 17. The 1 wicket to go today, that of Ryan Patel for 61. As Burns is up on his toes, punching up the ground. It was a little uppish. I think it took a while to get to Rory Burns, and it was a little uppish. And there's no run. But yeah, I think I was saying with Waite as well. Waite sort of settled into bowling stump to stump, and that is obviously what Brooks has got to do here as well.
Yeah, Brooks is very much the fifth seamer batter who bowls.
He's in. That's leg stump. That's clipped away by Burns out towards the backward square.
But he's picked up a few useful wickets, 6 championship wickets at various times this season. Can be quite an effective bowler in the white ball game, the T20 game particularly, where Ravi Bopara is his model, really, sort of, back of the hand, little cutters, changes of pace, that kind of thing. In the red ball game, I think he'd like to try and bowl with a bit more pace, but not easy to do.
He's in over the wicket to Sibley, who's forward solidly, playing this one up towards mid-off. I was going to say, at the end of this over, would you repeat your quiz question?
Yeah, of course,
for everybody?
Yeah, of course.
It's an absolute cracker.
Somebody got it.
Although, may I just blow my own trumpet, so to speak? I did get it.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah,
and
I was surprised.
One of our colleagues in the press box
did as well. As former Go Sibley.
Ed Oliver, who is a very good local cricketer and lad I used to teach many years ago next door at the King's School, and he got it. He got it backwards. He got it because he knew about one of the players and not about the other. So
there you go.
that was a well. There's two ways. There's two ways to approach it, I suppose, really. But he got it. Yeah.
Over the wicket again goes Brooks, and that's pushed by Sibley out towards cover. And there is no run.
I haven't had many offers, actually. Just the one chap who's got it right so far. I'll give the quiz question in a minute. Any comments about the quiz question or about the game or the commentary or anything else? At Frank Watson 58, at Rita Green UK on X or Twitter. Best way to get in touch.
It's forward goes Sibley and plays this one down into the gully region. End of the over. Tidy over again from Brooks. Just a single off it. And 114 for 1 Surrey. Burns 18, Sibley 32. And this, of course, all in reply to Worcestershire's first innings total of 209.
So that quiz question, Surrey captain in 1946 was a man called Nigel Bennett. And my question is, what links Nigel Bennett with an Australian Test off-spinner from the late 80s and early 90s? What links Nigel Bennett, Surrey captain 1946, with an Australian Test off-spinner from the late 80s, early 90s? Fateh Singh, in the sunshine, bowls to Rory Burns, who clips him away on the leg side for a single. And there's Sibley comes on to strike, 32. His vigil continues, Dom Sibley. He's 12 not out. He's only scored 20 runs today in an hour and 40 minutes. And Singh is round the wicket to him, 21 now, as he squeezes this out on the offside. Just bowling quickly at the moment, Fateh Singh. Quite capable of slowing it down and giving it a bit of air, but at the moment bowling it pretty quick and pretty flat. Over the wicket to the left-handed Burns, and again this is fairly sharp, and Burns just pushes it out on the onside. I think Fateh Singh is almost a slightly different type of left-arm spinner. As he bowls and Burns drives up to mid-on and there's no run, to Josh Baker, who tragically Worcestershire lost last year, of course, in horrific circumstances. But in terms of experience and job that he'll do for the side, this one played defensively by Burns, he's about the same. So it was almost like a like-for-like replacement. The difference being that Baker was about 4 inches taller and a good slip fielder as well, and a right-handed batter. This one turned away by Burns on the leg side. That's quite a good over from Singh. Quite tidy. Again, though, and I'll say it, and said it all through the first hour of this morning, the most worrying thing from Worcestershire's point of view is the lack of threat and the fact that the batters are fairly untroubled, and that the bat hasn't been passed very often, a few times, but it's looking like a long day ahead. And when the deficit is under 100 already as it is, then I think Worcestershire are probably slightly worried about what lies ahead.
Yes, I think that they bowled pretty well this morning, but there isn't much happening for them at the moment, as Brooks is coming over the wicket to Sibley, and Sibley gets up on his toes, forcing this one off his back foot out towards cover point, and there's no run. And again, just a reminder, this Kookaburra ball's into its 41st over now as well. So we talked about Surrey laying a platform for that middle order. Well, they're doing that at the moment, as Brooks comes past umpire Long to Sibley, and Sibley will just work this one down towards fine leg, and he'll get a couple here. Will Dominic Sibley. 2 more to him. 2 more to the Surrey total. And Burns and Sibley came together with the score on 87 when Ryan Patel, who was looking lovely, he'll feel he's left quite a few out there, I think, Ryan Patel. But his first championship 50 of the summer, 61 he made. And then he tried to pull a pretty good length ball outside his off stump, off Allison, and the tall Duffy took the catch. And he went for 61 as Sibley's forward here and turns a good length delivery from Brooks into the leg side. That rolls up towards mid-wicket and there's no run. But yes, we've got a bit more sunshine than we had yesterday today. There are some more patches of blue sky, but it's a nice temperature for everybody watching. As Brooks is in, Sibley forward drives, thick inside edge, rolls there in towards short mid-wicket. So it's good this from Brooks. As I say, he's just running in and bowling stump to stump to Dominic Sibley. He's only conceded the 5 runs. He's in his 3rd over. As he comes in off about probably 12 paces, he's in. And forward goes Sibley, thickish inside edge, down towards fine leg once again. And they will pick up another single. Sibley moves on to 35, 118 for 1 Surrey. I was saying to Richard, I'm not sure that Rory Burns has batted 3 for Surrey in Championship cricket before. I'm sure someone will know that stat, but I can't really remember him doing it.
I wonder if there might have been a time when a night watchman went in early or something. You know,
might have been one of
at
those,
the start of an innings or something.
Could have been one of those. As he's working this one off his hip into the leg side, and there's no run. But I bumped into him last night, and as I say, I said, when was the last time you kept wicket in a championship game? And he said 2015, so 10 years.
Yeah.
Since he kept wicket in Championship cricket, and he did it very tidily yesterday. End of the over, 119 for 1, then Surrey. Burns on 19 and Sibley on 36.
He did it very tidily. I think, probably the most obvious thing to say about that would be if somebody had been here who had no idea, they would not have said,
No, absolutely
who's that
not.
bloke with the gloves on?
Yeah,
He just
absolutely
looked
not.
exactly the part, didn't he? Picked up 3 catches, really good. Sing round the wicket, bowls to Sibley, goes big for the first time today. Enough's enough, Big Dom says, let's have a 6, and he whacks it straight down the ground. Big man, long levers, perfectly capable of playing those sorts of shots, as you can see if you watch him play T20 cricket. But he's bided his time. But yeah, that one slightly over pitch from Singh, and I think he just thought, you know what, I've had enough of this pushing it around, and he just swung through it and hit it straight down the ground into the Basil D'Oliveira stand. So, having bowled a tidy second over, Fateh Singh begins his third with a straight 6, having been taken off his bowling. His response is a good length delivery which Sibley pushes out on the offside, and they hurry through for a single, which might have been a bit risky. Had the throw from Duffy hit the stumps at the striker's end, Rory Burns might well have been struggling, and it might have been one of those silly run-outs, a bit like the one we saw yesterday for Worcestershire, where you don't really feel there's any need to do it. Just having a look at the replay now. Don't know whether we're going to see it from square on. Oh, we are. Yeah, I think he might have been in, actually. Turns this one off his pads for a single, Burns.
Yeah, I think he was in. If that had hit.
But when when there's not much happening and you don't look like getting a wicket, you get a run out chance and everybody pretends it's really close.
Dom Sibley was involved in a horrendous one with Jamie Smith, first game of the season, when they ended up at the same end.
Singh round the wicket bowls, and still that's an edge. That's well bowled from Singh. Maybe a tiny bit better in terms of length for me. I think it was just a little bit too full until that one, but by the way that took Sibley's edge and ran down to short third man for a couple, that turned a bit. There's a bit of fizz on that. Clearly spinning quite hard when it came off the bat. So well bowled Fateh Singh. Good response, having been dispatched into the seats. And again now bowls and Sibley's forward and pushing out on the offside, and they take that cheeky single again to Duffy.
I don't know what you think, but they do this a lot, but they've run well this morning as well. And they've run hard, and they've picked up singles. They've kept that scoreboard ticking. Even though Worcestershire have bowled tightly at them, they've still managed to keep the scoreboard ticking over.
Yeah.
What is it they always...
83, I think, this morning so far.
What is it that they always say, Frank, how for a bowler it's very annoying when they get runs off your best ball?
Yeah, oh, it did, absolutely. Yeah. Sweep from Burns, that's going to go for 4. It didn't really get hold of it. It was not going to go for 4. So slow, this outfield. 2. Didn't really get hold of it, but he got enough on it to take it down to very, very fine leg. But you chase everything on this outfield because it is really slow. It doesn't look it, but for some reason it is. And they only get 132 for 1 at the end of the over. Burns has 22, Sibley has 46. 1 man out. Ryan Patel made 61 before he was caught at mid-on by Jacob Duffy off Ben Allison. And that was with the score on 87 for 1.
I suppose somebody like Jacks, if he got in, might even take the outfield out of the equation the way he plays. Especially with... They're not the longest boundaries here at New Road.
Well, especially on that far side.
Yeah.
And the rope's quite a long way in, isn't it?
As Brooks continues from the New Road end to Dominic Sibley, and he'll turn this one off his hip and get a single down there towards long leg, really, as the throw comes in. So Sibley's moved on to 47. Rory Burns comes back on to strike on 22. But yeah, they're just manoeuvring themselves, Surrey, in this morning session, and I don't think Worcestershire have bowled badly. I just think that there hasn't been as much as we saw yesterday, and Surrey are used to doing this, really. But they've kept the scoreboard moving through a combination of the odd boundary and then running hard between the wickets as Brooks is into Burns, and Burns gets back and across to this one, plays it up towards mid-off, and there is no run. Surrey supporters, there's a group which they're known as the Peter May Boys, Frank. Lovely group they are, and they're down there in the distance. I can see their flags. They've got their own little stand actually, as this one's cut by Burns into the turf and over the top of the second slip and down to the boundary rope for 4. So Rory Burns picks up another boundary. That will move Burns on to 26 now, I think. Or have I got ahead of the scoreboard? Yep, 26.
He loves a bit of room, doesn't he, Rory? He doesn't need much, but
No.
just gets himself into position, and you don't have to give him a lot of width to get cut.
No, well, we saw him play a late cut from the top of his off stump earlier, as Burns, just a little early on this, looking to work through the leg side and just stop the shot at the last second, and it rolls back up the pitch, and there's no run. Sibley having a bit of a breather down at the non-striker's end. When Surrey chased down that, I think it was 502 against Kent in the Championship a couple of years ago, Sibley was 140 not out at the end, and he just batted from first ball to last, and let everybody else do what they were doing from the other end. As Burns, that's not a great shot from Rory Burns. He's really gone after this, down on one knee, Caribbean-esque there. Rory Burns looking to drive that away through cover point. It's well bowled by Brooks, just put it out there.
We're a ball behind here, I think.
Yeah, he's really gone after that one, as Rory Burns.
That was an odd shot, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. As he waits again, and well bowled by Brooks. Yeah, nicely bowled by Brooks. Burns just beaten on the outside, I think, by that last delivery, rather than putting the bat inside the line. End of the over, 137 for 1 then, Surrey. What have we got, about 12 minutes till lunch? Burns on 26 and Sibley, yep, he definitely played at that last one. Sibley 47.
Did. Yeah, Dom Sibley, as with the exception of that one strike down the ground for 6, played in typical Sibley fashion, left it well, nudged it around, picked up the singles, allowed the man at the other end to dominate, particularly when he was in with Ryan Patel. He's on strike now as Fateh Singh begins a new over with a quickish delivery, and Sibley just works it away on the onside straight to Libby at mid-wicket, and there's no run. So good progress from Surrey this morning without taking any risks. Sibley pushes out on the offside. 47 without loss overnight. Sibley was on 12, Patel was on 34, and they took their partnership for that first wicket to 87 before Patel was out. Singh bowls and Sibley reaches forward and pushes out on the offside. Excellent fielding from Brooks, very quick across the ground, sliding pick up and throw, but they're through for a single. Sun's gone in briefly, bit of cloud building in the southwest, but weather set fair, we think, for the day, and it's very pleasant.
It's a lovely day, isn't it?
Not too hot at all. Perfect weather to play and spectate. Over the wicket comes Singh, and Burns, the left-hander, works this to the same fielder, Brooks, at mid-wicket, and there's no run. Here's Singh in again, and Burns. That's a lovely shot, really beautiful shot. He kind of anticipated that Singh was going to bowl the same delivery, and just a little quick chassé down the pitch, and got to the pitch and just whipped it through mid on for 4. Lovely shot. I mean, it was just minimum at 1% of risk in that shot from Rory Burns. He's played it so many times. Outstanding. He's down the pitch again, doesn't quite get to this one, so he just settles for the one, just chips it up to mid on, but top class batting from Rory Burns against an inexperienced spinner. Had a more experienced spinner seen him coming at him like that, he might have been able to do something about it, but he wasn't. Was Singh. Burns keeps the strike. He's 31. Sibley is 48, and Surrey getting dangerously close to Worcestershire already. Just 67 runs now, the deficit, and they're only one down. It's going to be a long old day for Worcestershire, I think.
Brooks it will be to continue from the new road end. Yeah, so that chase from Surrey, basically it was Sibley 140 not out. Jamie Smith played one of the best innings I've ever seen, where he sort of worked out that the new ball would be available the following morning, so took as much of the target out as he could on the second afternoon, as this is turned by Burns off his hip, third afternoon, sorry, and he'll get a single. So that when they got there on the final morning, he needed 200 and something, and they knocked it off. But the big thing about it was folks got 100 as well. And to celebrate, Gareth Batty nipped to the supermarket at Canterbury and bought a load of ice lollies to celebrate. I think there was something a little stronger than the ice lollies as well, as over the wicket comes Brooks and forward goes Sibley and turns this one into the leg side, and there's no run. And Ben Folkes came down to do the interview, and the thing he was most upset about, I thought he'd be delighted.
He didn't get a lolly.
Well, no, he did, but Sibley had been allowed 2, and he'd only been allowed 1. So I had a genuinely serious conversation with him about, well, why don't you just go and ask if you can have another one? He didn't really want to.
I suspect.
I think that had ruined his run chase.
Perks in the contract Sibley's got.
Might have been.
Yeah.
It might have been, but he was genuinely upset by that, as this is turned by Sibley off his hip down towards long leg. Of course, Ben Folkes not playing in this game because he and his partner are expecting their first baby any moment now. So big moment for them. And hence Rory Burns having the gloves yesterday, and now he's got bat in hand and he's 32 not out. And well, the partnership already approaching the 50 mark. And they've just ticked it around really, and Surrey I think will be pleased with their morning's work. Started this morning 47 without loss, so it's 98 for 1 this morning. Surrey. Burns just retaking his guard as he settles over his bat once more, and in over the wicket and goes Brooks, driven straight back down the pitch by Burns. Brooks gets a hand on it, takes some of the pace off, and I saw it. You'll see some of the Surrey players are walking round now, Frank, when they're not playing, in the Rory Burns testimonial cap, and I've got to say it's very smart. It's got number 17 on the front, and I think those are available in the shop back at the Kia Oval now, as this one's left alone outside the off stump by Rory Burns, and he's down to do a touch of gardening. So they're very smart. Got his squad number on the front. So yes, those are now. I think they've now turned up at the shop.
Are any here? Anybody?
Yeah, I think you can. Yeah. There was a little group of Surrey players having a walk around the boundary as Burns is cutting down towards backward point, and there is no run. End of the over. 145 for 1. Burns 32. Sibley 49. The dulcet tones of Mr. Dave Bradley
telling everybody not to go on the outfield at lunch. Some days you can, some days you can't. Not quite sure what decides it. Wouldn't have thought too much damage today if you went on the outfield, but spectators being asked not to go on at lunch. I think we're going to have 2 more overs before lunch. Depends how slowly Fateh Singh bowls this one. Around the wicket to Sibley, who's standing tall on the back foot and playing out into the covers. Hosefield, and there's no run. 145 for 1. Singh again in. Sibley plays out on the onside. Libby, for some reason, slides across the turf, doesn't get anywhere near the ball, Likes having a slide, maybe. No run though, because Taylor is at mid-on. Singh bowls, Sibley pushing out on the off, so we're definitely going to get another over, I think, because he's getting through this one pretty quickly. Not as quickly as Josh Baker, about whom I was talking before, who could bowl one in under a minute sometimes. Singh bowls back foot this time from Sibley, who plays it out on the offside. Certainly under 90 seconds. I used to put the clock on him. He had a very slow, quick approach and short run up. Singh bowls. Sibley works it on the leg side for a single. And that brings up his 50. A good morning's work for Big Dom. He's come here this morning. He thought, well, I'm 12 not out. I'll see if I can just nudge it around and bring up my 50 just before lunch, and then go out in the afternoon and get another 50, and then reach my 100 about tea time, and then finish the day about 1:35 not out with the score on 350, and come back tomorrow and back for another couple of hours. And wouldn't surprise me at all if that was his mindset, because he has been totally unflappable out there this morning. 50 off 132 deliveries for Dom Sibley, just 2 4s and a 6. Fateh Singh bowls, and Rory Burns is very watchful on the back foot to the last ball of the over, just pushing it out on the offside. That is the end of the over. We will have one more over before lunch, and Surrey handily placed 146 for 1, just one man out this morning. Ryan Patel caught at mid-on off a miss-hit pull shot by Jacob Duffy off Ben Allison for 61, and Surrey trailing by just 64 as lunch is imminent.
5th championship 50 of the summer to add to 200s for Dominic Sibley, so he's going alright this summer. And those 200s came in the same game against Hampshire, one in each innings for Dominic Sibley. I suppose when you see as much of him as I have, and obviously up here as well, you'd have seen a lot of him for Warwickshire, and you sort of get used to this from Sibley, but there's a real art to it. And then he opens the batting in T20, so he's got both games as this one turns off his hip from Sibley, as Brooks is in, and he'll get a single, one more to the total. This is Sibley talks it about, this is his business, this is what he does.
Yeah.
This is like his company. He is the chief executive of the company that goes out there and just ticks along and takes the shine off the ball and lets everybody else do what they want from the other end, and he's worth his absolute weight in gold, is Dominic Sibley, as this one's turned by Burns into the leg side, and there's no run. The only disappointment is he doesn't bowl his leggies anymore, because early on in his career, I Frank, and I say things in commentary that I regret an awful lot of the time, but I predicted early in his career that he would take 100 first-class wickets with his leg spin. So he still owes me 96, as in over the wicket once again goes Brooks, and this one's left alone outside the off stump. But when he was actually bowling, because when he left Surrey, he was opening the bowling in the T20, and sort of.
Well, he probably still could
from his height. It was very, very handy, but then it sort of has gone by the by now.
He probably still could. There are times when I do wonder in T20 whether it matters who bowls.
Well, who would bowl?
Yeah.
As forward goes Burns, plays this one.
And you get a trend, don't you, every year? There's a new trend, and this year it seems to be that the only way to get 200 is to do it in sixes. But for 1 or 2 years, there's been a trend to open the bowling with a spinner, and not so much the vogue this year, I don't think, but it could easily come back in.
Well, I would say when we started in 2003 with the old 2020, it was like a 2-week holiday for the spinners. They all went off and put their feet up on the beach for 2 weeks, as pushed by Burns off the back foot, straight back up the pitch, and there's no run. Well, Sam Curran's got a new delivery, and do you remember Jeremy Snape's moon ball?
Yeah.
Well, he's got one of those now.
Yeah.
It's very handy.
Well, they're always looking for new ideas, aren't they? It was the slow bouncer was all the big thing when Pat Brown did it, and Worcestershire had great success in
Sam
18
Curran,
and 19 with it.
Sam Curran was sort of player of the World Cup bowling that, wasn't he? When they won the T20 World Cup. There's the last ball before lunch, is left alone by Rory Burns. So solid morning that for Surrey. They've added 100 exactly. So that's 100 for 1 at lunch, Surrey, at 147 for 1. With Sibley 51 not out, Burns 32 not out. The wicket to go, Ryan Patel this morning, caught by Duffy off Allison for 61. And that all in reply to Worcestershire's 209. So Burns and Sibley make their way off. The Worcestershire players make their way off for their lunch. And as I say, I think solid morning for Surrey and some hard work for Worcestershire to come this afternoon.
Yeah, absolutely right. Pretty much what we expected this morning from Surrey. Very much what we expected from Dom Sibley. Very professional, very controlled performance from the champions, and Worcestershire not scruffy, not untidy, but not penetrative and not dangerous at all. With the Kookaburra, Duffy 9 overs no wicket for 31, Taylor 11 overs no wicket for 16, Ben Allison the 1 wicket taker 1 for 33 from 9, Matthew Waite 7 overs 1 maiden no wicket for 24, Ethan Brooks 6 tidy overs as a backup seamer no wicket for 14, and Fateh Singh 5 overs of his left arm spin no wicket for 27. So there we are at lunch. Surrey are absolutely on top. Just do an update for BBC Heaven Worcester, and then we'll be leaving you. So the players are just leaving the field for lunch here at New Road, with Surrey having added exactly 100 runs in the morning session for the loss of just 1 wicket. The man out was Ryan Patel, who was caught off a mishit pull at mid-on by Jacob Duffy off the bowling of Ben Allison for 61. That was 87 for 1, having begun the day at 47 without loss. But no further alarms for Surrey. Dom Sibley has been a very Dom Sibley this morning. 51 not out off 133 balls. He's been the mainstay of the innings. He's been joined by his captain Rory Burns, who has come in at number 3 and made 32 not out. Surrey ominously placed at the break. They trail by just 62 runs and they are just 1 wicket down. Worcestershire have been tidy but not particularly threatening with the ball this morning, and at the break Surrey 147 for 1. to the live stream has apparently gone down. But anyway, we've done what we can. It's nothing to do with us. Duffy round the wicket, bowls, Burns edges and is caught behind, and he's really annoyed with himself. It's a big wicket for Worcestershire. He got himself into that position that he does, where he just gives himself a little bit of room and looks to run it away down to third man, and just got a little nick through to the keeper. He's very annoyed. Just a little fish outside the off stump, and Rory Burns goes. So a wicket for Jacob Duffy, and the first of the afternoon for Worcestershire, and the first of the afternoon for the wicket-keeper Gareth Roderick, who we were talking about a moment or two ago, and you could tell by Rory Burns's reaction there that he's really cheesed off at getting out. I think he's made 34. He's set himself up. It looks like it's going to be a big afternoon for Surrey. They've had a good partnership of 73 for that second wicket. And the dangerous Sam Curran comes to the crease, but that's an important wicket. As I said to Rita at the start of this session, Surrey had got Worcestershire on the ropes, and the only way Worcestershire could get off the ropes was to take a couple of wickets, maybe even more than a couple, and at least they've got the first of those. And Duffy's first wicket of the game, Rory Burns out for 34, 160 for 2.
Well, that came from pretty much nowhere in a lot of respects. I think, we're going along rather nicely. Was it there to be cut? Was it a bit close?
A bit close, I think. Yeah, he plays that shot. He plays it so well, really, but he just didn't quite get that one right, and he's just had a little nibble. It was almost like a bit of nicks before the game, really, as he's just trying to steer it almost into the keeper's gloves. Left-hander is replaced by left-hander Sam Curran, who only bowled 4 overs yesterday, so you could argue that he's playing in this game as a frontline batter, and he can be extremely dangerous, as we know, but just have to have a little look at it first of all. Here comes Duffy round the wicket bowls, and Curran digs that out, and the chap who let us know about the lack of volume on YouTube said gave my nan a heart attack when it did come back on, because it came in at full volume just as the wicket went down. And we've had another correct answer to the quiz, which is good, from Dave McMillan, and he said he only knew one thing about Nigel Bennett, the Surrey captain, involved in the quiz question. Curran off the mark, as he just turns this one off his hip down to long leg for a single. But obviously the thing he knew about Nigel Bennett was enough to give him the answer to the quiz question, which is what connects the Surrey captain in 1946, Nigel Bennett, with an Australian off-spinner who played in the late 70s, late 80s and early 90s. What connects the captain Nigel Bennett, Surrey captain 1946, with an Australian off-spinner who played in the late 80s, early 90s? I'll give the answer just before tea, which is some distance away, as we're only just starting after lunch. Duffy in bowls. Sibley beautifully played off the back foot. Good diving stop by Kashif Ali at cover. They take a single. But Dave got the answer. He says the only thing he knew about Bennett was what guided him to the answer. So there you are, at Frank Watson 58 on X or Twitter if you would like to have a go, at Frank Watson 58, at Rita Green UK if you'd like to get in touch and say anything about the game. And Duffy bowls, Curran.
What?
Beautiful shot from Sam Curran. Bit of room, to be fair, from Duffy. Bit of width and tiny bit short of a length, but Curran, all the time in the world, just to square cut that for 4. Lovely shot. And I hesitate. I talked about boxers and being on the ropes and everything else, but the Surrey machine, the a juggernaut, really, isn't it? You know, they've got 3 playing for England, they've got 3 or 4 being rested, and they've still got exactly the right balance in terms of batters and all-rounders and spinners, and still got Dan Lawrence to come in. It's a heck of a powerful machine that Worcestershire are up against, and they're coming up now with a bit of a funky field.
Matthew Waite will go through the field in a moment. Starts a fresh new over, it's tucked into the onside, but straight to, let's call it one of the mid-wicket fielders. This is a ploy that was certainly in play before lunchtime. Really nice stop in the field there by Cash Valley in the previous over as well. We've got quite a few New Zealand internationals as well in this in this fixture, haven't we? You know,
well, Nathan Smith played here last year, of course, as well.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly.
As did Mitchell Santner.
I noticed the same. So there's a bit of niggle there. You never know. I'm winding up the crowd here. I was defending no right. I'm sure there is absolutely no niggle whatsoever, and it's quite nice to be back. But you know, when you play a former teammate,
there isn't any. I mean, Nathan Smith was saying this yesterday. He would have come back here, I think, had it not been for the fact that he got a far more lucrative offer from Surrey, but he was all set to come back. Mitchell Santner's played here recently in T20 cricket, so they've both fondly remembered and warmly welcomed back to New Road, and 2 more Kiwis in the Worcestershire side now, of course.
Indeed, including Duffy. Here's Waite though, is in. It's pushed into the offside. Think about a single. Sent back was Dom Sibley as Sam Curran puts his right paw up, and I think it was a no. I've always been told not to use the word no and use the word wait, because no sounds like go.
Yeah.
But I don't know if in you know, the kids nowadays actually care about this sort of thing. You know, like the modern coaches, they just say shout, and normally that will work. But that's why I always shout waiting.
We did use to say that. Then no could sound like go, but then who's ever shouted go? Right?
Yeah, that's well, sometimes to my like very occasionally, but not often. Wait in. Off the back foot, punched into the offside. Nice looking straight there, actually. Oh, and there's a bit of a misfield and a fumble, and they get away with 2 runs. That's
Fateh Singh, he's not so good going to his right as he is going to his left. That's the second time. He'll be working on it, I'm sure.
Yeah, and over the used pitches as well, to give him a little bit of I don't know, a little bit in
mitigation.
That.
You're very
mitigation.
generous. You're
there
very
you go.
generous.
I'm sitting on that fence again. I was saying this to Churchy earlier, that with the England-India Test match going on as well, that's one that I'm even Stevens there. Right, Waite in for next ball of the over, pushed into the onside, and there are 3 now. So you could throw a towel over them almost, couldn't you? 3 in that offside position, and they'll know from I can't even remember which over it was before lunch, but there was one that just tucked up in the air a little bit. So these 3 fielders are, by my eyes, Frank, pretty close by.
Yeah. Well, 2-3 yards in front of square, and then another one 7 or 8 yards to his left, another one 5 or 6 yards to his left, in a little arc, all catching on the leg side.
Next ball of the over. In fact, the last ball of the over. Defended, and there is no run. 168 for 2, end of the over, Surrey. I'm looking forward to Sam Curran batting. I'm a bit of a fan of a lot of players, don't get me wrong, but as a batter myself, I don't know, I like his style. He's got this very, very distinctive guard as well, which you don't see that often anymore in the game, this sort of arm guard. I don't know why I seem to be obsessed with that, but he uses that in every single format of the game, and he has this very distinctive style. But explosive player, you'll know him from the IPL as well, and franchise cricket around the world.
Tremendously confident cricketer. He strikes me as, I don't know him at all, but he just knows his game. He's a front foot cricketer, isn't he? And I don't mean that literally, but he's always looking to put pressure on the opposition. Just pushing this one out on the offside from Duffy. They'll have played against each other, I would imagine, in T20 franchise cricket. Duffy, who currently has the tag of number 1 T20 bowler in world cricket, although whether his recent performances in the Blast have maintained that position, I'm not sure. been quite an important member of the side for Worcestershire since he's been here. He bowls now, and Curran just has lots of time to just walk into that and push it into the offside. But yeah, they're as I say, it's a powerful lineup that Surrey have got, and what I particularly like is that they've just got all bases covered, haven't they? They've got Jacks and Lawrence to come next, just what you would want in middle order to sort of kick things on. Duffy bowls and Curran is forward pushing out on the offside, and then you've got Nathan Smith and Jordan Clark and Mitchell Santner, all three of them all-rounders but more than capable with the bat. Just a really nicely balanced side, and that's what you get when you've got a well recruited staff, some good homegrown players, and you can recruit players in areas that you think you need. Curran has lots of time to pull this one in front of square, rolls his wrists over the top, picks up 2 runs, takes him on to 7, and the total to 170 for 2, which means that the deficit is now down to just 39 runs. Worcestershire yesterday dismissed for 209, and I think they knew that even though that represented something of a recovery, having at one stage been 118 for 6 and 135 for 7, it wasn't enough. As this next one is played back to the bowler by Sam Curran.
And after winning the toss as well, it's slightly disappointing, isn't it? Great intent. Let's get a good total on the board, then put some pressure on Surrey. Just didn't quite materialise. But to be fair to Surrey, they bowled beautifully well, didn't they?
They did. And I think the other thing was, Worcestershire won the toss, didn't know what to do. The previous pitches here in all the games have been very difficult to bat on. Duffy to Curran, just nudges this down on the offside for a single. And when the coin came down on the right side, I suspect that Jake Libby was uncertain what to do. Decided to have a bat. Turns out the pitch is better than the other ones have been. The Kookaburra has done less than the Dukes did, obviously. And I think, maybe they didn't know that it was going to be a better pitch, and Surrey bowled really well. They lost a couple of wickets and had that disastrous lost a couple of wickets just before us. By mid-afternoon, I think they were thinking, oh, this is tricky again. And then at the end, they probably thought, well, actually, we've underachieved here. It wasn't really that tricky. They just bowled really well, but if we'd have batted a bit better, we could have got to 250, 300 plus. Anyway, here's Waite, end of the over. Yeah,
Matthew Waite did the business with the bat. Here he is with the ball. This one's beautiful ball. Wicket for Worcestershire was just what they wanted. And Sam Curran's innings is over pretty quickly. That was an interesting delivery. To just move through the air a little bit and surprise Sam Curran, who trudges back, who could have absolutely hammered it around in the innings. But 171 for 3 now.
Just exactly where he wanted it. Just nicked off bail, I think.
Yes.
Beautiful bit of bowling by Matthew Waite.
And he came a little bit wider, didn't he, in that delivery as well, round the wicket. And really nicely done by Waite, who gets his first wicket of the innings so far. His figures 10.1, 1 for 30. I think pretty well deserved. He's bowled really well today and kept the pressure on. And Sam Curran, his short innings is over. Out for 8, bowled by Matthew Waite.
Yeah, really big wicket, and not wishing to labour the point, I said that the only way they could halt the progress was to pick up wickets, and that's the case. They've got a couple since lunch. Obviously they've still got, and we've just been singing the praises of the batters to come, Lawrence and Jacks. Sibley is still there, and he will be the immovable object, you would imagine. But if they can chip wickets away at the other end, then they will at least feel. I mean, they always say add 2, don't they? If they had Surrey at, say, 5 down by the time they get 200 or something, they won't feel they're necessarily way out of the game. Because, as I was just saying before that wicket, at the end of the day yesterday, I think they reflected on it. They looked back on it. And they might have thought halfway through the day, oh, here we go again. We've struggled to get scores here. They looked back on it at the end of the day and actually said, well, you know what, that pitch was okay, and the Kookaburra didn't do as much as the Duke did, and we probably were 100 at least under where we should have been, I think. So they've got to drag themselves back into it, but Waite's given them just a little window.
And the new man is Dan Lawrence on strike. Cut into the offside and straight off the mark. And the chase is on. There's going to be a couple here as it just holds up before the boundary rope, and Dan Lawrence is not mucking about here. It's going to be fascinating to see how the innings goes. I was going to wander off actually and bring Mark Church back in, but with that wicket slight delay, so Mark's waiting in the wings. Let's see how Dan Lawrence. I mean, he's a fantastic batter with lots of international pedigree as well. 14 tests for England, the 27-year-old. So we shall see how he gets on. Lawrence on strike. Wait in. Left alone this one, and there is no run.
Well, he's made big runs against Worcestershire in last season at the Oval for Surrey, and also here at New Road. He took 34 off and over, I think, here at New Road last year. So he's a more than capable, dangerous player. Some would say he'd been unfortunate not to have played more Test matches than he had. Didn't even have a ball in the Worcestershire innings. Scores quickly.
Wait in. This one's left alone, and there's no run. I think that says a lot, doesn't it? When the likes of Sam Curran gets 4 overs and Dan Lawrence doesn't have a bowl. The pedigree and the depth of bowling.
It's extraordinary, isn't it? Really.
Yeah. Interest in Surrey, but Surrey, well, they're not wavering here. I mean, 173 for 3. That means that they are trailing by 36 still. I think this partnership's going to play a big role, but Surrey do bat an awfully long way down. Right, next time we chat on air, I'm going to talk to you about the Berkshire connection. I found a Berkshire connection to Worcestershire. Okay. Right, Waits in, teasing a very small crowd out there. That one's defended. There's no run. Everyone's like, "What do you mean?"
Berkshire connection to Worcestershire historically.
Historically.
Yeah.
Oh, if you're not sure about that one, Frank, and listeners out there, do get in touch because. Look, I'm a former Berkshire cricketer myself, and I thought there must be a connection, and there sure is in the history books.
Somebody who's played for Worcestershire, who's played for Berkshire, then, or something like that. But from Berkshire?
No, actually.
Okay.
Right, wait, in. This one's driven, and straight down. Oh, brilliant. On drive, and there's a chase on. And even that's not going to make it to the boundary rope. And they go through for 2, a lovely on drive. A big fan of an on drive, am I, Frank? And it's the end of the over. I'm going to make way for Mark Church. 173 for 3. Surrey, they still trail by 36 runs.
Thanks very much to Rita Green. Mark Church coming in back alongside me. Worcestershire then 2 wickets since lunch. Rory Burns caught behind by Gareth Roderick off the bowling of Jacob Duffy for 34, just having a little nibble at one outside the off stump, very annoyed with himself. And then Sam Curran got a bit of a trimmer from Matthew Waite, played and missed at it outside the off stump, just flicked the off bail, and Curran gone for 8. So it's 175 for 3 as Duffy is in from the Diglis end, and off the back foot Dom Sibley, the immovable object, plays it back up the pitch. 61 to Sibley, 159 balls now. But you know what I say as Mark Church comes back, Dan Lawrence only faced 5 balls, but he's timed the pants off 2 of them.
Well, I think Worcestershire have been very good since lunch, and they've come up with some plans. They've picked up a couple of the wickets that they needed to.
Just need this one, really, I would say. Dom Sibley. Duffy is in and bowls, and Sibley is very correctly playing that one up to mid-on. He's got a very characteristic style, Dom Sibley, and you often think when you watch a batsman walk away in between deliveries, if they hold the bat with the right hand and they're right-handed, like Sibley tends to do, it suggests that their right hand is dominant when they play. But when he is quite right-handed, and he does hit the ball particularly well on the leg side. Just blocks this one on the offside. But when he plays that shot up to mid-on off the back foot, which he does a lot, there's a lovely correctness about it. He's very tall, he stands up straight, balanced, and the bat is epically straight. It really is. And you watch a lot of cricket now, particularly in the white ball game, where players hit the ball down the ground in the V, as we used to say, and the bat isn't straight. But when Sibley hits the ball in the V, in red ball cricket especially, bat is very, very straight indeed. Bouncer from Duffy, ducks underneath it, totally unflappable Sibley at the crease, which is the key obviously to playing the sort of innings that he is capable of playing, the long innings. Total unflappability. He reminds me in some ways of Jonathan Trott when he occupies the crease. Just goes for a little walk and enters the zone and plays the ball, and then just relaxes. That ability to switch off between deliveries, so important. And gets one that's hurried him a little bit, but played it nicely enough, just one-handedly in the end, taking the right hand off, just dropping it down on the leg side, and through they go for a single. He goes to 62 then, Sibley. Absolutely the cornerstone of this innings, and that's by complete and utter design, both from his point of view and from the team's point of view, from the selector's point of view. You know what you're going to get, and bowl the opposition out for 209 and then get a Dom Sibley 100. The chances are that from your team point of view you're going to have a healthy lead, and it looks as though it's going to be that way as Duffy comes into bowl to Dan Lawrence for the first time, and Lawrence is walking into this one, pushing it back up the pitch. End of the over, good tidy over, and as you say, Mark, I think Worcestershire they've been pretty sound since lunch. They've picked up 2 wickets, and in that time Surrey have added 31 runs, so it's 176 for 3.
Yes, and I think again you're seeing why Sibley is so valued by Surrey, is that he's just doing what he does. And Surrey have lost Burns and Sam Curran since lunch, but Sibley's not going to change a thing here, and he knows his game inside out these days. And yes, he is a mighty fine player, he really is. As it's going to be wait to continue. Picked up the wicket of Sam Curran after lunch. He's in here to Sibley, that climbs off a goodish length. That's nicely bowled again by Waite. And Sibley's down to do a touch of gardening. Lawrence is down to do a touch of gardening as well. Sun's come out. Bit of blue sky about the place. And Surrey 176 for 3. At lunch they were 147 for 1. So far, very much Worcestershire's session after lunch. But Surrey approaching that 209 that Worcestershire made in their first innings. As Sibley looks to drive, they've still got the 3 men in that leg side position. It's a bit like a Worcestershire wall, that. As Sibley looks to his left, 3 of them all stood there in a line. He'll do very well to thread it between them. It's almost that he should get double if he gets it between one of those 3. Really, Dom Sibley.
Target cricket.
Yeah, it is, isn't
like
it?
That Martin Crowe game.
Yes, that didn't last long, but I remember that.
Max.
Yes. As in over the wicket comes Waite, short ball, and Sibley's in behind it, just plays it down towards backward point, and there's no run. Yes, there were little targets, weren't there?
Well, you got more for hitting it. You got more for hitting it straight. It was outdoors, I think, but you got more for hitting it straight than you did for hitting it square. I used to run an indoor league where you got 6 for hitting it along the ground to the back wall and 4 in the air, and that worked quite well.
I still think the greatest ever was the single wicket competition on ITV World of Sport live from Hong Kong, where it's Ian Botham, Kapil Dev, Richard Hadley.
Not bad.
It was brilliant. Imran Khan as forward goes Sibley, plays this one off a good length out into the offside, and there's no run. All going head to head in a single wicket competition. And it didn't last for very long, but I seem to remember that was on World of Sport when I was little. From Hong Kong it was. It was very exciting, I have to say. I'm surprised nobody else has come up with that yet, and sort of taking it round the world in this wonderful way of doing things these days. Over the wicket then once again is Waite, shout for LBW. He won't be getting that, but it's good bowling at Sibley, and it's just got a bit uncomfortable here for Surrey after lunch, and it's good stuff from Worcestershire, making this as hard as possible for Surrey at the moment. And a very warm welcome to listeners on 5 Sports Extra 2 who have joined us with Surrey at the moment 176 for 3, Lawrence on 4, Sibley on 62. This all in reply to Worcestershire's 209 of yesterday. Waiting is Sibley, and he's forward solidly, playing this one back up the pitch, and there's no run. And the 3 wickets to go so far. Ryan Patel caught by Jacob Duffy off the bowling of Allison for 61. That was 87 for 1. And then after lunch, sorry, we're 147 for 1 at lunch. Burns was caught behind, Rory Burns the captain, off the bowling of Duffy for 34. And Sam Curran bowled by Waite for 8. So it's been a good little period this for Worcestershire. Frank Watson, of course, is alongside. And an interesting afternoon on the cards.
Jacob Duffy from the Diglis end for Worcestershire bowls, and Dan Lawrence just turns this easily off his pads down to Matthew Waite at long leg for a single. While we've got Sports Extra 2 with us, we'll give out the quiz question again. That might be fun. We might reach a few more people with it. I try and have a quiz question here on the Worcestershire coverage in the Championship each day, and usually try and relate it to the visitors. Today's question concerns Surrey, so if you're a Surrey fan or if you're just a cricket buff, you might be interested in it. I'll give it out in a minute as Duffy bowls and Sibley steers this down into the slips off a measured, soft-handed little glide off the face. Hosefields, and there's no run. So it's a what links question. What links two people in this case? What links the Surrey captain of 1946, Nigel Bennett? What links him with an Australian off-spinner who played Test cricket at the end of the 80s? This one is short from Duffy and absolutely smashed for 6 by Dom Sibley. His second 6. He hit Fateh Singh, the left-arm spinner, straight down the ground before lunch. This one banged in short. It's a short boundary on the leg side, on the cathedral side of the ground if you're batting at this New Road end, and Sibley swivels round and smashes that away down to the boundary for 6. He goes to 68, 183 for 3 now. And Duffy in again, bowls, and Sibley on his toes to another short one, plays it down on the offside. So going back to the quiz question, that was a no ball. 2 more onto the total, 185 for 3. What links Surrey skipper Nigel Bennett, 1946, with an Australian Test off spinner who played at the end of the 80s? Answers via X or Twitter to me at Frank Watson 58 if you'd like to have a go at that, and I'll be giving out the answer just before the tea interval, which is about 22 overs away as Duffy bowls, and Sibley is getting another single here, just turning this one away on the leg side. Unhurried stuff from Dom Sibley. He may have just hit a 6, but he'll play each ball on its merits, and he was just concentrating on crease occupation, and he has been absolutely solid in that respect since this innings began an hour before the close last night on day 1. and he's just eating up the balls. 173 face now for his 69. Duffy bowls to Lawrence. Lovely sweet drive from Dan Lawrence, who's looked in good touch since he's come to the crease. He's timed it beautifully, even though he's only made 5 runs so far. He looks a very, very comfortable batter these days, Dan Lawrence, at this level. A few test matches as well behind him, of course. Some would say he's unlucky not to have played more. Former Essex man, but he's very much part of this champion Surrey outfit now as Duffy bowls, and again just very, very easily flicked away off his pads down to long leg. Good piece of fielding down there by Matthew Waite, prevents the ball going over the rope. It's the end of the over, and he will keep the strike. Just a suggestion as Waite threw that in that he might have hurt his back a little bit, which is a slight worry because he is about to bowl from the New Road end. At the end of that over, Surrey are 187 for 3.
Yeah, and just ticking along there with Sibley with the 6, and all of a sudden that score just raced along a touch in that over, but Surrey still in a very good position here at 187 for 3, despite losing those couple of wickets after lunch. Rory Burns keeping wicket in this championship game for the first time in championship cricket in 10 years, and kept very tidily yesterday because Ben Folkes is away expecting his first offspring. As forward goes Dan Lawrence to Waite, and little inside edge onto that front pad, and that potted away into the leg side, and there is no run. 187 for 3 then. Sorry. 209 from Worcestershire. So they're approaching the Worcestershire first innings total. Sorry, very good with the ball yesterday. 2 standout bowlers were Matt Fisher, 3 for 34, and Jordan Clark, 3 for 38. As forward goes Lawrence. Plays a good length delivery, straight back up the pitch. That rolls up towards mid-on, and there is no run. Tom Sibley just stood at the non-striker's end with his bat rested on his pads, gloves off. He's played in typically Sibley fashion here. 69 from 173 deliveries. Of course, the Kookaburra ball being used in this round of games as Waite is in and Lawrence is down the pitch to him. They've got 3 men, Worcestershire, on the leg side catching, which we saw for Sibley and we're seeing for Lawrence. So it's as he looks to his left, Dan Lawrence, he'll see 3 of the Worcestershire fielders in a line there. There's not a great deal of space between them, so he's going to do very well to thread it between them. It's a good tactic, this, from Worcestershire. They've obviously had a chat at lunchtime and come up with some plans as Waite is in over the wicket to Lawrence. Lawrence is forward, thickish edge, and that's going to fly away down to the third man boundary rope for 4. So he didn't go too hard at it. It was always going down, but it's down to the boundary rope for 4 runs. Nicely bowled again by Waite. He's been very good today. Good line, good length, getting Lawrence pushing forward, but thick outside edge and racing off down to that third man boundary rope for 4 runs. 191 for 3. Lawrence stands with his bat raised as Waite is over the wicket to him, and Lawrence is forward and turns this one into the leg side, and there is no run. Nice afternoon here at New Road. Not as warm as we've had over the last few days, but a nice temperature for playing and watching. Good crowd in as well. I think a lot of Surrey supporters have made the trip up to New Road. Gets the ball in his hands once again, does Waite, shining it up, and then he'll come right arm over the wicket to Dan Lawrence. Lawrence on 10. Waite is into him. Lawrence is down the pitch and In the end, it hits the bat and potters out into the leg side. I think he was thinking about a big shot there, was Dan Lawrence, but then wasn't quite to the pitch, and in the end just held the bat there, and it potters into the leg side, and there's no run. Someone's got a shopping trolley somewhere near us, I think, at the moment. End of the over, 191 for 3 then. Lawrence has 10, and Sibley's on 69.
Yeah, Dan Lawrence doesn't like to be tied down for too long, does he? He likes to be on top of the bowling, and there was just the the sense as that over progressed that he was getting a little bit frustrated. Ben Allison is coming into the attack at the Diglis end of the ground. Picked up the first wicket to fall this morning. 9 overs, 3 maiden, 1 for 33 so far for him. I was talking earlier about how well his brother did yesterday. His little brother got his second successive 100 for Essex in Championship cricket. Charlie, but it's Big Ben coming in now from the Diglis end, and his first ball is right on a length and just played firmly back to him by Dom Sibley. So Essex 191 for 3, trailing by just 18 runs now with 7 wickets in hand. They are absolutely poised, really, if they can just get past that Worcestershire total without losing any more wickets, poised to cut loose. But Worcestershire since lunch, and we're in the 60th over of the innings, have been quite tidy. As Allison bowls, that one maybe just kept a fraction low. Sibley just jams the bat down on it, and Worcestershire will feel that if they can keep the lid on it for the next 20 overs, new ball will be due. Kookaburra, of course, as Mark was saying, in this round of games, but if they can just keep the lid on it, and they have done that since lunch, that they will well, maybe not stay in with a chance of getting a result, but they'll still be in the game. Tom Taylor loosening up at mid-off. As in comes Allison. Sibley on the back foot plays up to mid-on, and there's no run. Taylor, who hasn't got a wicket yet, but has been, we think, here in the commentary box, probably the pick of the Worcestershire bowlers. 11 overs, 3 maidens, no wicket for 16. And in both his spell last night and this morning, passed the bat quite frequently and looked a little bit unlucky not to pick up a wicket, but hasn't bowled since this morning. I think he's imminent, his return to the attack.
Oh dear.
Ben Allison has just got into his delivery stride, then lost control of the ball, and it's just popped out of his hand. It didn't bring his arm over, it didn't go into delivery, it left his right hand before he turned his arm over and just trickled up the pitch on the offside, and everybody just stood and watched it. Slip went and picked it up, and Allison is trying again. You don't see that very often. He comes in now and bowls, and Sibley turns this on the leg side for a single, which takes him on to 70, and the total 292 for 3. Men out since lunch. Rory Burns caught behind by Gareth Roderick off Jacob Duffy for 34, and Sam Curran got a trimmer actually from Matthew Waite, just took the off bail as he played and missed, and he was out for 8. Dan Lawrence just remarks his guard at the New Road end of the ground. The sun is out now. It's a picture, his New Road, this afternoon, as Allison bowls, and this one is played out on the onside by Dan Lawrence. 10 not out for Lawrence. Fairly untroubled so far. Having a little walk, a little prod at the pitch. But as I say, glorious sunshine now, blue skies overhead, and New Road at its best, really, in terms of the visuals as we look from our position at wide third man across towards the cathedral. And Allison moves in from the Diglis end, and Dan Lawrence is pushing this one back up the pitch, and there's no run. End of the over from Ben Allison. 10 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 34 to him. 192 for 3 is the score, and that means that Surrey are just 17 runs behind.
Yep, and that's still a good position for Surrey to find themselves in on this second afternoon. There's a chat out there between Lawrence and Sibley, and Tom Taylor, as you just heard, the dulcet tones of Dave Bradley coming across New Road. So Tom Taylor is coming back into the attack. He bowled well this morning, I thought, again opening up from the Diglis end. Now we're going to see him from this New Road end of the ground. Dominic Sibley will be the man on strike on 70. So there's going to be slip, gully, backward point, cover, mid off. There's a mid on, there's the short mid wicket, deep backward square and the long leg as Taylor is into Sibley. Sibley gets solidly forward, plays this one back up the pitch, and there is no run. So a couple of wickets for Worcestershire after lunch, but now little partnership beginning to develop between Dan Lawrence and Dominic Sibley. Taylor gets the ball back in his hands once more. Sibley settles himself down over his bat once again. Over the wicket goes Taylor to Sibley, and Sibley's driving straight down the ground. Good looking shot from Dominic Sibley. He'll pick up 1, he'll pick up 2. 2 more to the total, 2 more to Sibley. Sibley moves on to 72. Surrey move on to 194 for 3. But this is if you want a Dominic Sibley innings, this is it. The way he's gone about all of this is typical Sibley, really. And as I say, that's why he is such a highly regarded member of this Surrey side. Taylor striding in once again, comes over the wicket to Sibley, and Sibley's forward and getting that front foot outside the line of the off stump. Half a shout as it hit the front pad and then just ballooned away into the offside. It's good bowling again from Taylor, who's been impressive. Into his 12th over, none for 18 thus far. Turns down below us once again. Sibley settles himself down over his bat on 72, and he's letting this one go outside the off stump. And that's taken by Roderick, moving away to his right hand side. But he's charged in, Taylor, and he's hit a very good line and a good length. Sibley settling himself down once again over his bat. Taylor comes striding in once more over the wicket to Sibley, and Sibley's forward pushes into the offside. Will take a single up to the left of mid-off. One more to Dominic Sibley. He moves on to 73 now. Sorry, move on to 195 for 3. And Lawrence twiddles the bat in his hands and then settles himself down over his bat once more. Taylor, as the sun comes out, coming in over the wicket to Lawrence. Oh, and Lawrence, well, he's looked to go through the leg side there wristily, and in the end the bat twisted in his hands and there's just the ball potted up towards mid-on. So funny looking shot that from Dan Lawrence. And it's the end of the over. 195 for 3 then, Surrey. So they trail now by 14. With Lawrence on 10 and Sibley on 73.
Let's have a look at scores elsewhere. Somerset are playing Warwickshire at Edgbaston. Somerset 490 for 9 in 131 overs. They continue to grind on there. Middlesex against Northants at Wantage Road, Northampton. Middlesex made 413, Northants 114 for 3 in reply. Sussex Durham at Chester Street. This break off as Allison bowls and Sibley defends out on the onside. Sussex 361, Durham 81 for 1. Essex Hampshire at Chelmsford. Essex 296, Hampshire 133 for 3. Gloucestershire Derbyshire at Bristol. Gloucestershire 187, Derbyshire 298 for 2. And at Leicester, Glamorgan 353, Leicester 108 without loss. So good start by Leicester in reply to that Glamorgan total. As Allison has trapped Sibley, LBW. Big wicket for Worcestershire. Ben Allison absolutely delighted. Dom Sibley looks aghast, probably thinking that he was going to be out there all day, but Ben Allison strikes as a very, very important wicket for Worcestershire. Looks a good shout to us here in the box, although I always get told off for saying that, Mark, because I say I've just had a look at the replay and it looks a good shout, and people say, oh, he always says that, it looks a good shout, but what else can you say? It looked pretty straight, looked a good height. Excellent innings from Dom Sibley, but just when you think he's going to be there all day, Ben Allison strikes. It's a good afternoon session for Worcestershire so far. They've taken a third wicket since lunch. Dom Sibley gone for 73, 195 for 4. And I'll just finish off the last 2 county scores I was giving them. Notts against Yorkshire at Trent Bridge. Notts 487, and Yorkshire have lost an early wicket, 4 for 1 in reply. Kent still batting at Blackpool against Lancashire. That'll be fun. Blackpool, lovely place to play. 316 for 6 Kent. So there we go. A wicket for Worcestershire for Ben Allison, 195 for 4. And I'm going to take this opportunity to duck out and bring back in Rita Green alongside Mark Church.
Thank you, Frank. So yes, fine innings from Dom Sibley, but obviously very disappointed to go at that point for 73. So it brings Will Jacks out to the middle. So Worcestershire hanging in there at the moment. And it's been a good session for them since lunch. And that lunchtime session is Surrey 38 for 3 in the post-lunch session. So Jackson and Lawrence have got a bit of a job to do here for Surrey. And there is a new ball available in 18.4 overs time as well for Worcestershire. So interestingly poised. Surrey's still in a good position, but if they could nick out either Jacks or Lawrence, then this would turn into an excellent session after lunch for Worcestershire. Welcome back, Rita.
Thank you, Mark. Well.
Yeah, it's been good stuff from them. It really has. It will be Allison then to bowl to Will Jacks, his first championship game of the summer, having been away on IPL duty, of course. Allison is in, and that first one just climbs a touch on the right-handed Jacks, and he pushes it down behind him, and there is no run as Jacks comes down to do some gardening, and Lawrence is wandering down as well to pass on some information to Will Jacks. Sun's come out again here at New Road. Jack settles himself down over his bat once more. Allison, right arm over the wicket to Jacks, bowls him. This is what we were talking about. And Jacks plays that as if it's kept a bit low on him, but it's knocked his middle stump out the ground. And Jacks goes second ball, and all of a sudden, Surrey are 195 for 5. And Ben Allison has 2 in the over. Sibley for 73, and Will Jacks goes without scoring.
Wow, what a turnaround. And Surrey still trailed by 14. That one kept awfully low. However, also Will Jacks' foot movement, well, not sure there was much foot movement in there, just a little step forward, got through the gates, and the stump went flying. I keep saying well. That's not very insightful commentary, but it's been quite an effort here from Worcestershire to really turn it around. And all day, morning and also the afternoon as well, there have been barely any gimmies given to Surrey. So any batter coming out has really felt the pinch, made it happen. And I think the biggest wicket of the lot was Dom Sibley.
Yep.
It was a big blow.
It was indeed, and Mitchell Santner is making his way out to the middle now. So Mitchell Santner with a job to do here for Surrey. So he knows all about New Road, of course, Mitchell Santner. But this is his first bat in Championship cricket for Surrey. And he'll be greeted by Dan Lawrence out there in the middle. So Santner, very fine player in his own right. He's got Test match hundreds, for goodness sake. But this has been excellent from Worcestershire since lunch. Surrey at lunch were 147 for 1. And they're now 195 for 5. Allison has 2 in this over. Left-handed, of course, is Mitchell Santner. So Mitchell Santner taking his guard out there in the middle. There is a slip and a gully. There's a cover point. There's a cover. There's a mid-off. There's a mid-on. There's a deep backward square. Who's coming up now? So Kashivali is coming up to mid-wicket. And that means that Waite moves a little squarer at long leg down below us. First ball then for the left-handed Santner. Allison round the wicket to him. Oh, that's a good one. This pitch has suddenly woken up. Wow. That was banged in at Santner, got very big on him, hit the glove, could have gone anywhere. This is a cracking over from Allison.
It's almost like a completely different wicket and ground. Every ball is doing something, and that one, just fired in, didn't he? And it got really, really big on him, and it could have gone anywhere.
Yeah, really good delivery. I think that surprised Santner. I think that surprised everybody. Allison's into Santner. He's forward. Solid looking defensive shot. That from Santner. But that's been a terrific over from Allison. Gets the wicket of Sibley LBW for 73. And then Jack's second ball without scoring. And Surrey 195 for 5. So Surrey still trailing by 14, isn't it? And yeah, bit of work for them to do here, but very good stuff from Worcestershire, keeping themselves in this game at the moment. Worcestershire
sure are. What a start to the afternoon's play. Just like Mark said, at the lunch break, 147 for 1 by my make, and now 195 for 5. The wickets have tumbled. Fresh new over. Taylor's in, past the umpire, tucked into the onside by Lawrence. They go through for a single. Think about a second and definitely say no to that. Well, it just shows in the county championships things can turn. With Surrey's incredible batting lineup, putting the pressure on, and they've just been doing this all day. Worcestershire, they haven't been giving them long hops or square cuts, easy square cuts or anything like that. It's been pretty much wicket to wicket, and certainly have taken advantage this afternoon. And here's the Kiwi Santner on strike. The left-handed batter waits for the first one from this end. This one's defended and there is no run. You haven't seen many sort of mini collapses like this season, have you?
There's been one or two, yeah. And I think the thing here is that Worcestershire have obviously had a chat at lunchtime, and if you notice, the run scoring's dried up a touch here for Surrey. Now, it's what Surrey did to Worcestershire yesterday: dry up the runs and wickets come. So they've been really good since lunch, Worcestershire. They've got to keep it going here, though.
Taylor in, cut into the offside, but straight to point. There's no run.
Because as we've been saying, Surrey do obviously bat a long way down, so there's still a chance of a partnership, but I think we were all sitting here thinking this could be a very long afternoon for Worcestershire, and as it is, they've sort of wrestled their way back into this now, and they've got a new ball not too far away actually. 17 overs after this one until there's a new ball due.
What was in their tea? At lunchtime. Here's Taylor in. Driven, but straight to the fielder, and there's no run. Yeah, absolutely. The game can turn pretty quickly. Of course, Surrey coming into today's game, this round of fixtures rather, unbeaten for the season. A few draws along the way, and certainly away games have been, I think we were chatting about this a little bit earlier on, they've been run fests, but this one is intriguing, absolutely intriguing. As it stands, trail by 13 do Surrey. Here comes Taylor again. Defended by Mitch Santner, and there is no run. There's lots of Kiwis in this game, aren't there? Lots and lots of Kiwis. Hello to you if you're listening from New Zealand. What a part of the world. Have you done any cricket commentary down there?
I've never been to New Zealand. It's somewhere I would like to go. Yeah, no, it does look an amazing country. It really does. And they produce some very good cricketers. And 4 of them on show here.
Absolutely. Know each other, I'm sure, pretty well. Santner, 33 years old, from Hamilton. Here's Taylor in. Driven, but straight to the fielder. Nice looking stroke, but nicely fielded as well. If you like your extreme sports as well, New Zealand's the place to go, but that's a conversation for another day.
Yes, that's another day's conversation, isn't it?
But talk of exhilaration, there's certainly a lot of excitement out there at the moment. Finally poised is this game. And Surrey, at the end of the over, 196 for 5.
Yeah, and they've got themselves into this game now, Worcestershire. But they've got to stick in there. That's the other thing. They can't afford to have an hour where they sort of go away from this plan. But Surrey are being made to work very, very hard this afternoon. As Allison will continue. Down there in the distance from the Diglis end of the ground. Dan Lawrence is the man on strike on 11. 196 for 5. As Lawrence settles himself down over his bat. Allison comes in over the wicket to Lawrence, and Lawrence plays this one down into the leg side. Rolls in there towards short mid wicket, and there's no run. Nice afternoon now. Sun's out, blue sky.
Yeah, I took my little break in just the stand in front of us. It was absolutely glorious.
Yeah, it's nice down there.
Had a chat with a few Worcestershire faithful. I said, oh, could be a couple of wickets in this. This was before the mini tumble. I'll tell you in a moment what he said.
As over the wicket once again goes Allison to Lawrence. Lawrence covers up, plays this one out into the offside, and there's no run.
The nice gentleman said, yeah, that's all well and good, but Worcestershire then have to bat again on the
Yes. Well,
so he's thinking ahead already, but... yeah.
I think from a Worcestershire point of view, if they can keep Surrey within touching distance, then they're still in the game. They're going to have to bat well second time round, but if they can keep Surrey within touching distance, then they're still in the game. Anything could happen as Allison is in and Lawrence drives. Doesn't really time this. He'll get a single up there to Duffy at mid-off. And one more to the total. 197 for 5. Lawrence 12. Santner coming back on to strike, yet to get off the mark. But yeah, didn't really time that one down, Lawrence, but picks up a single. Settles himself down over his bat again, does Santner. Around the wicket goes Allison. Forward comes Santner. Plays a good length ball out into the offside, and there's no run. Ladies Pavilion, very popular. People going up the steps to get their cake. Here's magnificent cake. There was some delivered here yesterday, which was rather lovely. Victoria sponge.
Oh, yum.
And very large slices. They were like doorstops of Victoria sponge delivered yesterday. Allison's in. And shout for LBW, Gibbon! Oh, now Mitchell Santner, he thinks he's hit that. He's got to be a little bit careful here because he's pointing his bat towards the umpire, but the umpire's finger's gone up. But Santner, you can see how annoyed he is, and he smashed the bat down into the turf, and well, he's not happy, is he? And Mitchell Santner goes LBW without scoring, and I have to say, Mitchell Santner, it's not like him to look this cross. He's one of the more laid-back characters in cricket, but he's absolutely livid with that decision. And I think Santner, I don't think that's hit his pad. I think that has hit his bat on the outside edge and gone down into the gully, and I can see why he's cross when you see it again on the replay, because we're just seeing it again on the replay. I don't think that's even hit his pad. I think that's hit the outside edge of his bat.
I thought I heard a sound as well.
Yeah, actually. So I think he's got a rough one there, Mitchell Santner, and just from his reaction and he's very angry, but he's been given, and it's another wicket for Allison, and he's changing all of this afternoon. 197 for 6. Mitchell Santner goes for a duck. And as I say, when you see it again on the replay, I think he has got a rough one there, and you have to say what you're seeing. But from a Worcestershire point of view, they won't mind that at all. They've got another wicket, they've got a second bowling point, and 197 for 6, Surrey.
And Allison now 4 for 35. What a spell! And really has turned the game on its head a little bit here. Sorry, we're pretty much cruising. We were talking about leads and blah blah blah, but Santner, wasn't he absolutely furious?
Well, yes, and
maybe quite rightly.
Sort of, yes. When you see it on the replay, you can understand why. But he had to go, and he has got a rough one there, as Mitchell Santner. So Jordan Clark is joining Dan Lawrence out there in the middle. So it's all changed, doesn't it? 147 for 1, and suddenly, 197 for 6. So that is 54-5, isn't it? Since lunch, 50 for 5 since lunch, Surrey. So they need now. Surrey need a calm little period.
Yes.
I'm not sure we're going to get one after that Santner dismissal, though. Sort of got the crowd into it as well, hasn't it? As Allison is into Jordan Clark, who's letting this one go outside his off stump, and that's taken behind the stumps neatly and tidily. It's the end of the over from Allison. He's got terrific figures now of 4 for 35. The wicket of Mitch Santner without scoring, and it's 197 for 6.
Incredible. That's why we love the game, isn't it? It can absolutely turn so quickly. Santner was absolutely furious, showed his bat to the umpire as the decision was given. It was an almighty big appeal as well, quite rightly, but you have to respect the umpire's call, of course. And as he came off, there were a couple of little boos, weren't there, from the stands? You don't often see that type of reaction, but he'll be furious. He signed a one-game extension to play in this game, so wanted to make a big impression with the ball and the bat. Right, fresh new over starts. This one's defended, and there's no run. Every ball, it feels like it's an ooh and oh moment. You probably heard that from the effects mic. But right, in the terms of the state of play for the game, what do they try? 14 plus 3, that would be 17. Oh gosh, I was hoping for the mathematics to be in it. Do you know, I did math. Oh yeah, 17. There we go, Rita. Have faith in your own maths ability. They trail by 17 still. So Dan Lawrence, so much experience at the wicket. We're looking to play the part with the bat. Didn't have a bowl earlier, but here he is on strike, tucked into the onside. We go through for a single, and Jordan Clark now on strike. He's got a sort of half jumper thing, a short sleeve jump, not short sleeve, a sleeveless jumper on. I I think it's pretty warm out there, but there we go. Probably wants to just warm up before he really gets going. And what a spell from Ben Allison. Got 65 in the first innings. The Essex-born 25-year-old, former Essex player as well. His brother, of course, Charlie Allison. So it's been quite a weekend. A weekend and a bit of Monday as well for the Allison family. Here's Taylor in. This one goes to mid-on. I think about it. Big no, and there is no run. Yeah, what a post-lunch spell this is.
Yeah, it's been terrific stuff from Worcestershire. It really has, and a bit of controversy in there as well now, just to add to the excitement. Always gets the crowd into it though, doesn't it? Wickets and then a bit of controversy.
What were the penalty runs for?
I haven't seen that yet.
5 penalty runs.
Yeah.
Oh, I see. Right, we'll talk about the
Might
penalty
fit the
runs in a
helmet,
moment.
I suppose.
Next one in, defended, and there's no run. Penalty runs. Well, we'll look into that, won't we?
Well, I think that the only thing I can think is did the ball... I can't remember the ball hitting the helmet, to be fair. It's normally what it's for. But, yeah, I think it's got a bit of everything, this, at the moment. A bit of controversy. Bit of... Hang on. Frank, I haven't even got my glasses on here. Oh, okay, so 5 penalty runs. I see what that is.
Tom Taylor in. This one's defended, no runs.
So the 5 penalty runs, the 5 penalty runs have been added to the Worcestershire total. And that is because of Santner's reaction, I think, to being out. Because we saw the 2 umpires get together. So I thought Frank was talking about Surrey batting 5 penalty runs had been added to Surrey's, but Worcestershire's total has now gone up to 214. So that's 5 penalty runs for the Santner reaction, I think. So it's 214 now for Worcestershire.
Tom Taylor cut into the offside, but straight to point. Clark still yet to get off the mark.
Welcome back to, just to say, Rita, sorry, welcome back to listeners on Sports Extra 2. It's all happening here at the moment. So all of a sudden, Rita Green is alongside. Surrey are on 198 for 6. They have lost 5 wickets since lunch. They were 147 for 1 at lunch. They've lost Rory Burns, caught behind off Duffy for 34. Sam Curran bowled by Waite for 8. Sibley LBW to Allison for 73. Will Jacks bowled by Allison second ball. And then Mitchell Santner giving out LBW to Allison. Now seeing the replays, he's got a rough one there as Mitchell Santner. But due to his reaction, because he sort of pointed the bat towards the umpire, Surrey have been punished by Worcestershire getting 5 penalty runs. So Worcestershire's 209 has now become 214. So there we are. So it's all been happening. And first ball of a new over from Allison is short, and Dan Lawrence has swayed inside it. So it's all cooking up here, Rita, at the moment. But look, I think having seen the replay, Mitchell Santner got a really rough decision. But he then pointed the bat towards the umpire, which he shouldn't really do. And as he walked off, he slammed his bat into the ground because he was so cross. As this one's turned by Dan Lawrence up towards mid-on. And all of a sudden, Worcestershire's first innings total has gone up to 214. And that's because it's 5 penalty runs for being a naughty boy. And
I don't think the ground staff would have been too pleased either with the bat being slammed into one of the wickets beside. But yeah, he was furious. I thought I heard a sound as well.
As in over the wicket once again goes Allison. Oh, that climbs from back of a length at Lawrence and hits the bottom hand of Dan Lawrence and then rolls down into the gully region. And it's been a really good spell of bowling this from Allison. I think having seen the replay again, and we've only seen it a few times, but it really was a rough decision for Santner. I think that's the best way of explaining it. And yeah, he was furious. And you can understand why he was furious, because I'm not even sure it hit the pad. But yeah, he he pointed his bat towards the umpire and then slammed his bat into the ground, so angry. As again, this is a good delivery that just turns round Dan Lawrence a touch off a thickish edge, and that rolls down into the gully region, and there is no run. So as I say, it's all heated up a bit out there at the moment. There's a couple of boos for Mitchell Santner as well as he went off. So all the crowd are into this now. So it means that Surrey now are trailing by 16 runs. As over the wicket again goes Allison, and this one's left alone. Outside the off stump by Dan Lawrence. Taken by Roderick, moving away to his right hand side.
And after having witnessed a pretty placid wicket for the whole morning, now you've got balls jumping up at Dan Lawrence.
Sun's come out. I don't know whether that's got anything to do with it. It was cloudy this morning. Sun's come out, and the pitch is all of a sudden sort of climbing off a length at the batters.
It's a bit of a breeze as well, whipping up. But, well, things are happening.
Certainly are. As forward goes Lawrence and plays this one off a good length straight back up the pitch, and there's no run. So, end of the over. 198 for 6. Another good one from Allison. He's got great figures now with 13 overs, 5 maidens, 4 for 35. Taylor 14 overs, 3 maidens, none for 21. And Surrey are 198 for 6, and they trail by 16.
It's spicing up here in Worcester. Well, we've had everything, haven't we? We've had tons of wickets, 5 for 50 since lunch, which is quite a toppling of wickets. And they've been decent wickets as well. There haven't been a case of Surrey just throwing their wickets away. Some cracking balls, including, I think it was Sam Curran that took one that just clipped the top of off. You know, if you're a seam bowler, oh, that's a beauty. He just drifted in enough movement to fool the left-hander against absolute quality batters. So what can Tom Taylor do from the New Road end? Here he's in. He's in. Defended by Jordan Clark, and there is no run. And this Taylor-Allison combo going on here is just piling on the pressure on Surrey, who still trail by 16. Yes, if you're just joining us, I'm Rita Green alongside the legends that are Mark Church and also Frank Watson as well. And we've had, it's not a deduction of points, an addition of points.
Well, it's an addition of runs.
Addition of runs as a penalty for the reaction of Mitch Santner. Here's Tom Taylor, defended this one by Clark, and there's no run. I must admit, I don't think I've seen that before, actually.
Well, no, I can't think I have. I can't, because Frank came in and said, what are the 5 runs being added for? And I thought he meant onto the Surrey total, because, you know, if the ball hits the helmet, that's another 5 runs. And then all of a sudden I looked up and there was 214 for Worcestershire. And even I can remember to yesterday that they got 209. So that's an extra 5 runs, and it must be for Santner's reaction.
And where I had my blip of mathematics, here's Taylor coming in. This one's driven. Nice looking stroke. And through the mid-off fielder. Oh, there's a bit of dodgy, maybe shoulder as a consequence of a flying, hurling stop. But it seems okay, the fielder. But 4 more to the total. That was probably the first stroke in anger, so to speak, by Surrey in quite a while. The score now 202 for 6. Yeah, that blip in my mathematics earlier on, I'm blaming that, not blaming that, but I think the scoreline did throw us off a little bit. Will there be more repercussions potentially as well?
He'll get a talking to,
so match fees, etc. Here's Taylor in, defended this time by Jordan.
To be fair, he's off after this game, isn't he, Mitchell Santner? So,
true.
But no, I'm sure, and I'm sure. In the cold light of day, he'll probably... But he got a really rough decision. Mm-hmm. You know, that was a really rough decision. But you can't do really what he did. And I'm sure in the cold light of day, he'll regret it, because he's one of the most laid-back blokes in the world, Mitchell Santner. But in the moment, you know, he was so disappointed.
Tom Taylor in. This one's defended again by Clark.
And I also think, you know, it's grown-up cricket, this. So look... you've given Worcestershire five extra runs. I'm not sure you really need to do a lot else. To be fair, Santner will know he's probably overreacted a bit there. He was really disappointed. I'm not sure he needs a really big talking to, because he's Mitchell Santner. So we'll have to wait and see. But I think probably, the punishment enough is you lost a batter and the opposition got 5 extra runs.
Taylor in. This one's defended. There's no run. As you say, just be a grown-up. I'm sure he'll look back and be, maybe a little bit regretful of the reaction. Other young cricketers out there, that's not what you need to be doing. But he did get a pretty.
It was a rough decision.
A rough decision, yes.
I
had a few other words in my head there, but thank you.
I think it was a rough decision.
Yeah, indeed.
So you can understand it.
And we move on. I think they're moving on, like you say. Just get on. Get on with the game.
Because you've lost a wicket. The opposition's been given 5 penalty runs. That's enough in itself, really. And obviously he'll sort of reflect on it and think probably overreacted a bit there. But at the time he was absolutely furious. And as I say, he's one of the most laid back cricketers you could ever wish to see. But he's got a competitive edge. He wouldn't have got as far as he has if he didn't have the competitive edge. Allison's continuing from the Diglis end, unsurprisingly, and he's in here to Dan Lawrence, who turns this one off his hip into the leg side, and he will pick up a single. One more to the total.
I'm sure Allison was like, don't you dare take me off, skipper. And I'm sure the skipper wants to keep him on.
I doubt you
all day at this rate.
I doubt you'll get the ball out of his hands for a while.
What's his fifer?
No, absolutely, he deserves one. He's been terrific after lunch. He really has. I'll do this over and then I'll make way for Frank, because
time's flying by, isn't it? Wow.
It's been an action-packed half an hour. That I have to say, had a bit of everything. Wickets, controversy. Not many runs, 203. 5 penalty runs, 203 for 6. As Jordan Clark plays this one from Allison out into the offside. But as I say, it just needs a little bit of a calmer period here. Worcestershire won't want a calmer period. As Jordan Clark, 4 not out, settles himself down over his bat once more, and he was about to face up to Allison, but Allison wasn't happy with something. Puts his hand up. Now the umpire's got his arm out. Now what's going on? Now he's sending Allison back again. So not quite sure what was going on there. Allison was about to run straight into his arm.
So the umpire had his mobile phone in the pocket. It went off. It's like, hang on a second, can I just turn it off?
Yeah,
from this distance, I wasn't sure what he got out of his pocket. I'm sure it's not mobile phone.
I don't think they were texting each other. As over the wicket goes Allison, and in behind this one goes Jordan Clark, and plays it straight back up the pitch, and there's no run. I think it may have been just how many balls were we? Only a couple of balls in. I wondered whether they were checking how many balls left in the over or a miscount, but we were only a couple of balls into the over. 203 for 6. Surrey trail by 11 now, with Worcestershire getting those 5 penalty runs, as Clark is letting this one go outside his off stump. Very watchful leave that from Jordan Clark, all the way into the keeper's gloves. Allison goes marching back to the top of his mark, down there at the Diglis end. We'll turn once more. Jordan Clark will settle over his bat once again. Forward goes Jordan Clark, plays this one up towards mid-on, and there is no run.
The runs have really dried up. I was just looking at the run rate. It's still 3, but just feels it. The runs are just so hard to come by for Surrey. But maybe this is a phase. Just dig in, give it time. You know that Allison's not going to get one forever, and will definitely need a breather. But wow, what a spell! since lunch.
It's been
Incredible.
terrific. And that over where he picked up both Sibley and Jacks in the space of 3 balls as Jordan Clark is forward here. Plays Allison straight back up the pitch. There is no run. So, we have got, I think, 12 overs until the tea break. Surrey are 203 for 6. Lawrence has 13. Clark is on 4. And Surrey trail by the 11. I'm going to make way for Frank Watson, Rita Green.
Thank you very much, Mark. Yes, a double wicket maiden in there as well for Ben Allison, who got 65 with the bat yesterday and has bowled absolutely beautifully. And I'm sure Frank cannot wait to come back on comms. Welcome back, Frank. What a turnaround. 147 for 1 at lunch. Wow. It just goes to show in this wonderful game things can change so quickly, and a bit of controversy along the way as well.
Yeah, a bit of controversy. Never seen Mitchell Santner react like that before, and it looked a shocker. But having said that, can't do that, can you? Taylor bowls, and it's you, isn't it? I'll let you do this over.
Oh, okay. No worries.
Get my breath back.
No, sure. Yeah, Tom Taylor also digging in his figures.
Yeah,
not
it
for
looked
25.
it looked a bad decision, the Mitchell Santner one. And I've watched the replay, and I mean, it was hitting the stumps, but he's obviously clearly hit it. It happens, but you can't react like that.
No,
can you?
no, and he was absolutely furious. I don't think I've seen that in league cricket, or let alone county cricket, for a long time. But I'm sure he'll be remorseful. And here's Taylor in. This one's driven, but straight to cover, and there's no run. The runs are just completely dried up. Trail by 11 still. And this game, well, it's on a knife edge, really. Can Lawrence and Clark dig in here, get a partnership together? The run rate now below 3. From memory, the first time today, certainly, I've seen it below 3.
Yeah.
But not long until the new ball. Well, ish. Still a little while to go, but I'm sure Surrey won't be looking forward to that one. But here comes Tom Taylor again from the new road end, past the umpire and in. Pushed again to cover, and there's no run. What a beautiful day here in Worcester. The sun is completely out now, out of the breeze. It's really lovely and warm. What, about 22, 23 degrees? I know meteorologists, so I'm guessing that, but it was quite nice.
I would guess about. It's just right, isn't it? You'd be happy playing, you'd be happy watching. Ideal. A bit chilly yesterday.
Yeah.
A few days before that, it was just too hot. I went to watch a league game on Saturday, and it was just too hot for everybody, I think.
Especially if there's no breeze as well, it's quite stifling. Tom Taylor in. Again to cover. And there's no run, just two more from the over. And he's been
the most economical Taylor, hasn't he? 0 for 25, halfway through. 2 balls left in his 16th over. Really tidy last night, this morning, and this afternoon. But he hasn't got a wicket. But Ben Allison's nipped in with 4, and easily the most impressive session of the game for Worcestershire so far, this one since lunch.
They must have had a cracking tea, to be fair, at lunchtime. Right then, this one's pushed to mid-on, and there is no run. Oh, do you think, low bar? Well, you're right. I mean, but it's very distinct, isn't it, this phase of the game, this particular session. So, yeah, I think Taylor, a lot of credit should go to him as well, the former Derby, Leicestershire and Northamptonshire player, real quality championship player. He's doing the business from one out. Well, I always find in any team I play in, Frank, you know that chat between the bowlers of, when one bowler has got 4 wickets, as in this case, and the other one hasn't got any. Yeah. They're all. I know it's one team, etc. But yeah, leave one for me as well, please, mate. Here's Tom Taylor in. This one pulled into the onside. I put a bit of drama into that, didn't I? But straight to the fielder in the deep, and they go through for a single.
Get hold of it, did he? But he's kept the strike. I know what you mean. I mean, if you're Taylor, you think, well, I've got no wickets off 16 overs. I've only gone for 26, and you've got 4 for Ben Allison. But they do, certainly, especially county sides, I think, but clubs as well, they do regard themselves as a kind of bowling unit. And it's quite clear that when one chap restricts the scoring opportunities, he often picks up wickets for the guys at the other end because they maybe play shots against bowlers at the other end that they wouldn't otherwise have done so. So it's, I mean, always nice for an individual to take wickets, but I can guarantee if we interview Ben Allison tonight and say, oh, you did really well, he'll say, well, a lot of it was down to the fact that Tommy wasn't getting much taken off him at the other end. Anyway, here's Allison continuing from the Diglis end, bowling to Dan Lawrence, who is still there on 14. He's faced 38 balls now. Characteristic about Dan Lawrence, when he came in, he timed it beautifully right from the start, and if you'd have said to me then that an hour or so later he'd still be there on 14, I would have been surprised. But he's been hamstrung by the loss of 3 batters at the other end while he's been out there, and Worcestershire have picked up 5 wickets in this afternoon session, which would have been even beyond what they would have hoped for, I think, at lunch. As Allison comes in and bowls, and this one is cracked away on the leg side for 4. It's a half tracker, to be fair. He might just be tiring a little bit, and Dan Lawrence off the front foot really just smashes it away to mid wicket for 4. Cross batted shot, dismissive, absolutely dismissive, and Lawrence goes on to 18, and it's 208 for 6. The deficit now is just 6 runs, with Worcestershire's total having been augmented by an extra 5 runs owing to Mitchell Santner's indiscretion when he was given out. This one outside the off stump from Allison, left alone by Lawrence and taken by Roderick. But I suppose it just shows that Worcestershire have been rewarded for a little bit of grit and application this afternoon. There wasn't much happening. Sibley looked as though he was going to bat till next week, but they stuck at it and picked up a couple of wickets. Bit of fortune. Jack's got one that kept very low, and then they got one that possibly Santner shouldn't have been adjudged out on. I think he probably hit it. He certainly thought so. Lawrence drops this one down in front of him, and there's no run. But I often think, when you get your philosophical hat on, cricket does tend to encourage us occasionally to just think a bit more deeply than maybe some games do. Does it make any difference if you're given out caught behind when you didn't hit it, or if you're given out LBW when you did hit it? It's the same, isn't it? It's an error by the umpire, not deliberate, of course. As Allison bowls, and he's unlucky not to get a 5th here as Dan Lawrence goes on the walk, has a big swing at it and gets an inside edge down past the stumps down to fine leg for 2. But you play and miss at one, miss it by a millimetre, they all go up, you're given out. It's all happened. We've all had that happen countless times probably. Or you get one like Santner's. It's the same thing, isn't it? You've been given out when you didn't think you were, and maybe it's an umpire error. On one occasion you just walk off shaking your head, which is what you would do if you were given caught behind. Probably you wouldn't be fuming. This one played back up the pitch, end of the over, no run, 210 for 6. On the other occasion, you make it clear to everybody in the ground that you feel you've been hard done to, and I just think it's inappropriate, and that's why he's got a 5-run penalty. Because really, there's no difference in the two situations, is there? You're given out, you don't think you were. Get off. Nothing you can do about it. Sorry, bit old-fashioned, but
no, I think that's
absolutely right.
I think that's the tradition of the game and the essence of the game as well. And to be fair to the Worcestershire players as well, there was not much of a fuss in the fields. Well, I like that as well. There's sometimes when you play against opposition, they pile on the heap on the moral bus, don't they? Of no, that wasn't good enough, was it? Umpire and block. There was none of that. We're going to have a bit of spin now, just to calm things down, or maybe actually get it more exhilarated. I don't know. But here comes Singh from the New Road end. I just haven't seen that type of reaction for an incredibly long time, and he was totally disappointed. But here we go. Here's Singh. There's a big appeal, but he was well down the wicket and out the crease and not out.
I've been asked a really good question on Twitter. hypothetically, about the 5 penalty runs awarded, if Worcestershire had scored 249...
Next one is cut into the offside and there's no run.
If Worcestershire had scored 249 rather than 209, would they have got a batting bonus point?
Oh!
For the penalty runs?
Great question.
I'm going to have to ask a higher authority on
well,
that.
Technically, yes, right? Because the score is saying pings this one a bit quicker, defending there's no run. Well, technically, it's their scoreline. So
yeah,
I would have thought yes, but I'm not an expert in that. But I would shout for that.
I'm going to try and find out.
The left-handed Fatih Singh.
From them who know.
In cut into the offside, and there is 1 to the total. I haven't even had time to talk to you, Frank, about seeing the Worcestershire Rapids at Nottinghamshire the other week.
Oh, right.
Last, I was.
Of course you were there.
Yeah, I was there with Dave Bracegirdle.
That was probably Worcestershire's best performance of the season.
Great shot down the wicket. Does Clark go? He didn't quite middle it. Kept it along the ground though, nicely fielded in the deep. 1 more to the total.
Yeah, Adam Hose played particularly well, and well, it's always nice for Worcestershire to go and win at Trent Bridge. There's a little bit of needle between the teams, shall we say?
Sing in, cut into the offside, and they go through for a single. And now the scores, by my calculation, are that they are level indeed. So the mentality is that anything from here on is a nice little bonus. But with the wickets tumbling here at New Road, the game has turned a little bit. End of the over, 214 for 6. Yeah, it was a cracking display actually by Worcester. I was super impressed. Obviously, Adam Hose taking most of the plaudits on that day, but also Kashif Ali with an innings of 51. I enjoyed that very much.
He skippered it well too, I thought, Adam Hose. He was quite imaginative with his bowling changes and so on. It was one of those nights where it just went right for Worcestershire, and you know, they haven't followed it up, unfortunately. They won here against Durham, but then lost at Edgbaston on Friday night in an absolute nail-biter where they lost by 1 wicket. To be honest, not a good performance by either side with the bat. So they're playing catch-up a bit now. Ethan Brooks has been introduced into the attack at the Diglis end with 9 overs left before the new ball and 8 overs left before the tea interval. Brooks very much the 5th seamer, but he's been tidy so far, but Ben Allison couldn't keep going forever. 15 overs, 6 made and a 4 for 41 for the former Essex man. And Brooks 6 overs, no made and no wicket for 14 before this over. Bowls now and Lawrence just steers him down into the gully. The difficulty now, from a Worcestershire point of view, is that Surrey, you've still got Nathan Smith to come, and 2 very capable batsmen out there in the middle have still got firepower, and Worcestershire have bowled so well this afternoon, but they don't really want to let the lid off now with Brooks and Singh. Single here to Lawrence, off the back foot out into the covers. So it's important that these next few overs aren't loose. They don't have to necessarily pick up many wickets, but they don't want to be loose in these next few overs. And then I think the new ball will be taken, and they will hope that it works their way rather than the other way, because it can go either way with the new ball. It travels off the bat as well as it better than does the old ball. Brooks bowls. This one dabbed down on the offside by Clark, and they'll hope the new ball can come and they can get the Surrey innings out of the way without them getting too big a lead. If they could pick up a wicket, a little bonus wicket, in these few overs before the new ball is taken, then all well and good. That's what they hope for, of course, and it often happens, doesn't it? But at the moment, just happy to just keep a lid on it as Clark cuts this one away behind square on the offside, and Kashif Ali fields well, quick to the ball, and gets his throw in, and then unfortunately, having done everything so well, his throw is not a great one. Roderick can't gather it, and the backing up is done by Hose, and he parries it and they end up coming back for 2 when Kashif really had done everything that he needed to do to keep them down to 1. And I was going to say, and I've said this a few times this year, Kashif Ali, who, as you said, played so well at Trent Bridge, a lovely batter to watch when he's going. South Asian Cricket Academy product, late arrival in the game. Brooks bowls, covering up his Clark. And when he first started, it was 2.5 years ago, his batting was obviously up to the mark, up to the standard required, but his fielding wasn't, and it was just because he was a late entrant to the professional game and the levels and the standards required are so much higher. My goodness me, he's improved and he's worked on it, and the speed with which he gets the ball now and gets the throwaways he did there indicates just how far he's come. End of the over. Brooks 7 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 17, and Surrey leading by 3, 217 for 6.
And we're going to continue with spin from the new road end. Here's Singh in, left-handed spinner, push to cover, and there's no run. It's a great example actually of someone coming into the game a little bit later. Next one's cut into the offside. Oh no, it hasn't. Straight through to the keeper. Wasn't wide enough, that type of delivery really to cut, but he's got away with it, has Lawrence. Singh in. More flight on that one, and almost like a helicopter shot with his wrists. You have to use your imagination there, ladies and gentlemen, with that one, but absolutely extraordinary stroke, and somehow it's pushed into the onside with such force that it goes over the boundary rope. And Lawrence, he's got quite an unconventional bowling lineup really in the way that he bowls, but wow, that was an unconventional stroke. 4 to the total. Singh in, and a big shout for LB. Whoa, but down leg side, I feel. No run. Wow, it's all happening. 2-2-1 for 6.
Yeah, it was a short one, the one he whipped away. He dragged it down, didn't he? But it was a particularly wristy shot from Lawrence, as you say.
Singh pulled into the onside again, short, and given the treatment. That one was absolutely walloped into the sort of cow corner area. Took one little step back, and actually, if you're a young batter out there, or not so much as well, good example of getting off feet and body position in the right place, and then just slamming your bat through it. 4 runs to the total, and Lawrence is releasing that pressure valve a little bit here.
Just what I was,
and just like you said,
saying they didn't want to happen.
Exactly. Yeah. Singh in. This one's a bit quicker. Came on to Lawrence a bit too quick there. 30 from 52 deliveries. Gosh, that over went by awfully quick, and a couple of boundaries in that as well. But it looks like they're targeting Singh here, and quite rightly. You know, anything short is going to be pushed away. But the lead now, we haven't said much of that recently, is 11. Before we go on, I feel as though I should respond to my little question earlier on, in terms of the Berkshire connection. So I believe, and thank you to all those that have been in touch as well on this, I believe my sources say that the first match to be played here at New Road was against my beloved Berkshire. I wasn't around to see it because it was in 1897. I know some people made comment on my age, but I wasn't around then. But there we go. There's the Berkshire connection.
Yeah, I've read that.
Is
Brooks
it true?
Bowls. Yeah, do you know when it rings distant bells? That one, by the way, played defensive by Clark. Definitely. Somebody got in touch with me and said Tommy Sturgis, who's playing for Berkshire, played for Worcestershire in the One Day Cup a couple of seasons ago. That's true as well. But yeah, I had read that Berkshire were the first team to visit New Road. I wonder what it was like in those days. This one played out for a single off the back foot by Jordan Clark, and single is taken. Dan Lawrence is now threatening, isn't he? He's absolutely set, just beginning to dominate, and he can do that. As I say, 34 off and over, I think, here last year in one game, and can cut loose. Brooks bowls, and he's swinging this one away on the leg side, just for a single to Matthew Waite. And I remember the last time that Dan Lawrence played a championship game here for Essex. Alistair Cook, I think, made runs, and was interviewed at the end of the day, and it had been quite a tricky pitch. I can't remember the exact scores, but I do remember that Cook was asked, was it tough? Was it hard work batting out there? And Brooks bowls short to Clark, who smashes this away on the offside for a single. Wants two, but won't get it this time, as Kashif's throw comes in. And Alistair Cook said, it was tough batting until Dan Lawrence came in. He said, and then he made it look as though it was the easiest surface to bat on in the world. And that was when he was about 3 or 4 years younger than he is now. He's a very, very talented young cricketer. On strike now as Brooks is in and bowls to him, and he's getting a single here, just chopping it really off an inside edge down on the leg side. Runs just beginning to come after that dry period, a little bit more quickly now. 15 is the lead. We've still got 5 overs left after this till tea, and a little bit more than that to the new ball. This one dabbed down on the offside, so it'll be tea, and then it'll be the new ball, one would imagine. And as I say, Worcestershire just need to just keep the lid on it until that point, and if they can pick up a little bonus wicket along the way, then that's an added bonus. Lawrence 32, Clark 11, 229 for 6, 5 overs till tea, 5 wickets down in the afternoon session. The full card: Patel 61, Burns 34, Curran 8, Sibley 73, and then a pair of ducks, Jacks and Santner, the 2 men dismissed. 197 for 5, for 6 I should say, when these 2 came together, but they've steadied the ship and begun to flourish. 229 for 6 as it stands.
It's been quite an afternoon session for Worcestershire. He'll be incredibly pleased. This partnership, though, is building those 30 plus runs, and Dan Lawrence is looking a little bit ominous. 32 from 55. Right, Fatih Singh in. This one's turned into the onside. There's a vacant area there. Roderick gets to it and quickly spins and throws the ball in, but the batter's well and truly back in their right places. 29 for 6 a scoreline. Surrey here in Worcester. Blazing sunshine, love it. You're listening to BBC Hereford and Worcester, BBC London, the BBC Sport and app as well. This one's defended, there's no run, and also you can find us on your smart speaker as well. Try it.
You just say, Alexa or whatever, play Worcestershire against Surrey, day 2. You have to say the day, apparently.
Make sure you do that, ladies and gentlemen. Right, tucked into the onside. There's runs there. They go through for 1, and actually, wow, Clark wanted a second. I think that's awfully ambitious, but definitely turned back by his partner. 1 more to the total. Surrey 230 for 6. Yeah, do make sure you get the right day.
Yeah, you do have to say, apparently, because you can say day 1, I suppose, and if you do that, it'll play yesterday's commentary. Don't say day 3 though. It'll blow up. Fatih Singh in. Yeah, tucked into the. Oh, try it. Let us know what it does say. Computer says no. Anyway, right, 1 more to the total. These 2 just tucking it into the onside. 3 singles. Pretty much. Well, two, at least 2 from this over so far. 1 leg by as well. Fatih Singh in, the left-handed bowler, cut into the offside, but straight to point. No run. I think they're probably going to try and target Singh a little bit. Why not? I mean, the ball's not doing a huge amount, and anything short, these 2 are completely pouncing on, getting their body in the right position, cutting it, pulling it. There's just a slight pause in play before the next ball. Here it is. And then just it was a bump ball. I was getting all rather excited there. And there's a top ball straight back to the bowler, and there's no run. I feel like there's entertainment or some sort of controversy at every corner. Right, we're coming up to the tea break in a little bit. End of the over though, 2-3-2 for 6. Going back to that Trent Bridge game that you talked about, which was about 10 days ago, wasn't it? Fatih Singh obviously grew up in Nottingham, started with Notts. He was returning to play at Trent Bridge. He bowled particularly well. It's just about, I think, 10 minutes from where he lives, or his family still live. He's moved to Worcester obviously now, but they were there in droves. And we took a picture of about 25 of them gathered with him after the game on the outfield. It was lovely. Here comes Brooks bowling to Lawrence, who pushes out on the offside. And it was a really lovely, joyful little family celebration after the game for Fateh. And he was very proud, I think, to have gone back home with his new team, as it were, and got the result and played a part in it as well. So nice evening for him. Very different. He's quite a modest young man, quite a deep thinker about the game, I get the impression, as Brooks bowls, and Lawrence is pushing this one out on the onside, and very much aware that he's still learning, and learning very quickly, of course, being first choice spinner at a county, having had almost no red ball experience really in the first class arena with Notts. Brooks bowls, dabbed down into the gully by Lawrence, fielded by Libby. So good from Brooks so far. It's reasonably tight. 21 conceded by him off 8.3 overs, and the new ball is just 4.5 overs away. Almost immediately after tea then it'll be taken. It's Brooks bowls and Lawrence is pushing into the offside. I say it'll be taken as if I know it'll be taken.
I was just about to ask you that. Would they take it immediately?
Well, yeah, I mean, do they? The equation really, the question is, do you take it in the hope that you chuck the hard new kookaburra into the hands of your opening bowlers and they clean up the tail, or do you keep using the old one? Brooks bowls and Lawrence drives into the covers. Brilliant bit of fielding by Kashif Ali, who throws in, and had he hit at the non-strikers then would have run out Jordan Clark, I think, but he missed. Or do you keep using the old one and say, well, it's soft, it's not going very hard off the bat, we're nagging away, let's just keep doing that? My thinking would be they would take it, because otherwise they might end up just, watching Surrey extend their lead, albeit slowly, as Lawrence takes a single, to something really significant. Whereas if they take the new ball, they might blow them away. Yeah, just looking at the replay, would have been out, wouldn't he?
Yeah, definitely. And Jordan Clark didn't even have his bat anywhere near the crease.
Yeah, whereas if you take the new ball, you could actually blow them away, couldn't you, for in the space of a couple of overs, if it went your way. I mean, it just depends how you look at it, but I would suspect they'd take it. We shall see. All will be revealed in 3 overs time, or in 4 overs time. 3 till tea, 4 till the new ball, 2:33 for 6.
And Surrey lead by 19 runs. Here's Fateh Singh, driven into the offside and to the gap. There's a man in the deep, so they go through for a single. 2, 3, 4 for 6. So now the lead is 20. And Worcestershire have had an absolutely fantastic session. At lunchtime, we're 147 for 1. Dabbed into the onside. They take a quick first. They think about a second. That would be ambitious. They settle on that single. 1 more to the total. I think they're doing exactly what they need to here. This partnership is building, though. So it's one to keep an eye on. And maybe that would be the deciding factor, Frank, in terms of let's get that new ball and break this partnership. Driven to the offside, but straight to the fielder. No run.
I've had a ruling. They wouldn't have got a batting bonus point, apparently. Oh. You only get batting bonus points, presumably, for runs that you actually score, not for penalty runs.
Fateh Singh. Oh, this was dabbed delicately. I don't think you can dab it any more delicately.
Great shot.
Really played it so incredibly late, almost just before it went into the gloves of the keeper. And 4 more to the total. Lovely shot there. Dan Lawrence is rolling on here. 39 from 66 deliveries. Okay, that's fair enough. I suppose
It begs the question, though, that if those penalty runs happen in the first 110 overs,
Singh in. pulled into the onside, and Dan Lawrence looks gutted. It went straight to the field and they go through for a single. I think either side of that fielder, that was 4 any day of the week. One more to the total.
Yeah,
240 for 6.
You know, if the penalty runs occur in the first 5 overs, they're on your total, and then you don't have to get more than...
Driven. And bump ball straight to cover, and there's no run. And the end of the over, Lawrence now 40 from 67, and Jordan Clark 13 from 34. We're approaching the tea break. 240 for 6, and the lead is 26.
You don't have to get more than the required number in the 110 overs. I mean, if it includes penalty run, I don't know. It's an odd one, isn't it? But anyway, that's the ruling I got from the scorers. So if you're listening, Ian Wright, my understanding is that they wouldn't have got a retrospective batting bonus point. Ethan Brooks to continue from the Diglis end, bowling to Dan Lawrence, who's now on 40, and he's got probably half of those in the last 15-20 minutes or so. But as Rita was saying, it's been a good afternoon for Worcestershire, with just under 100 runs, 93 added, but 5 wickets have gone down as Lawrence drives Brooks into the covers again, and it's fielded there by Ben Allison, who's played a big part this afternoon with 3 of the 5 wickets to fall.
Brooks is bowling lovely here as well, isn't he?
Bowling,
from his
tidily, just
22, yeah.
tidy job. Yeah, he's become an important member of the side. Slower ball this time, pushed out by Lawrence on the onside. Really impressive T20 cricketer. Brilliant fielder, clever batsman, and occasional bowler in T20, but growing very quickly as an all-round cricketer in all formats. He's in again now and bowls, and Lawrence drives sweetly, beautifully. Brilliant bit of fielding by Ben Allison in the covers though. Lawrence hit that and he set off. It was at least 2 on the cards, maybe more, but Allison diving to his left. Isn't it funny how just a slight change in mood caused by picking up a few wickets lifts everything? It's not just the fact that the scoreboard has changed, but Worcestershire's body language, everything, the whole mood out there has changed. This one, Lawrence plays up to mid-on.
It's always impressive when a fast bowler that's had a massive spell and picked up so many wickets this afternoon is also flying around in the field, saving a couple of runs here and there. It just adds to it, doesn't it? That impressive performance. It
just everything changes, doesn't it? That's why you just got to believe it's going to come when times are hard. Brooks bowls, Lawrence turns it on the leg side. He'll want 2 this time, and he'll get it. Good running as Fateh Singh has to move around to his right to do the fielding. They've been keen, that's why we nearly saw a run out. They've been keen to keep the scoreboard ticking over, and it's a good partnership developing now. They've added 45 already so far for this 7th wicket, and that's what depth is all about. Jordan Clark on 13, Dan Lawrence beginning to find a little bit of fluency is on 42, and with just 1 over left until tea, 2 overs to the new ball, 242 for 6.
And the partnership has just been creeping up, and now it's 45, which is a significant partnership for Surrey. And Dan Lawrence in particular, I think he's batted really well here. Had a torrid time at the beginning of his innings. Just one's jumping up on him, hitting him on the glove, and they're really painful when, especially when he jumps up and he puts that uncomfortableness in your head, so to speak. Here's Singh, and this one's driven into the offside, but straight to the man in the deep. Nice looking drive, but straight to the sweeper. 1 more to the total. 243 for 6. The lead 28.
38 off the last 9 overs before this, after that spell where they'd hardly scored a run for about 8 overs or so, and that's the extent to which it's changed since Taylor and Allison came out of the attack.
Loopy delivery, just pushed into the onside to mid-wicket and no run. Yeah, it's been a rebuild here, isn't it? And looking at yes, they've got a little bit of batting to come. Of course, Surrey do. Of course they do. They bat all the way down pretty much. Skips down the wicket. Oh, and mistimes this. That could have gone absolutely anywhere. And somehow goes out to deep mid-wicket. Oh, I thought that the short mid-on might be in play there. Skip down the wicket did Lawrence. But safely through for a single. Fateh Singh in. Defended by Jordan Clark, and there is no run. Coming up to tea here at Worcester. Will there or will there not be cake is on everyone's mind in the media box. And there really is cake. Excellent. Fateh Singh in, but the game has been absolutely excellent. They go through for a quick single. Whether you're a Surrey fan or a Worcestershire fan, I'm sure from an entertainment perspective, this afternoon has had pretty much everything. Tons of wickets, 5 wickets in the session. And now a partnership really building here between Jordan and Lawrence. Fateh Singh in. Cut off the back foot rather into the offside. They're rolling the strike around, these two, nicely. Two very experienced batters. International experience out there with Dan Lawrence. And Jordan Clark has been around the game a very long time. The Cumbria-born batter. And that is the end of the session, Frank. And I'll leave it to you to give your thoughts, because it's been certainly Worcestershire's session, hasn't it?
Yeah, good session. 99 for 5 in the session, with 100 in the morning, with just 1 wicket going down, but 99 runs in the afternoon session, 5 wickets going down. So Worcestershire hanging in there. They're still, it must be said, they're 30 runs in arrears. They got 5 penalty runs for Mitchell Santner's reaction to his adjudged LBW dismissal. So their total was boosted by 5 to 214. But Surrey, they're very much on top. 30 runs ahead, only 6 down. Dan Lawrence nicely set on 44. But Worcestershire, they've hung in there this afternoon. That would be the best thing that you could say. It could easily have been a game that was careering away from them by now, but they've hung in there. Those 5 wickets in the afternoon making all the difference. Full scorecard for Surrey: Patel 61, Burns 34, Curran 8, Sibley 73, Jacks out without scoring, Santner out without scoring. At tea, Lawrence 44 not out, Jordan Clark 15 not out. And for Worcestershire, the bowling figures, Ben Allison leading the way in terms of wickets, 4 for 41 for him, 1 for 61 from Jacob Duffy, 1 for 38 from Matthew Waite. Ethan Brooks, 10 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 24. Fateh Singh, a little bit expensive, 10 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 52. And perhaps the most unlucky of the bowlers, Tom Taylor, who's bowled really well in 3 spells, 16 overs, 3 maidens, no wicket for 26. That's the situation here at tea. Surrey lead by 30 runs. The new ball is 1 over away should Worcestershire wish to take it. Play will resume at around about 4:15, and we'll be back with you then. Until then, thank you for being with us. And just before we go, I promised I'd give the answer to the quiz question before tea. I've forgotten to do that. So the question was, what links Nigel Bennett, the Surrey captain in 1946, with an Australian off-spinner who played Test cricket in the late 80s and early 90s? And the link is mistaken identity, because Nigel Bennett apparently was only given the Essex captaincy because somebody else called Bennett had been selected, but Nigel Bennett walked in to the club offices at the right or wrong time, depending how you look at it, and he was mistaken for the other Bennett and was given the captaincy. And Peter Taylor, Australian off-spinner, picked in 1987 to play Test cricket for Australia, was picked by mistake. They later claimed, I think I'm right in saying, that they meant to pick him all along because he came in and did quite well, got a few wickets. But the truth is they left out an opening batsman, and they were meaning to pick Mark Taylor, who later went on to be captain of Australia, who was an opening batsman, but they got the wrong Taylor. They picked Peter Taylor. So you don't leave out an opening batsman and then pick an off-spinner nobody's ever heard of without making a mistake. But it was a mistake apparently, and he went on to have quite a decent Test career, and Mark Taylor didn't do too badly either. But they were both picked by accident. So there you go. That was the answer. Mistaken identity. We'll have another quiz question tomorrow, and we're going to have a little cup of tea now and be back in about a quarter of an hour. Good afternoon, welcome back to Visit Worcestershire New Road. Doesn't feel like we've been away for very long. It's such a busy afternoon session. Worcestershire taking 5 wickets, Surrey losing 5 men in that session, having just lost 1 in the morning session, but 99 runs were added, 100 added in the morning, so steady scoring by Surrey through the day. They lead by 32 runs as we begin this evening session. The new ball is 1 over away, and I'm pretty sure it'll be taken, and with both the quick bowlers loosening up out there at the moment, Jacob Duffy in particular going through some exercises suggesting he will take the new ball. We've got 1 over with the old ball still to be bowled, and it'll be bowled by Ethan Brooks from the Diglis end. He's done a tidy job so far. Brooks 10 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 24, and he comes in now and bowls to the threatening Dan Lawrence, who pushes the first ball of the evening session out on the leg side for 1. I say the threatening Dan Lawrence because he sits on 44 not out, 45 now with that single, and just beginning to find a bit of fluency before the interval, including a couple of pretty brutal pull shots off the left arm spinner Fateh Singh, who was a little bit expensive in the context of this game. 10 overs for 52 his figures, but Ben Allison and Tom Taylor in the afternoon bowled particularly well. Brooks bowls now to Jordan Clark, who is 15 not out, and he pushes this one out on the offside. It's a lovely evening here at New Road. Bright sunshine, blue skies, a little bit of cumulus cloud, but the cathedral bathed in sunshine, and the leaves of various green hue on the trees of the banks of the Severn looking lovely as well, as Jordan Clark drives this next ball up to mid-off, and they take another single, and it's free after tea at New Road, so we might see the crowd grow as school boys and girls make their way home, and people leave the city and walk past the ground on the way home. Sometimes get a little bit of a swell in the audience in the evening session. Play and miss outside the off stump here from Lawrence. 250 is up, by the way, 250 for 6. Worcestershire's total, incidentally, this afternoon boosted by 5 runs from 209 to 214, owing to a penalty imposed by the umpires on Mitchell Santner of Surrey for his reaction to being given out LBW. This one driven beautifully through the offside by Dan Lawrence. Dan Lawrence at his best, on the up, a loose delivery, given a bit of width, but it wasn't a half volley by any means, and Lawrence just stroked it beautifully through extra cover. He goes to 49 then, and bearing out my billing of him as threatening as he came out after tea. I've seen him score runs against Worcestershire in the past, big runs at the Oval last year, and also here. Very dangerous player indeed. Drives again now, and there's his 50. So as the new ball arrives, so does Dan Lawrence's 50. It's come off 80 deliveries, and he's hit 5 fours. A very good innings indeed from Dan Lawrence, who probably holds the key now with the loss of Jacks and Santner for both scoring noughts, and Sibley going in the afternoon session. Probably holds the key to Surrey getting a really big lead. Jordan Clark no doubt will play a part too. He turns this away on the leg side, and that is the end of Ethan Brooks' over, and I suspect the end of his spell. It's 256 for 6, which means that the lead is 42, and the new ball is being taken, and I think it's now all about whether the new ball travels off the bat, or whether we could say that if they'd have kept things tight as they did in the middle with the older, softer Kookaburra, that would have been the way to go. But I suspect, I'm not sure I've seen a signal yet, I'm not sure whether it's going to bowl a loosener or two, but I think the new ball will be taken. And, well, next half an hour might be quite instructive. Mark Church.
Well, yeah, and I think where we are with this is very good from Worcestershire this afternoon after lunch. Yes, the Mitchell Santner sort of reaction and decision sort of took a lot of the headlines. In amongst all that, Dan Lawrence has played brilliantly for these 50 runs, and Jordan Clark showing his worth. So with this new ball, it's Allison, and he's in over the wicket from the new road end to Jordan Clark. All I would say
it's not new yet.
Is with the sun out, for some bizarre reason, the pitch started doing a little bit more.
Yeah.
Now, of course, Worcestershire still have to bat again against that Surrey bowling attack. So it's interesting this. I think anything up over 100, 150 run lead, I think that would be very handy.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think that would be very, very handy from a Surrey point of view.
I couldn't agree more.
Allison from the new road end comes in over the wicket to Jordan Clark, and they'll push this one, does Clark, up towards mid-on. The other reason they won't be taking the new ball
it now
is with those first couple. There are some bowlers that like to have a couple of deliveries with the old ball in a new spell, and then they take the new ball. So new ball now, and of course with the new ball, two things can happen: wickets can come and runs can come. So this could be quite an exciting little passage of play, as well as Allison is over the wicket to Jordan Clark, and he's driving, and that goes straight up to mid-off, and there's no run. Welcome back to listeners on Sports Extra 2 with the sun out after tea here at New Road. Sorry, 2:56 for 6. Dan Lawrence has just gone to his 50. Jordan Clark's on 17. That's a lead of 42 for Surrey. After the lunch break, at lunch Surrey were 147 for 1 and then found themselves 197 for 6, and it was Ben Allison, who's now bowling from the new road end, who did most of the damage. He's in over the wicket to Jordan Clark, who's solidly forward and playing this off a good length into the offside, and there's no run. He got rid of Sibley, LBW for 73. 2 balls later bowled Jacks, middle stump out the ground, and then the Mitchell Santner dismissal given out LBW. Mr. Santner thought he'd hit it, so pointed the bat towards the umpire, then whacked the ground, and due to those 2 infringements, Worcestershire got an extra 5 runs on their first innings. You'd think that it would be a bit more spectacular than it just going up on the scoreboard. I don't know, somebody running out with a little note for the umpires or something. As forward goes Jordan Clark, turns this one down towards long leg, and they will pick up a single as the throw comes in over the top of the stumps, or I don't know.
Scantily clad model walking around carrying a board with 5 on it.
No, I think possibly more than that. Maybe Mitchell Santner having to walk back out there to be berated by the umpires, and then he has to hand over a card with 5 on it, and that's the extra 5 runs, because it just sort of went up on the scoreboard, didn't it? As over the wicket goes Allison, and down the leg side Lawrence gets absolutely nothing on this, looking to help it down towards fine leg, but Allison now has figures of 4 for 42, so he's been outstanding today. Tall lad, got the ball to bounce a bit, and I think the one for Jacks, it just kept a bit low on him.
Well, it kept very low.
Yeah, so from that height, Jacks didn't stand a hope, and it knocked his middle stump out of the ground. Now Surrey is still in a good position here, with a lead of 43. They're still in an excellent position, plus they've picked up a batting point in amongst everything else. We have seen our first batting point of the game now, so 257 for 6, and Tom Taylor coming into the attack to take the new ball from the Diglis end.
It's not quite the first batting point at New Road this season, but it's not far off. There have not been many for visitors or the home side. This is easily the best pitch that we've had for batting on in games so far, I think. Tom Taylor with the new ball, bowls to Jordan Clark, who pushes out on the offside. Worcestershire did make 350 in one game here, but I think it was against I'm trying to think who it was against. I think it was against, he looks desperately back through his book. Secret is to check first.
Which is like being
I'll
able to
look it
speak
up.
to
I'll
my
look it up.
accountant.
Yeah, it's not very good. It's a bit like Donald Trump, isn't it? Dropping his notes the other day. Here's Taylor again, bowls, and Clark on the back foot just gets a bat on it at the very last minute, and away it goes down to long leg for a single. 258 for 6. Clark goes on to 19. Capable of explosive batting, Jordan Clark, but quite watchful at the moment. 19 off 47. Yeah, Worcestershire made 358 against Essex in their first innings, having been 192 for 7. So it was they were let off the hook, really, I think Essex felt. But other than that, high scores here have not been the order of the day this season, as this one Taylor bowls, and it's pushed out on the onside by Lawrence. Tom Taylor, as yet, wicketless in this innings, and he might feel that he's been a bit unfortunate. In his 17th over, he's only conceded 26 runs. He's been a model of accuracy. You could argue that his accuracy has helped others to get wickets, in particular Allison, who has taken 4, but they work as groups, these bowlers, and certainly one's accuracy may well produce success for the other. Taylor gets this one to nip back and hit Lawrence on the pad. Half an appeal, but I think he was quite well aware that it was not out. And Lawrence remains on 50. And yeah, I agree with my colleague Mark Church alongside me that if Worcestershire can keep this Essex lead below 100, they'll do very well. If Essex get it over 150 with the power of their attack that we saw yesterday, it'll be a pretty unassailable position. You would have thought, as Taylor bowls and Lawrence lets this go outside the off stump through to Gareth Roderick. The order of the day, or the order of the days, shall I say, in terms of bowling on this pitch has been nag away. We saw it consistently yesterday from the entire Essex seam attack, particularly Fisher and Clark, who both picked up 3 wickets each, were just incessantly accurate. As Taylor bowls, and Lawrence has had enough of Taylor's nagging accuracy, because I was going to say Taylor is the bowler for Worcestershire that has done that, and Lawrence plays an extraordinary shot at the end of the over. Missed it, fortunately for him, really, because he could easily have nicked it on the walk. That's a little bit wider from Taylor. Nothing wrong with the delivery, and Taylor absolutely flummoxed by Lawrence's response to that delivery. Lawrence having a real swish at it. Might have sliced it over cover point if he'd have got hold of it. As it was, he missed it, and Taylor stood at the end of his run-up and looked at him as if to say, what on earth are you doing? He got away with it.
He'll keep going like that, though. That's the way. I saw him do this against Sussex. Dan Lawrence, as Allison is in over the wicket to Jordan Clark, who's forward and plays this one down into the leg side. He played in a tremendous innings against Sussex, trying to get Surrey ahead by Stumps on day 3 to give them something to bowl at the next morning, and unfortunately was scuppered by floodlights and bad light. But I think he made 117, and he played shots all around the park, and he went after the new ball as well. That was the other thing. He went after the new ball, as Allison comes in over the wicket to Jordan Clark. Clark's gonna push a single out there to backward point. The fielding's good, but Dan Lawrence is safely home, and Lawrence has a quick survey of the field. There are 2 back on the leg side. There is a mid-on, there's a mid-off, there's a cover, there's a gully and a slip, there's a mid-wicket, and there's a backward point for Allison. 4 for 43 for Allison. Did most of his damage after lunch this afternoon. As Allison is right arm over the wicket to Lawrence. He's forward. Quick singles taken. Good running between Jordan Clark and Dan Lawrence. They came together with the score on 197. So good partnership from these two now.
Can I just say, Ray Armfield says, I know Dan Lawrence used to play for them, but you've called Surrey Essex about 3 times now. I haven't, Ray. I was talking about the game earlier in this season between Worcestershire and Essex here, and talking about the scores in the game and the way that the bonus points were accrued. I'm sorry if it sounded as though I was talking about them in this game.
Yes, forward comes Jordan Clark on a good length again is Allison. And the right-handed Clark gets a good stride in. Still in his short sleeve sweater. I don't think he's batting with his bandana on, but I don't know that for fact.
No, you want to know, don't you?
Yes. I think even his teammates got a bit of a shock yesterday when he ran into bowl wearing a bandana. But he may be to keep the hair out of the eyes. All I would say is grown very quickly in 2 weeks. As he settles over his bat once again, does Jordan Clark. And this is nipping back at him. And he turns it into the leg side, rolls in there towards short mid-wicket, and there's no run.
I mentioned Dan Lawrence's innings here last year in the Championship. 175 he made off 223 balls, 16 fours and 6 sixes, and it included 34 in 1 over as well. So no stranger to scoring runs against Worcestershire, and no stranger to scoring big runs here.
Lively, that innings.
Yeah.
As Allison is in to Jordan Clark, forward he comes, plays it out into the offside, rolls out there towards extra cover, and there is no run. End of the over, tidy over from Allison. Sorry, 260 for 6 then, here on Sports Extra 2. And Lawrence has 51, Clark has 20, and that means Surrey now have a handy lead of 46.
Steve Shipcott says, I had to go to a meeting, so I missed the answer to the quiz question. Would you mind repeating it, please? The answer to the quiz question was Nigel Bennett, Surrey skipper, 1946, linked to an Australian off-spinner who played at the end of the 80s and early 90s. Break off as Taylor bowls, and Lawrence drives out into the offside. Cashy Valley Fields, and there's no run. And the link was mistaken identity, because Nigel Bennett, the Surrey captain, apparently was appointed when another Bennett should have been appointed, but he walked into the office at the wrong time or the right time, depending on how you look at it, and he got the job. And Peter Taylor, Australian off-spinner, picked in, I think it was 1987, when they were looking for an opening batsman. They left out an opener and picked Peter Taylor, who was actually a middle order bowler and an off-spinner. Taylor in and bowls, and this one is tucked away by Lawrence for a single. 261 for 6. Lawrence goes to 52. I think Peter Taylor then came in and did quite well, and the Australian selectors pretended that they'd intended to pick him all along, but actually they were rumbled because everybody noticed that they'd left out an opening batter, and the man they really wanted was Mark Taylor, who later went on to skipper the Aussies with great distinction. So mistaken identity was the answer to the quiz question. Hope you enjoyed it anyway, those of you that had a go at it. Here comes Taylor again from the Diglis end. He bowls, and Jordan Clark is just popping this one up on the onside, whether off pad or glove or a combination of both, I'm not sure, but it drops short of Ethan Brooks coming in from mid-wicket anyway. Clark is 20, and he's faced 53 deliveries. Lawrence 52, and these two have already added 64 for this 7th wicket. And as Mark was saying, with the lead now having gone up to 47 and still only 6 down, still a couple of decent batters left to come in, especially Nathan Smith, who's due in next. Surrey in with a real chance of extending this lead to something of a really significant nature. Taylor's next ball is blocked out on the offside by Clark. But that said, given where they were at lunch, I think Worcestershire camp will feel that they've done okay since, and if they can pick up a couple with this new ball, they're still hanging in there, and that's about as much as they can hope for at the moment. As Taylor is in and bowls, and Jordan Clark smashes that one away through extra cover, given a bit of width and length. It was quite full and wide outside off stump, and Clark just taking one stride down the wicket, and then a real swing of the bat, real smash through extra cover. It was all look. If you just saw that shot with no commentary or anything else, you'd say, "Gosh, he's angry, isn't he?"
Yeah, violent drive.
Yeah,
that
he didn't like that ball. Just wanted to dismiss it. It's a cracking shot, really.
Well, he's showing his worth again here.
He's a good cricketer, isn't he?
He really is. There are times I always think when he's playing, the grown-ups have turned up.
Yeah, he's not messing around. Taylor in, bowls to him, and he's forward, more watchfully to this, better length from Taylor, pushed into the covers, end of the over, 265.46, Clark 24 and Lawrence 52.
Yeah, the Pete that was the Ashes tour.
Yeah,
Mike
it was.
Gatton's Ashes tour, 86-87, and he came in and did really, really well. But then some bright spark said, "Are you sure it wasn't meant to be marked?" And that actually was what it was.
Yeah, it was.
So it was meant to be Mark Taylor. It was Peter Taylor. And I seem to remember him. I think his first Test wicket in that Ashes may well have been IT Botham. Actually, I seem to remember, and he did extremely well, but didn't open the batting. It's going to be Allison down to our left, coming in over the wicket to the right-handed Dan Lawrence, and Lawrence, he's looking to work that leg side from back of a length. It actually rolls straight back up the pitch, and Allison does the fielding off his own bowling, and there's no run. 265 for 6 then, Surrey. Lawrence 52, Clark 24. So this partnership is now worth 68. Jordan Clark stood at the non-striker's end with his bat in his hand. Dan Lawrence settling over his bat. Right-handed, of course, Dan Lawrence. He's in shirt sleeves. Short sleeve jumper for Jordan Clark as Allison over the wicket he comes. Forward comes Lawrence. Plays this one back up the pitch and there's no run. Of course, has missed the last couple of games in terms of the championship and the whole of the 2020 so far, Dan Lawrence, with I think it was a back injury when he was batting against Yorkshire, I think it was, from memory. He almost ended up batting on one leg, poor lad. He could hardly move, so it's very good to see him back, and he is a terrific player, Dan Lawrence. I remember seeing his first 100 against Surrey. It was his maiden first class 100. As in over the wicket goes Allison, and this is driven straight back down the pitch by Dan Lawrence. Allison got something on it, took the pace off it, and there he was, this 18-year-old taking balls from 3 foot outside his off stump and just whipping them through mid-wicket for 4. And everybody was like, who on earth is this lad? And his wrists of gold, I think we said that day. And his game's changed since then, of course, but he is a tremendous player. He really is. He's great to watch. And as I say, he has his own method against the new ball, and he tends to try and get after it. 265 for 6, sorry. Allison is right arm over the wicket, and that's nipping back. Shout for LBW, that'll be tight. Umpire Nigel Long keeps the hands down in front of him. Allison thought that might be the fifer, but umpire Long keeps the hands down in front of him. As I say, I had a nice catch up with Mr. Ian Gould this morning. Mighty fine cricketer, mighty fine umpire. I think probably height to be the one thing there that counted against that shout for Allison. But no, Gunner was in good form this morning. His autobiography is well worth a read. Over the wicket once more comes Allison, and that just hops a touch on Dan Lawrence. And again, Surrey won't mind seeing that. They won't mind seeing that ball from just back of a length hopping a touch at Dan Lawrence. Played it very well, did Dan Lawrence. Good pitch this. You can make your runs, but if as a bowler, you know there's something there for you. Cathedral looking lovely away in the distance, as always. Striding in once more is Allison, comes into Lawrence, and Lawrence looking to flick into the leg side, hits the pad, just potters out towards short mid-wicket, and there is no run. End of the over, 265 for 6. Lawrence has 52. Clark has 24. That's a lead for Surrey on this second afternoon of 51. And we have got 26 overs remaining today.
Yeah, Tom Taylor still wicketless will continue from the Diglis end. 18 overs, 3 maidens, no wicket for 32, and very similar to the sort of figures that we saw from Fisher and Clark yesterday in terms of economy. Perhaps a little bit hard done to that he hasn't got an entry in the wickets column. He's in now and he bowls, and that one is left alone outside the off stump by Jordan Clark. This is an important partnership now, coming together after that little flurry of wickets in mid-afternoon. A little bit of resetting needed, and probably nobody better to shepherd them through that process than Dan Lawrence. But he's been given very solid support by Jordan Clark, such a good, experienced all-round cricketer. Waits now as Taylor is in and bowls to him, and he's forward, pushing this one back up the pitch. Thinks about a single, turns it down as fielder Duffy comes in from mid-off.
Last couple of championship games against Yorkshire, Clark made 69, and against Essex 54 and 23 not out.
Yeah, he's a proper all-rounder.
Absolutely.
Easy to think, because he bowls so well, it's easy to think of him as a bowling all-rounder, but he's a proper all-round cricketer. Very, very capable county cricketer. Taylor bowls, blocks this down on the offside. Good running. Just stunned it really behind square on the offside, and through they go for a single. If you were to draw up a table, it's impossible to do it, I suppose, but if we could have an unofficial one, BBC commentators table of most valuable players in the each division who are the most valuable. If you were given a blank checkbook and told to go out and sign your side, which ones would you put in? I reckon Jordan Clark.
Yeah, Liam Dawson.
Yeah, definitely.
Jordan Clark, Liam Dawson would probably be
there,
right.
Liam Dawson would have been in my. He'd have been in my England side for the last 5 years, I think. I always say that as Taylor bowls and beats Clark. Good one that from Taylor. Continues to be unfortunate, and it's we're not going to go down that route because it's you'd just be throwing names out left, right, and centre. But there you go. I mean, Liam Dawson, I would agree with you straight away. But what I was going to say is Jordan Clark wouldn't be far away.
Oh, no. And I think it's remarkable that he hasn't been spoken about more in terms of Test cricket.
Yeah,
really. If Stokes had gone down,
he's better.
The perfect replacement for him.
There's Taylor bowls, and he's forward to this, pushing it up to mid-on, and there is no run. Earlier today, then, so we're resuming on their overnight 47 without loss. Lost just 1 wicket in the morning, 100 runs added, and Ryan Patel the man out for 61, caught at mid-on by Jacob Duffy off Ben Allison, and they were cruising along really, 160 for 1, and we were all wondering where the next wicket was going to come from, and Rory Burns nicked one off Duffy through to Gareth Roderick and went for 34. And a wicket here, so Tom Taylor does get his reward. I was just going to say 5 wickets went down in that afternoon session. Good partnership then between Lawrence and Clark, and Lawrence has gone fishing a little bit at one outside the off stump from Tom Taylor, which maybe just bounced and left him a little, and Dan Lawrence's excellent innings ends with a catch by Adam Hose at slip. Yeah, maybe bounced a little bit more than he expected, and he just pushed at it, and Adam Hose, standing at about 4th slip, takes the catch. So Dan Lawrence's innings is ended, and Worcestershire, well, they really needed that wicket, but it brings to the crease Nathan Smith, who was a very popular member of the Worcestershire side last season, and those people that saw him play for Worcestershire are well aware as he strides to the crease that he is a more than capable batsman.
Yeah, and again, nice bit of bowling from Taylor. He thoroughly deserves that wicket. But Again, Surrey won't mind seeing that, because that did just get big on Lawrence, who's been out there a while, Dan Lawrence. And that made him play at it and caught in the gully by Adam Hose. So Nathan Smith, good batsman in his own right, but yes, the bottom hand came off the bat handle because it got big. Hose taking a very simple catch. You could see here, couldn't you? You could see it being a switch round from what we had last night, and you could have Worcestershire out there having to bat for 15 overs tonight.
Yeah.
Which would not be straightforward.
No, you could, and if they were to lose 2 or 3 wickets tonight, then you could see the game ending in 3 days. We've seen that. We've seen one game end in 2 days here this season. So, you could see that happening. It might not, but you could see that happening. Matthew Waite is being introduced at the New Road end.
He is indeed. He's had a pretty good game all round as Matthew Waite, 1 for 38 with the ball. Runs yesterday for Worcestershire. He'll be bowling to Jordan Clark. As over the wicket he comes in bright sunshine, and Clark is forward and plays a good length ball out into the offside. So the lead at the moment for Surrey is 52. 52 run lead for Surrey. Very nice to see Mr. Pat Murphy today.
Yeah.
Been here all day, watching the cricket. He's gone and got his Playfair as well.
Come
Nice
to the
to have
school,
his Playfair.
to the club shop.
Yep, been to the club shop to get his Playfair. Waiting over his bat once again is Jordan Clark. As over the wicket goes Waite to him, that nips back and hits him amidships. Clark's up on his feet, but that's nicely bowled by Waite.
Nottinghamshire have also conceded 5 runs today for a level 2, level 1 offence.
Catching.
And another ex-Worcestershire player involved, Dylan Pennington, throwing the ball at the batsman. Seen him do that before. He did it at Cheltenham a few years ago, playing for Worcestershire. They're hot on these things now.
Naughty boy.
Yeah, they don't. It makes you wonder what would have happened to a few people in the past.
Well, there'd have been an extra 400 on the scoreboard. As over the wicket once again comes Waite, and he's hit him again in the midships. Now Jordan Clark is a tough cookie, but that's twice in the unmentionables. And he's not going to. This is the thing with Jordan Clark, he won't let people know. He's just stood up and marched back down towards Nathan Smith. But that's twice now in consecutive balls. Now he's just making sure everything's where it should be. Nobody's looking, Jordan Clark, but it's well bowled by Waite. But as I say, he's a tough boy, is Jordan Clark, in his bandana, as settling himself down once again is Clark. Waite is into him. He's forward this time.
Good over this.
It is, and he just pushes it straight back up the pitch, and there's no run. I think what's been very good from Worcestershire today is that they probably, for the first 15 minutes this morning, they got it wrong. Then they got it right. Then they had a chat at lunchtime. And then they were really good after lunch. So it's been a good performance with the ball today from the home side. But it seems to be more has happened when the sun's come out. And it's a lovely evening now as Waite is in and forward goes Clark, and they'll scramble a quick single down to the right of backward point, and that will bring Nathan Smith on to strike for the first time today, having just gone out there to replace Dan Lawrence. Crowd enjoying themselves, I think, today. The Peter May boys are still here over there in the distance with their flags behind them, watching away. I'm always so impressed by the supporters that travel all around the country to come and watch the cricket. It's a lot of miles.
Yeah, lovely way to spend your time if you've got the time and you can afford it. Follow the team around. There's a hardcore of Worcestershire fans who do exactly the same.
First ball then for Nathan Smith. Waits into him. Smith is forward. There's an edge on it, but it's an inside edge, and Roderick has to dive away to his left, having gone to his right, and he is off the mark in streaky fashion. Is Nathan Smith just pushed forward, inside edge, I think it was, and and it's Well, Roderick's obviously going to his right, then has to come back to his left, and by the time he's gone to his left, it's past him.
It's actually not Mr. Stumps.
Yeah, and past him and down to the boundary rope for 4. So that's nicely bowled again by Waite. That really has nipped back.
It's a very good over by Waite.
But I think second time round it won't be straightforward for Worcestershire.
No.
We've seen there's still enough there to keep you interested as a bowler. 271 for 7 then, Surrey, with Smith off the mark first ball with a boundary and Jordan Clark on 26.
Clark on strike now against Tom Taylor, who is in from the Douglas end and bowls, and Clark is driving nicely into the offside. He'll pick up a single, and Worcestershire won't worry too much about that. Happy to bowl at the new man Nathan Smith. What struck me about Nathan Smith in his time with Worcestershire was that about his batting, that he's capable of adapting his game according to the situation. I remember him getting a 50 at Trent Bridge in, I think it was probably his second game, when Worcestershire were really up against it, and he knuckled down and got stuck in and played really well. Break off as he plays this one from Taylor back up the pitch, and then there were other occasions where he came in when quick runs were needed, and he was able to find the answers there as well. So he's by no means a one-trick pony. More of a bowler than a batter, but ideally placed at number 9, I would say. Could easily come in at 8.
I think he's batted 8 in Test cricket for New Zealand, I think.
Yeah, although that might say more about the other batters in the tail than him, I don't know, but yeah, he's good anyway. He's good, he's decent, as he shows here, digging out a good delivery from Taylor and squeezing it up to Duffy at mid-on. 272 for 7 then. The lead is 58, but Worcestershire will just be hoping if they can keep that lead below 100. If they could, I mean that's a tall order, but if they could do that, they'd be pretty chuffed, I would think, with their day's work, or certainly the last 2/3 of it. Morning session didn't go so well. Taylor again is in, bowls, Smith drives nicely, good looking shot, but only picks out Duffy at mid-off.
Yeah, we've seen Smith with the bat so far this season, and made 42 against Yorkshire. That was in partnership with Jordan Clark. He made 69 and 24 not out against Essex. So yes, he can bat, no doubt whatsoever about that, and enjoys batting with Jordan Clark as well. He's sort of taken over from Jamie Overton in that role, because he's a big lad himself, Nathan Smith.
Played down on the offside, this one. Another correct answer to the quiz from Tim Mason, who's a regular listener. Yeah, but you could say that now, Tim. It's too late. I've given the answer. I don't know if you got it or if you were just listening. Yes, I do, because you're a man who has
of integrity.
Integrity, absolutely. Yes. As indeed I know, having known Tim for a long time. 272 for 7. Smith still on 4. On strike. Those 4 off the inside edge from the first ball that he faced from Matthew Waite. Waits now as Taylor is into him. Bowls, and Smith drives nicely through the covers. He'll get 1, he'll get 2 as a sliding stop from Ben Gibbon, who appears to be on as a substitute for Worcestershire. I'm not sure who he's on for, but I recognise that slide and throw. Left arm seamer Ben Gibbon played at the Oval last year in this equivalent fixture. Recently signed an extension 2-year contract, but limited opportunities this season so far. End of the over with those 2 runs. Smith has gone to 6. Surrey have gone to 274 for 7, and they lead by 60.
Disappointment is that this is the only game between these two in the Championship this season. So we don't get the visit of Worcestershire back to South London this season, sadly. So it's very nice to be up here at New Road. But yes, it's sort of Smith has taken over from Jamie Overton. As I always thought when Overton and Clark were together, it was like, I always described it as a couple of nightclub bouncers out there in the middle, and Smith's a big fella as well, isn't he? So they're quite an intimidating pair, these two.
Yeah, he's not an Overton though, is he?
No, there's only one. Well, there's two.
Well, there's two.
Yes. As using his feet is Jordan Clark. What I meant by that, there's only one JB at Overton. There's a Craig as well, of course. It was fun when they played against each other, actually.
Well, they both like a chat, don't they?
Jamie actually hit Craig twice on the helmet. He had to go off with concussion. And when I sort of mentioned it to Jamie in the interview at the end of play, he said, well, he should learn to play the short ball better. So there was no love lost there, as over the wicket goes Waite to Clark, and Clark is pushing. Oh my goodness, Nathan Smith, where are you off to? Well, that would have been run out by a country mile if that had hit by Libby from backward point, because Nathan Smith just shot off for a single and Jordan Clark wasn't going anywhere, and he got halfway down the pitch, had to turn, sprint back, but if Libby had hit the stumps at the bowler's end, I don't think Nathan Smith would have been home. So that was an opportunity, but there's me saying these two bat well together, and then Nathan Smith just shot off, and Jordan Clark was never going for a single there, and did the old just stuck his bat out at Nathan Smith. As Waite is in, and that nips back at Jordan Clark, just tucks him up and makes him uncomfortable, and there's no run.
He stuck his bat out at Nathan Smith, or as we all now call it, the Mitchell front.
Well, yes, you're not allowed to do that. So yes, indeed, it's silly, really, isn't it? Yes, he shouldn't have done it. And
it's silly. I agree with you.
It's a 5-run penalty.
He's not that character at all. But
he was just annoyed.
Rita and I were talking about it, and it's an odd one, isn't it? It's the perception of a dismissal of that kind from the batter's point of view.
Driving is Jordan Clark. That is a violent shot again. That's just all strength on the up. He's had enough of Waite nipping balls back and hitting him in the unmentionables, so he's just launched one back over mid-off's head and away to the boundary rope for 4.
So you play and miss at one, and you miss it by a millimetre, and you're given out caught behind, and you feel fed up and you're frustrated and you walk off, but you probably don't get too carried away because it happens. But then you get one like Mitchell Santos today, and it's the same thing. You're judged out when you weren't,
Indeed.
And you just react in a different way. It's just perception, isn't it? It's all very old.
No, but I think if you know you've hit it,
yeah,
and it was quite a big.
But if you know you've missed it,
yeah, exactly,
yeah, it happens.
As this one is cut by Jordan Clark down to backward point. And
I'm not saying
Rita still here. Yes, Rita. Yeah. I don't want Rita listening to this, but I once was given out. I was once given out, and I walked off a bit like Sandner, I have to say. And as I walked through the nice gate with the picket fence, I literally got my bat and hit the gate, and unfortunately I hit it so hard that the entire fence fell down, which was a bit embarrassing. And then I went back in and then had to come out about 10 minutes later and sort of apologise and try and put the fence back up, as this one's turned by Jordan Clark. He's timed this very nicely, but it's not going to get to the boundary rope. Or is it? It almost didn't. Taylor's done pretty well there. He left it fairly late, but he's got it inside the rope, and they're back for 3. So 3 more to the total, and 3 more to Jordan Clark. He's on to 34, 281 for 7.
Well, I'll do this over, and then Rita can come back in and join you, and I could just say I've never done anything like that.
Well, there you are.
Never. I always thought my bats were just a bit too expensive to chuck them around. And
I was steaming, and it was unlike me. Yeah. And as I did it, I thought, oh no, Mark, what are you doing? And then the entire fence fell over, which was really very embarrassing because, as I say, I then had to sort of keep walking and look angry. Look, don't go near him at the moment, he'll calm down.
Yeah.
And then sheepishly come out about 10-15 minutes later and try and put the fence back up.
No. But there are some players, aren't there? We've all played with them where you just clear the dressing room when something like that happens.
Yes,
just keep out of their way for a while. Here's Taylor coming in to bowl to Jordan Clark, and it's another one of those violent drives, and he's nicked it. And Tom Taylor has picked up his second wicket. Jordan Clark has gone for 34. That's quite an important blow. And Worcestershire, they just keep hanging in to this game. Just when you think it's going away from them a little bit, they just strike and they're just keeping themselves alive. They are behind. The lead is 67, but they have taken the 8th Surrey wicket, and it's 281 for 8. Jordan Clark has played extremely well, but he's gone. And Tom Taylor has, as I say, got late reward really, having bowled very well wicketless. He's picked up 2 in the space of a couple of overs. And if you look down the scorecard, 61 from Patel, 73 from Sibley. But Burns 34, Clark 34, Lawrence 52, couple of noughts. Nobody's got the big one that really would have given Surrey a chance to take this lead up, way beyond 3 figures. Worcestershire now be hoping that isn't going to happen as Tom Laws comes out to join Nathan Smith, and the decision to take the new ball appears to have paid off in the sense that Worcestershire, who were pretty down at lunch, I think it's fair to say, have revived their chances. Bit of fortune, good accurate bowling throughout the afternoon, and persistence, and in particular for Tom Taylor, who has outstanding figures now. 2 for 36 off 20.1 overs. They have managed to just keep a foothold in the game.
Yeah, they're hanging in there. They really are. I think if you're Surrey, you're sort of saying to yourselves, right, it's 67 the lead now. Can we find another 33? Up around a 100-run lead would be handy from a Surrey point of view. But Tom Laws is out there in the middle. It certainly makes for interesting cricket, though. Wickets and runs always make for interesting cricket. Yeah. What I would say is that old cricketing cliche, they've all got starts, but nobody's gone on.
Well,
you say, isn't it?
A couple of 50s, but no hundreds yet. Taylor in bowls. Wow. Oh, that's a lovely shot. First ball from Laws out into the covers. Slightly uppish. Kashif Ali diving forwards. Got 2 hands to it, but no lack of confidence from Laws. Talk about leaning into his first ball. He's seen it full and just decided to give it a real whack. Nothing tentative about that whatsoever. Was it in the air? I think it died in front of Kashif, but certainly fancied it, didn't he?
Yeah, he can bat, Tom Laws.
Taylor in again to him now from the Diglis end bowls and lets that one go outside the off stump. So Taylor now 2 for 36 in his 21st over. Outstanding figures from the big man. Just having a look at that first ball now. Couldn't really tell. I think it might have been in the air for the first part of its journey into the covers. But
nice looking shot.
He got a single. So 282 for 8. Nathan Smith on 6. Waits as Tom Taylor comes in to him now from the Diglis end and bowls, and Smith is forward to that one, pushing up to mid-off. Not much footwork, didn't go very far forward, but played it late, right under his nose. Just having a look at it now, just replaying it. And he seems to be happy with it. Just checking his foot was where he thought it was, and his head and everything else. Waits now again as Taylor in the sunshine. Turns, moves towards us from the Diglis end and bowls, and Smith is edging this to slip. It's bounced just in front of Henry Nichols at second slip. Applause from Hose. That first slip, good spell from Taylor, and good from Worcestershire since they took the new ball. 2 wickets in the evening session. Lawrence and Clark, the 2 men who were at the crease at the interval, have both gone. And Worcestershire now just hoping they can wrap it up. And as you said, Mark, they could well have a tricky little session to bat tonight.
Yeah, they certainly could.
Oh, he's gone. He's got him, and it's really a snorter. Almost. I think we're probably talking as near to unplayable as possible. Gareth Roderick's picked up another catch, but that was an absolute snorter from Taylor. And the one before had kept a little bit low, and skidded through to slip, and that one I think bounced a little bit more than he might have expected, and just when we don't want to lose the live stream, we've lost the live stream, so we're not going to get a replay for a minute. But
all I would say with that is
really good.
I'm not sure
bit
if
of bowling,
Worcestershire, if it's going to do that,
if it's
you
good
want to be
news.
batting tonight for
No,
too
but
long.
at the same time, they know that if they're going to have a chance in the game, they've got to be batting as soon as possible.
That was a horrible ball. It got very big on Nathan Smith, and I just think hit the glove. And Smith couldn't do anything about that. That was an absolute brute of a delivery. Well bowled, Taylor. He's picked up 3 now. Tom Taylor. Very good stuff from him and Allison today. And Matt Fisher will make his way out to the middle. So the lead is 68. And there are 21 overs remaining today. So there's still plenty of cricket to be played today.
Tom Taylor now has figures of 3 for 37 from 21 overs, which is was arguably the best figures of the entire match, and yet a few minutes ago he hadn't got a wicket at all. Extraordinary. Anyway, I'm going to give way to Rita Green, and she'll be joining Matt Church in a moment. 282 for 9.
Well, I'd just seen that again, and just gone off a length basically and gone upwards. And nothing that Smith could do about that whatsoever. Just brushed the glove, and that was that. So 282 for 9, and Surrey lead by 68. Tom Laws will be on strike here. Matthew Waite is going to come over the wicket to him with 2 slips. Waite's in, Laws is driving, nice looking shot, won't get a run. Out there towards cover. But yeah, that was a real brute of a delivery. It's a 3rd bowling point though for Worcestershire. Surrey 18 runs away from a 2nd batting point. But it seems this pitch when the sun comes out, sort of a bit like me, wakes up. I tend to wake up when the sun comes out. And it really has got quite lively at times this afternoon. Welcome back to Rita Green.
Hello all, hello.
As Waite is in, and shout for LBW, nothing given by umpire Long. I wonder if he got a little bit of bat on that. Tom Laws. But yes, well, it's been a lively afternoon, Rita. Haven't been able to take your eyes off it.
Absolutely.
That's all I would say.
Entertainment in front of our eyes, and it's been quite an afternoon. Imagine if that had been given out and there had been a bit of bat.
Oh, not another. Oh, no.
I'm just staring the whatever on that one.
Not another one.
I've watched the replay. In fact, no, I've made my own little replay on the feed at least 5 times to the Saturn delivery, or dismissal rather. Interesting.
As in over the wicket once again. Comes Waite, driven by Tom Laws up towards mid-on, and there's no run.
But how are you feeling about it? I mean, it's quite a turn, isn't it?
How am I feeling about?
Well, 2 points. The tumbling of wickets, but also now the 68 lead.
Wickets and runs, Rita. Makes for interesting cricket. I'd rather be watching this than 550 playing 450. So, yes, it's been a very good day of cricket, this. Really has, as Waite is in over the wicket to Laws, and Laws drives. And we'll get runs. Nicely timed by Tom Laws. It won't get to the boundary rope because of the snow. It might do. Cool. Blimey. Allison's sort of made a bit of a Horlicks of that, but actually does all right in the end. There was me saying it won't get to the boundary rope, and then he almost took it over the rope with him. But they get back for 2. 2 more to the total. As I say, it's been interesting in the fact that pitch has kept helping the bowlers if you get the ball in the right spot, but you can score runs on here. I'd say it's a good cricket wicket, this, and it's giving a bit for everybody, and that's why it's so interesting. As Waite's in, short ball, Laws is trying to hook that, gets nothing on it at all, and it's taken by Roderick up above his right shoulder. I think Surrey is still in a good position in the fact that they have a 70-run lead, and it's looking likely that Worcestershire will have to have a bit of a bat tonight, which will not be straightforward, you wouldn't have thought. But in terms of the game, it's a good game of cricket, this. And as I say, I would rather be watching this than I'd watch any cricket, but this is more interesting than, as I say, 550 playing 500 as short ball over the shoulder. I think this will be wide signalled. Yeah, that was very short. And wide signalled by umpire Nigel Long. And that'll be one more to the total. So 284 for 9. It becomes 285, I think, in a moment on the scoreboard. Hasn't ticked round as yet. There it is. So the lead is 71 now. As Waite will have to bowl another ball to finish off. This is 16th over. Here goes Tom Laws down the pitch and launches it for 6. Great shot. Just to our right hand side. Straight, just walks straight at Waite and then launches it over a wide long on for 6 runs. Super shot that from Tom Laws. 291 for 9 at the end of the over. Fisher yet to get off the mark and face a ball, and Tom Laws moves on to 9.
Cracking shot. Well over the boundary rope, and I thought there might have been a chance of a crowd catch, but didn't quite make the stand, which is some effort because the boundary rope is a few metres from the seat. But yeah, cracking shot. I don't think Tom Laws is going to stick around too long. He's going to throw his bat through it, and quite rightly. And I mean, these runs are just bonus runs really for Surrey, and 77 that lead.
The other thing is they're now 9 runs away from a second batting point.
Right, that's a good point. So do you play the game of tucking it around, or do you just go for it? I think we know how Laws might be playing it. Fisher's on strike. First ball of the fresh new over. And Allison, the man of the afternoon, and indeed a bit of the evening as well. I mean, what a performance from Ben Allison.
Oh,
he's been pretty incredible.
He's been superb today. He really has.
I think he deserves a fifer. He's on 4 for 44. Certainly that double wicket maiden. Oh, I mean, he's had everything, and he obviously as well took the Satner wicket, which was tinged with a bit of controversy. If you don't know what I'm on about, well, check it online. Next one is driven, but straight to mid off, tumbling stop, and there's no run.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the figures for Matt Fisher, and he against Warwickshire, he made 40 alongside Ben Foakes, who made 174 not out. But it was the flattest pitch in the world. But they did very well. At one point, it looked like they were going to bat the whole of the last day together. But Matt Fisher's worked very, very hard on his batting during the winter months.
And he's on strike. Matt Fisher on strike. Driven. But a nick. And caught behind. And indeed, that is the end of the innings. And a big hug for Ben Allison, who gets his fifer. A fantastic effort from the young man. The Essex-born former Essex player. His brother Charlie Allison has had a cracking weekend as well with the bat. So congratulations to the Allison family. And he's got his fifer. What an effort. And has really kind of turned this game on its head. At one point, we're pretty much cruising 147 for 1. A tumble of wickets. And 291 all out, Surrey. So that means that the lead, I'll give you the lead in a few moments' time. But Fisher, the last man out for a duck of 3 deliveries, and he'll be racing back to the pavilion to get ready to come out once again. So the lead, 77 precious runs. And Allison's figures, 5 for 44, 7 maidens along the way as well. What an effort.
Yeah, he's bowled beautifully. He really has. And he's got the ball in the right spot. And he's picked up a well-deserved fifer there. But it makes the 19 overs to come tonight very interesting. 77 run lead. And Gareth Batty and Jim Troughton out there getting ready to warm up the Surrey players. I don't think this will be an easy 19 overs for Worcestershire, because there's been enough there. Now the heavy roller's on, but there has been enough there in that period, probably 20 minutes after lunch through to tea and after tea, and with the new ball, the batting wasn't straightforward, as we've seen. So I would rather be watching this, as I say. Today we've had wickets and runs, and it's making for a very interesting game of cricket. And Sibley making 73, Patel 61, Lawrence 52, Allison 5 for 44, Taylor 3 for 37, Waite 1 for 59, Duffy 1 for 61. Sun is shining, and yeah, Rory Burns is already out there with the gloves. The Surrey captain, getting ready for this Worcestershire second innings, but as I say, I don't think it'll be easy.
No, I think it's going to be very tricky, mentally as well. You know, playing a cautious game, just trying to see the evening out. Well, that's never a great place to be.
Well, the thing is, 19 overs, it's not like you're wandering out there for 6. So 19 overs is actually... It's a fair amount of time to bat.
Yeah, that's true.
So you sort of you can get in, but the problem is if you get in, you know, you're going to have to go back in at some point and have a sleep and come back tomorrow. You'd rather be the bowling side, even though it's a longer period of time. I always think in these situations, especially when the ball that interested me was the one that got Nathan Smith. Just back of a length, and it just went straight up at him. Yes. Hit the gloves. Now, Smith will start from that Diglis end, and he is quick. And then you've got Fisher and Clark, and we've seen this Surrey bowling attack. But from a Worcestershire point of view, they've got themselves in a much better position than it looked like they might be at lunchtime. You know, we thought that Surrey might, you know, only be 3 or 4 wickets down at this point. But they've got themselves back into this. But I think now, having got yourself back into it, these 19 overs could almost decide the game, really.
I think it probably will. Yeah, indeed. Another really, Worcestershire did a brilliant job of restricting Surrey to just the 77 lead. There's a bit of
these elastic band things that they use now to stretch. I once tried one of those. And as I was sort of stretching it behind me, I let go and it whacked me in the eye.
Oh.
So they are very stretchy, but athletes make it look very straightforward. But
that must have been quite painful.
It was.
It's like being punched in the face.
Absolutely, but actually it's quite hard work, that, using the big elastic band to sort of stretch out.
I've only used those really when I was rehabilitating from my various knee ACL operations. And that was always gruesome.
When they do all this stuff, can I be honest with you, Rita? It makes me go slightly cold because it reminds me of gym when I was at school. And if they put one of those horse things out where you had to run out and sort of try and leap over it off a springboard, then that would be me done for the day, really.
And do a double somersault.
It just sort of makes, oh dear.
Well, Rashid Pant did some kind of...
Yeah, he did.
Somersault yesterday.
There's sort of one of those crash mat things, isn't there? And a sort of medicine ball and some other bits and pieces out there for the players to warm up, and it sort of reminds me of, if I'm honest, gym and judo classes, because I did judo for a while. I didn't really enjoy it very much. I was quite big then as a small child, so I was very good at sitting on people, and that's how I used to sort of get to my belts, was just by sort of tripping people up and then sitting on them for a few minutes. But I never really enjoyed it, I must say. And with all this sort of gym equipment out there, we are almost one step away from, as I say, a springboard and a horse to leap over. But the bowlers at Surrey do this as well, which is, you see a lot of the counties do it now. They sort of actually, the bowlers go through off 22, 21 yards. They go through their full routine, so that when they actually get out there, they're warmed up, ready to go, rather than sort of just trying to get warmed up during the first over.
Yeah, we do this ourselves actually whenever we can. Although sometimes the ground staff aren't keen even on this, because that wicket could be used in a short period of time. But it's absolutely what you need to do. You know, some of these players have been sitting around a little while. Get them loose, but back to. I mean, I can't even pick up those. Are they called medicine balls? Is that what they're called?
Yeah, they're very heavy.
I can barely pick one up, let alone chuck it down or picking up multi. You know those ropes as well. Have you ever done that at the gym? Oh no, thanks.
No, thank you. I've got absolutely no interest in it. I don't want to sail the high seas. It's the sort of thing you do when you were a pirate, wasn't it? Sort of having to swing ropes and things like that. Absolutely no interest whatsoever.
Oh, I did like a bit of that though in the school gym. You know those ropes up to the ceiling.
Awful.
Oh, I didn't mind that so much.
I hated gym stuff.
The thought of it now, though, would be horrendous. You've missed none of the action, ladies and gentlemen, though.
I'd get sort of a quarter of the way up and then slip down and burn my legs coming down the rope. Ooh. And everybody else was like going straight up, and there was slightly oversized Mark, sort of halfway, well, quarter of the way up, trying to get up the rope, and everybody laughing, and yeah, I just didn't know. No. But it's sort of come into cricket now, hasn't it? All the different bits and pieces to get the players all loose for when they get out there.
Conditioning, isn't it, as well? Making sure that the muscles are in all, the fluids and the nutrition as well. And back in my day, it was certainly quite different. Oh, I noticed that only a couple of the players use those elastic bands. Big elastic bands, didn't they? It wasn't a full team thing.
No, I think it's a sort of a personal preference, isn't it?
I think the game of cricket, but also the game of tennis as well, I find a bit extraordinary. In tennis you have these intense moments of the games, and then you go and have a little sit down for a bit, and then you go out and you sprint your around everywhere. And cricket's a little bit like that as well. You do, there's a lot of waiting to bat or waiting to get out there again and be part of the fielding or bowling lineup. So you have to be careful, especially on a cold day. I've definitely done my hammy once or twice, not warming up for the innings. So glad to say that the Surrey players are certainly loose, it looks like, and they'll be pleased with that 77-run lead. But coming into today, Surrey were 47 without loss. It feels like an absolute lifetime ago that Ryan Patel got out, and he was very much set on 61, didn't he? And he had that extraordinary shot from outside the off stump, sort of pulled it into the onside. It feels like a long time ago. But three players especially made good starts with Sibley. Not just starts, were going on to biggies. Sibley, Ryan Patel and Dan Lawrence. But here come the Worcestershire batters.
Yep, so the Worcestershire opening pair of Roderick and Libby are out there again. And as I said, 17 overs, sorry, we forgot about the change of innings. So 17 overs, it's still a period to bat, isn't it? Sort of, you normally equate 16 overs to an hour, so we've probably got about an hour's cricket to go tonight. And Worcestershire trailing by 77. So as I say, this will be an interesting 17 overs. And Surrey will be looking to pick up wickets tonight, and from a Worcestershire point of view, actually what would be ideal from a Worcestershire point of view, and it might not sound terribly exciting, but if they were 30 without loss after 17 overs, they'd be quite happy with that, I think.
No, spot on. It's all about the wickets column, isn't it, for Worcestershire? Well, for both sides, really. Yes, they want to restrict the runs, sorry, but I don't know, picking up a couple of wickets, even, dare I say it, 3, I'll whisper it for Worcestershire fans. That could feel quite ominous into tomorrow. But look, there's plenty of time in the game.
Just to say, no Dan Lawrence out there for Surrey, so it's Tommy Elam. Here's Smith with the first ball then. This reply, here we go. That's climbed on Roderick. He's played that really well. But Nathan Smith was aiming for the exact spot that did for him when he was batting, and it did. It got big on Roderick, and he played it very, very well, actually. Kept it down. But again, that's going to keep Smith very interested. He's played that very well first ball. That could have easily just hit the shoulder of his bat and looped towards the slip cordon. But he's managed to keep it down. So he's off the mark. 4 without loss. Worcestershire. Smith is in to Roderick. And that's nipping back at Roderick. And hitting the power but high up. Rolls away into the offside. And Lawrence comes up to do the fielding. Apologies, Lawrence is out there. Did I say Lawrence wasn't out there? Lawrence is out there. There he is, an extra cover. So my apologies, but somebody isn't, because Tommy Elam is out there, so I'll work that one out in a moment. Who's not out there? As settling himself down over his bat is the right-handed Roderick. As over the wicket goes Nathan Smith, and Roderick's forward and just playing this one down into the leg side. And there is no run. Is Tom Laws out there? Yeah, Tom Laws is out there. Mitchell Santner's there at backward point.
Yep.
Then Ryan Patel. Tom Sibley is out there. Will Jacks is out there. Sam Curran is out there.
I think that's Matt Fisher over there on his back.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Jordan Clark is out there.
He will get up in a moment, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, I wonder who is.
Am I? Oh, Laws isn't out there. Laws is by the dugout. As Roderick's taking a couple of steps down the pitch towards Smith and just sways inside it. So it's Tom Laws. He was obviously still taking his bits and pieces off. So he's using the big medicine ball now to get himself warmed up. So that's why Tommy Elam is out there at mid-wicket. But yeah, Roderick just looking to get down the pitch to Smith. So Smith went a little bit shorter to him. And he just swayed inside that one. Smith comes charging in once again. Over the wicket and gone. Roderick's looked at, I think, uppercut that down towards third man, and like slip catching practice has guided it straight to first slip, and Sibley hangs on and Roderick goes in the first over. It's a funny old shot really from him. I think he is looking almost to go over the top of the slip cordon, and it's a weird dismissal. Jack's actually with the catch at first slip, but it's as if you see the coaches in the morning just opening the face of the bat and guiding it. And he has guided it straight to Jacks at first slip. Surrey have a wicket in the first over, and Worcestershire are 4 for 1.
The worst possible start there for Worcestershire. And yeah, Roderick was trying to, as you say, cut it, but obviously over the slip cordon, didn't get much on it, and it was slip catching practice, as the Surrey slip fields were doing only a few moments ago. And
can I say, Jim Troughton is a genius. I've always said that, but I was watching him doing nicks, and he was getting quite a lot of them not quite right, and they were just sliding off the face of the bat exactly like that to Will Jacks. So it's a funny old shot from Roderick. You could sort of see the thinking behind it to go over the top of the slips, but in the end, as I say, he just guided it straight to Jacks at first slip, and it didn't. It took a while to get to Jacks. He sort of ended up taking it on his chest and falling backwards. So it's the perfect start for Surrey. And Nathan Smith's got his tail up. 4 for 1 in the first over. So welcome back to listeners on Sport Extra 2. And you're joining us with Worcestershire in their second innings in their first over, 4 for 1. And Gareth Roderick has just gone, playing a strange old shot to Nathan Smith, looking as if he was trying to run it over the top of the slips, a shorter ball, and he's actually just guided it straight to Will Jacks at first slip. Now, this is all after Surrey were 291 all out in their first innings, and Ben Allison finishing with 5 for 44. Terrific performance from him, but that was a 77 run lead for Surrey. And that left 17 overs remaining today. And Henry Nichols is out there in the very first over. Surrey have a wicket in the very first over. And it's an all New Zealand affair here, as Nathan Smith is round the wicket to Nichols. And Nichols' first ball, he's in behind it, plays it back up the pitch. That's the end of the first over then of this Worcestershire second innings. They are 4 for 1. They trail Surrey by 73. And Rita Green is alongside myself, Mark Church.
Well, it's lovely to be here, and entertainment everywhere we turn in this game. And a wicket for Surrey in the very first over of the Worcestershire second innings. Well, as you said, it's going to be a tricky end to the day for Worcestershire, and it was a bizarre shot from Roderick. just didn't get enough on it to get it over the slip cordon. Would have been quite a fancy stroke actually if it would have gone straight over and to the boundary rope for 4, but it wasn't to be. Right then, second over, and Libby takes strike with Fisher coming in from the New Road end. Defended, and there is no run. A very attacking field, as you would imagine at the stage of the game. The ball incredibly new. We've got 2 slips, a gully, we've got a point, mid on, mid off, mid wicket and cover as well, and also a bit of protection on the onside down at fine leg as well.
Yes, and Fisher was outstanding yesterday with the ball, 3 for 34. Just banging away at a good line and length.
Yeah, him and Jordan Clark did the wonders, didn't they, in that first innings? And Fisher, with that second delivery, was almost up to the batter with his follow through. Oh, I do love a fast bowler that really pushes through. And young cricketers out there, don't stop after you've delivered the ball. He really followed through, and he was 3/4 of the way along towards the batter. Don't think there was an intent of any chit chat.
Oh no, that's where he always ends up.
Excellent stuff. Here comes Fisher again. Left alone this one. Oh, kept a little bit low. There might be some little gremlins that might come out. I think we saw that from. I remember the Dan Lawrence one that sort of popped up and hit him on the glove. And
then we saw Will Jacks's, which I think did keep a little bit low on him. Second ball, knocked his middle stump out the ground. Then the Nathan Smith one that got big on him and hit the glove and was caught behind. So there's still plenty out there to keep the bowlers interested.
I was in the crowd in my little breaks and having a chat with the Worcestershire faithful, and that's exactly what actually a couple of them said, that it's difficult for us, them, as this one's left alone through to the keeper, no run, but what's it going to be like for us? And so far, a wicket down already, so not what the doctor ordered in terms of Worcestershire. They trailed by 73, but plenty of time in the game.
Yeah, we could be deep into this by Stumps tonight, I think, because that swung from Fisher. That really did go away from Libby, seeing it again on the replay.
So a few outswingers, and then one that's fired in for an in-swinger for the LB. That's my prediction. Fisher in. Oh! An absolute beauty.
Good luck. if you're Libby, good luck with that, my friend. You've done very well not to get anything on that. I think you just sort of say to yourself, well, okay, I haven't nicked it, and we'll get on with the next one.
An absolute
squared him up. It's just shaped in and then gone away from him.
Total
perfect
beauty.
Delivery.
How he didn't nick
it's not the perfect delivery because he didn't get nicked, but it's just too good. I think if he could just get it a tiny bit fuller, that would find the edge.
True. Right, what will the next delivery be? An in-swinger or outswinger? This one's into the onside. Fuller delivery, but pushed into the onside. And as a chase on for Lawrence, who kind of gave up. But actually, it's a tantalising one. I think it's going to go all the way to the fence. Well, if there was a fence. Oh, Dan, I think he gave up, didn't he, halfway through?
I think he forgot that it's quite a slow outfield here. So he sort of thought, I'll jog after this because that's going to go over the rope. And then sort of thought, oh no, I'm going to have to sprint after this. And then by the time he got there, it was just about hitting the rope. So Libby off the mark with the boundary. But one absolute perler in that over. I think probably there, and you can't blame Fisher really, but I think he was almost off that last ball looking for the magic delivery that sort of starts on leg stump and then goes away and hits the top of the off, but it didn't, and it was just on the legs of Libby, and he tucked it away very neatly and very tidily for 4. Nathan Smith then from the Diglis end, round the wicket to his countryman. Nichols is padding up and has gone LBW, so Nichols goes now. Hasn't played a shot. It's always a dangerous thing to do, and Nichols padding up, and Worcestershire are 2 down. And it's Nathan Smith, or even Nathan Smith, with both wickets. Yeah, you just can't. But you're not playing a shot, and if you don't play a shot, the umpire is in play, and Nichols goes without scoring, and Worcestershire 8 for 2, and as I said, I think we could be deep into this by Stumps tonight. It's good bowling though from Smith. It really is, and again, Smith and Fisher have been right on it from ball 1, Rita.
Absolutely wonderful to watch. This is fabulous bowling. Absolutely no pressure relieving balls in the over at all. And Nichols, when you leave the ball, then you're always in danger. But I noticed he was taking a sort of middle and leg type of guard as well, which didn't help. Middle and off. Guard rather. Let me get that right. So, in terms of covering your stumps and therefore then leaving the ball, if you think about it, it really takes a very, very offside guard. So therefore, it's a great position to be in, to be trying to clip it into the onside, but it does make you more dangerous then for the LBW. Wow, 2 wickets already.
Yep, and Kashif coming out on a pair, because he got run out yesterday just before lunch without scoring. I do remember my late dad gave me a great bit of advice once when I'd seen players letting the ball go on the telly, so I decided that's what I was going to do, and I did exactly what Nichols did there. And I was out LBW without playing a shot, and I came back and his sage advice was, it was a bit like Darren Lehman actually. He said this about the Northampton players. He looked at me and said, that bat cost a lot of money, may as well use it. And it's a pretty fair point. So, but it's good bowling as well from Smith. So here is Nathan Smith, first ball for Kashif Ali, and oh my lord, he's almost played on. Again, it's got big on him and it's thick inside edge, and Smith is just all over Worcestershire here, and Kashif Ali there just pushed at it inside edge, and that almost came back onto his stumps, just bounced on him. Very good stuff this from Nathan Smith. 8 for 2 Worcestershire. Started this innings trailing by 77, so still trailing by 69 as Smith is in to Kashif Ali, and Kashif Ali is off the pair. Gets a thick inside edge, that's rushing away down towards Matt Fisher, and they will pick up a single, so that moves Worcestershire on to 9 for 2. And Libby comes on to strike.
Just lovely, isn't it, to get off the mark, especially when you're a pair. Last time I saw Kashif Ali, he hit 51 in front of my very eyes in a blast game. So I know we can do it. Very, very different circumstances right now with the red ball and under immense pressure.
Smith over the wicket, he comes to Libby. Oh, Libby again beaten. Plays that one as if it didn't bounce. This is really difficult at the moment. I think that one's kept a bit low on him. He sort of ended up jumping at a ball that's back of a length. And 9 for 2. But he actually, to be fair to him, he really didn't move his feet at all. He just hung the bat out there. But it's just the pace of Smith that's making that happen. As over the wicket once again goes Smith, and Libby looks to force off the back foot, but again it gets big on him, loses the top hand, rolls away to Santner at backward point. After this over, there's still 14 to get through tonight for Worcestershire, and as I say, in those 14 overs we could be deep into this if it continues like this. They need 5 or 6 quiet overs here, Worcestershire, with no alarms, but I think there might be a few. Smith is not over the wicket because he wasn't quite happy with his run-up, although he's running all the way back to the top of his mark here, Nathan Smith. So he's almost run up twice now. So he'll turn again in front of the big white plastic sheet in the Basil D'Oliveira stand. Smith is in, and Libby's almost turned it straight to square leg. One bounce. Tom Lawson, there's no run. End of the over. I'm going to bring Frank Watson in now, although he's deep in conversation with Pat Murphy, so I don't want to disturb their conversation. It seems to be
like a good conversation,
religious chat. Let them continue that, and then I'll try and catch Frank's attention and say after this over, I'll vacate. I don't want to disturb their conversation. Yeah, no chance of getting.
We'll give him a few moments, shall we?
At the moment. Absolutely no chance.
9 for 2, the scoreline. By the way, yesterday my match, I'll tell you about that in a moment. In terms of wickets tumbling at the beginning of the match, tell you about that moment. Right, fresh new over. Oh, this was indecision from Cashevali. So tried to get his bat out of the way, but actually just left it out there a little bit, and it squirted out to the slip cordon. It was 0 for 3.
Ooh, that's not a great start.
No, I would bear in mind I was in the fielding side for that. It was a good start. I think it was a good start, and the fact that they managed to somehow get up to 92 runs is still beyond me. I think we let the game go a little bit, but a good partnership. Anyway, here comes Fisher in. Cut into the offside, but straight to, gully.
He's playing a long way away from his body there.
He's playing a very dangerous game here, isn't he? It's indecision, isn't it? Is it the outswinger? Is it the inswinger? And he's trying to lead with his bats and lead with your feet and your head. That's what they always tell you, but really difficult conditions here for Worcestershire, although bright and sunny, so it's not overcast or anything like that. But here comes Fisher once again for the new road end in. And a big shout, massive shout for LB. In fact, Fisher is absolutely convinced.
Yes, he's not impressed. That hasn't been given, Matt Fisher. Santa will be thinking to himself, now hang on. Won't he? Any shout for LBW. Oh, that is tight.
Ooh.
That is really tight. I can see why they've gone up for that, but not given. So good bowling again though from Fisher's got that one to come back at Cashevali.
He's on 1 from 5 deliveries, and all of them being incredibly testing. Here comes Matt Fisher in. This one's pushed to the point region. There's a nice diving stop there. Is it Dan Lawrence?
I think that's Mr. Santner diving away to his left.
Okay.
Yeah.
Similar height.
Yep.
I'll go with that. Actually, I have got my glasses on today, which just means I should really be able to recognise everyone. But there we go. Nice stop there, because again, you want to keep the pressure on you. That was the outswinger, slight outswinger. But Cashevali, as you say, his bat's sort of floating around, and I get it. He wants to feel the ball. You want to feel like you're in control. Here comes Fisher again to Cashevali. This one's left alone. There is no run there. Yeah, another cracking over from Fisher.
Yeah, it is, and that was better from Cashevali letting that go. He's just been feeling for the ball outside the off stump, which is perfectly understandable because Fisher's going both ways at the moment. So very tough, because the big LBW shout came back at Cashevali. That one's gone away from him, so he is going both ways at the moment.
I think he was lucky to get the not out decision there, wasn't he? But he's still there. Ali on strike. Oh!
He got an edge
completely squared up. I thought for a moment he got a nick.
It's a brilliant delivery again. Oh dear, he's bowled 2 of those now.
Matt
Fisher.
Sorry, cannot believe that he didn't nick that.
Well, it looked as if he had. From the shape he ended up in, it looked as if he had nicked it, because he sort of played inside it and his head shot round and his feet were going straight back down the middle of the pitch. But he hadn't got a nick on it. So goodbye to Pat Murphy. Absolute joy to see him today.
See you, Pat. Great.
So absolute doyen, of course, of the broadcasting world, away to our right. Lovely hat. Lovely hat as well. Very nice draw. Yes, it's a lovely... the old man in Havana is... In comes Smith. First ball of a new over to Libby. And Libby just plays that one solidly. 9 for 2 then. I will vacate at the end of this over and bring Mr. Watson back in. He's been deep in conversation with Mr. Murphy there. Away to our right. Libby stands with that bat raised as Smith is over the wicket to him. Hurls another one down. Oh, that's come back. That can't be too far away from his off stump. There's a lot going on out there at the moment. Libby pushed forward, let it go, and Rory Burns has taken that diving away to his left down the leg side, because it's jagged back at Libby. Oh my goodness, that's gone straight over the top of his off stump. Good leave.
Amazing.
Really good leave in the end. as Smith is over the wicket to Libby, and Libby's forward. He's a little bit late on this. Rolls away into the leg side. Surrey are all over Worcestershire here at the moment with Smith and Fisher. 2 gone. Roderick caught by Jacks off Smith for 4. Nichols LBW to Smith without scoring. 9 for 2 and still trailing by 68. Worcestershire on this second evening in bright sunshine. As Libby leans forward, in comes Smith to him, nips back at Libby, plays it down awkwardly into the leg side. It potters up towards Jordan Clark. Stood up there with his Surrey cap on over the top of his bandana. Mitchell Santner may get an over or 2 tonight, I suppose, but it seems to be the quicker men that are looking very dangerous at the moment. Hard work this for the batters this evening. Settles himself down over his bat once again, does Libby. Smith in over the wicket to him. That's well played. Solid looking defensive shot from Libby. Straight back up the pitch. And there is no run. So, well, this morning we weren't quite expecting this. Surrey were 47 without loss and 147 for 1 at lunch. And then, after lunch, wickets started tumbling and the pitch started doing a bit again. And Surrey all out for 291. Allison taking 5 for 44. And now Worcestershire are 9 for 2. As in comes Smith, up on his toes goes Libby. Pushes this one away to extra cover. End of the over. 9 for 2. A few more thoughts from you, Rita. And then you'll be joined by Frank Watson.
Thanks very much, Mark. Well, it's been a brilliant start for Surrey with the ball here for the second innings of the game. Worcestershire 9 for 2, and every ball feels pretty dangerous. But Libby's doing a half decent job here. 4 from 15, and somebody's survived, and he's certainly seeing it out by a fresh new over. And it's Matt Fisher, the Yorkshire-born 27-year-old, who is ready to steam in, and he's absolutely been steaming in to the point where, as he follows through in his delivery, is almost up to the batter. He's been generating some pace, but he's seriously keeping the batters on point here. Is it the in-swinger, is it the out-swinger? So here's Ali, he's got to figure this out. Fisher in. This one's defended nicely. There's no run. I can welcome back Frank Watson. Wow, I mean, not the start that Worcestershire wanted, of course.
It's absolutely not. Gareth Roderick's dismissal was really bizarre, I think, because it was almost like slip catching practice. It was just exactly like you do nicks in the morning, and I'm sure that's not what he intended. He was probably trying to uppercut it, but would have been better trying to leave it. But it's just what gets into your head, I suppose. As this one goes through outside the off stump, in that, he's opened the batting in every innings this season for Worcestershire here at New Road, and it's been tough every time. And he's not. I mean, I'm not entirely. I'll just check exactly what this level of success he's had in the home games. 4-0. 17-0, 24-37. So it's been hard work, and he didn't look like a man who trusted the surface, I didn't think.
Fisher in again, and this one jumps up a little bit on Ali. It comes to the top part of the bat, and it's jagged into him, and it's all happening out there. It really is, and every single ball feels pretty dangerous. But it was a very bizarre dismissal. I know what he's trying to do. He's trying to get it over the slip cord, but that's the sort of shot that you play.
Yeah, later
probably,
on, when you're in,
40-50. Yeah, exactly. When you're in and 40-50 overs into the ball, but. He looked completely gutted the minute he played didn't he?
He did, and he will be. He's a massive competitor.
Matt Fisher in, tucked into the onside, just slightly going down leg side. And there's a man in the deep at fine leg, and they take a single. And Kashif Ali is probably absolutely overjoyed to be at the other end, and Libby will now be on strike. But yeah, I was just saying to Mark last time I saw Cachiavelli hit that 51 in the Blast Vitality game.
Yeah.
And it was a cracking innings.
Yeah, he's a glorious stroke player. Great to watch when he's going, but it's tough out there, isn't it, to play that sort of game.
Fisher in, back foot, defensive stroke there from Libby, and there is no run.
I mean, if we look at the players that made runs in the Surrey innings, Ryan Patel probably played with more fluency than anybody else, with the exception maybe of Dan Lawrence towards the end of his innings. But even then, I think Patel probably had the edge, really. It's not been easy. When they've bowled in the right place, and Worcestershire did for most of the afternoon, it has not been easy.
Fisher past the umpire in and bowls. Oh, a big thick inside edge, and it squirts out to mid-wicket, and there is no run. Everyone's thinking, wow, is every ball that dangerous? Well, it feels that way because the ball is swinging around. And by the way, kudos to Rory Burns, who's got the gloves. First time in 10 years we're hearing?
First time in 10 years he's kept in a championship game. Picked up 3 catches in the first innings, and he's going to be busy. Gareth Roderick picked up 4 in that Surrey first innings. Plenty of nicks going behind the stumps. Cachiavelli on strike again now, 10 for 2 as Nathan Smith bowls, and it's beautifully driven through the offside by Kashif. He'll only get a couple as it's pursued by Mitchell Santner. I don't know how much of a technique buff you are, Rita, but I often point out to people that haven't seen a lot of him, Worcestershire listeners probably get fed up with it, but it's worth pointing out to Surrey viewers as well if they're watching the stream. Cachiavelli has the most extraordinary grip that I've seen of a player at this level, I think. Smith bowls. His bottom hand is right round the handle like that. So if you imagine, if it's not good radio, I'm doing things with my hands here, but if you imagine holding a cricket bat with the 2 V's in line, which is how we teach people, the 2 V's between thumb and forefinger in line with each other, and that line usually running about halfway between the splice of the bat and the edge. Kashif's right hand goes right round the front, so you turn your right hand away round so the fingers around the front of the handle. Beautifully driven, this one down the ground. That's as good a shot as we've seen in the entire game, I think. You love an on drive, Rita. Well, you're not going to get one much better than that. Just between the stumps and the mid-on. Lovely shot. And I've talked to Kashif about this, and he agrees that he's always done it, and he's not going to change. But when I hold a bat like that, I couldn't play a cover drive. I could play a check cover drive, but I couldn't follow through all the way because there isn't enough flexibility in my elbow. And I said that to him. Smith bowls and tucked up by this one, taken on the pad, and it runs into the gully. And we agreed that nobody normally could play through the covers with that bottom hand grip without letting go of the bat, but he can, and he's got some sort of extra flexibility in his right elbow, which allows him to do that. And the great thing about it is that it allows him to play through the covers, but it means that I'll just break off as Smith bowls again. And he's beaten by this one outside the off. It doesn't matter how you hold the bat if you get one like that. But it means that when he's playing here, it's a real advantage because when I say here, again, terrible radio, when he's playing through mid-on, mid-wicket, then his grip is perfect for that. Without, it's just perfect, But when he's playing through the covers, I just don't know how he does it. But he has got some sort of extra flexibility in his right elbow. But if you put the binoculars on it, you'd see his hand is so far round, it's extraordinary. Smith again bowls, and he's edging this one down to third man, and enough on it for it to go all the way. So Worcestershire limping along, 2 boundaries in that over. They go to 20 for 2. The men out, Roderick for 4, and Nichols without scoring. Both of them falling to Nathan Smith, who's absolutely on it out there, the Kiwi. But Cachiavelli standing firm, first man into double figures. He's on 12 and Libby is on 4. Worcestershire trailing by 57 runs.
It is an extraordinary grip then. I mean, I've never heard of that before. It must be very, very strong on the onside, that mid-wicket, and also square region.
Well, lovely striker of the ball, as you have seen. But,
sort of with my very own eyes. Right then, Matt Fisher looking for wickets here, like his partner at the other end. In. Pushed into the offside. Hand comes off the bat as Libby pushes that to the cover region. They go through for a single. I see that far more in the game, actually, just taking almost like a baseball bat drive. And I think there's some intentionality behind that, but still takes some getting used to as a bit of a traditionalist maybe of the game. Talking of unconventional natures, but Libby's taken the single, released the pressure valve a little bit, and here's Kashif Ali on strike, and this duel commences once again. On bowled! A middle stump is Castle flattened, and that was the in-swinger. That was the one that came in. He looked to drive the ball, didn't do a huge amount with his feet, but he's one of these players, Kashif Ali, that uses his wrists and his bat. And yet another, that was a beautiful in-swinger.
It wasn't a great shot, was it? It was a bit loose, I think. It's hit middle and off, and where was he aiming to hit it?
It was a bit of shape though, and I think that just
he played across it, to be fair. I don't think it was a very good shot.
The replay he played after he was bowled there was probably the shot
better,
the shot that he intended to, far more than the one that he played. So I'd be pretty disappointed with that. 12 from 19, and it's not looking great. Worcestershire 21 for 3. They still trail by now 56 runs. And there's still, 10 overs to go this evening, Frank?
It's tricky. Well, if they end up 5 down tonight and there's 10 overs left in the day, then not only are we thinking we're probably not going to be here on Wednesday, but we're thinking we're probably not going to be here for very long tomorrow. It was not a good shot from Kashif, I'm afraid. I think he's, we give him credit when he plays lovely shots, and he played a couple of great shots in the previous over, but it wasn't there for the drive, and it should have been just a block out on the offside, really. And he's got a bit loose, as you say, not a huge amount of foot movement, and looking to drive it without much foot movement, and it dipped back in, and middle and off. Stumps disturbed, and Worcestershire in a bit of trouble, let's be honest, at 21 for 3 against the champions, and they are staring down the barrel here, I'm afraid, despite, it's a shame because they pulled themselves back into it so well. The only thing I'll say in mitigation, and I understand when people say, well, tough, you've just got to get on with it. You can't help what's going on in your head as a batter, and if you've played here in all the games this season and you don't trust the pitch that you're batting on, even though this one might be a bit better and it is a kookaburra, you're playing against a test bowler at one end and a bloke at the other end who's hardly bowled a bad ball. You just messed up a bit mentally, I think, perhaps, and it needs a strong mind to cope with that.
Adam Hose, next man in. This one's defended, and there's no run. I think you just summed it all up entirely there. I mean, this game is just so mental in terms of strength required.
Yeah.
It's the only game really I can think of which you make one mistake and that's it. You're toast in terms of from a batting perspective. In baseball, for instance, you get another round, round it.
Yeah.
I was told the other day, actually, don't talk about baseball when we talk about cricket. Well, look,
they're becoming quite similar when you watch T20, aren't they? Sometimes.
Yeah, there's a lot that you can share between the two. Anyway, Fisher in. This was nicely defended actually by Adam Hose. And last time I saw Adam Hose, back to this blast game that I saw the other day, Outlaws against the Rapids, 95. It was a cracking innings from the Isle of Wight born player, and apparently I think there's only 2 in. I can remember the other one. You might probably remember. There's only 2 Isle of Wight born players
currently playing.
Yeah, that's what I was told. But he's a great. Isn't it pathetic though?
Who it is?
Yeah, but now I can't remember who it was. There we go. I'll leave that one with you, ladies and gentlemen. Do love the Isle of Wight. Anyway, here comes Fisher, who's on a march here. In. Cut into the offside. Nicely played. Oh, I love a cut. I love an on drive, but I like a square cut as well. Really got his wrists over that one, did Adam Hose. He's seeing the ball beautifully.
Well, I was going to say about that innings that he played at Trent Bridge, and it was a white ball game. It's completely different, but we've just been talking about mental approach, and you will have seen, because you'd have had the live stream on when you're doing that game as well. In fact, I think it was your commentary that was going on the live stream. I said to him afterwards, I don't think I've ever seen him as pumped as he was. He was really, really, really pumped up for that game.
Hose on strike. This one's defended, squirts out to point, and there's no run. He looks like his body language here is pretty positive.
Yeah,
I hope I haven't put the mockers on him here. But
he is that kind of character. He gets up for it. He's a big character in the dressing room. I've said it many times. He's only got one Red Bull 100 in his career, which was for Warwickshire. That's what he wants to do. He's never got a Red Bull 100 for Worcestershire, and this would be a good time. But he's played white ball cricket all over the world. But even having done that day, Friday, last Friday at Trent Bridge, captain as well, I don't think I've ever seen him quite as up for a fight as he was on that occasion. He played brilliantly. And Libby is a bit lucky here, maybe, as he clips this one for 4 over the man at mid-wicket, just over the man at mid-wicket, and it goes away to the boundary. So Libby picks up a boundary, just cleared Tom Laws at mid-wicket, but all runs gratefully accepted as Worcestershire limp along, still trailing by 47, even with that boundary, 48 I think actually. 29 for 3 as Smith is in again and bowls, and Libby lets that go outside the off stump. And I asked him afterwards, how did it rate compared to other T20 knocks he's played, because he's played Big Bash and he's played, got 100 against Worcestershire in a T20 at Edgbaston, and he said, I thought it probably struck it as well tonight as I ever have. And he said it's obviously good preparation, not getting any sleep, because he's got a new baby boy, born just about 6 weeks ago, I think, maybe even a bit less. Giving him a new focus. This one is another boundary for Libby, short from Nathan Smith, and Libby, who is not known for his big hitting, leans back and pulls it over mid-wicket for 6, out towards the practice nets. If you know your new road, straight out towards the cathedral. So Jake Libby's breaking out, 4 and a 6 in this over, and Worcestershire, well, I won't say they're flying along, because they're not, but they're 35 for 3. We've got 8 overs left in the day after this one, so we're going to finish a little bit later than we should, but it's a glorious evening, we shouldn't complain, as Smith comes in again to bowl to Libby and be affronted by that one, and he nips one back and it hits Libby on the pad and drops on the leg side. So you're here tomorrow, Rita. Are you going home tonight, or are you staying in Worcester? Not too much of a drive then?
Should be okay.
Hour and a half?
Hour and 3/4. Pretty much. I didn't think about staying up, but got to go back for parents' evening online.
Okay.
This new world that we live in. So
well, you could have done that from the hotel room, surely, I suppose. But then it would have needed 3 screens.
Yeah, exactly. So I thought I'd troop back.
Well, I hope it's not too bad an experience. Smith bowls, and Libby pulls again on the leg side, and again he's got runs. Only 1 this time as the fielder comes round the boundary to field. Short again, 36 for 3. I've been on the other side of the table at Parents' Evening on countless occasions, obviously, as an ex-teacher, but never online. I've only my online meeting experiences I did a bit of online teaching during lockdown, which was quite weird, with like 20 odd little faces on the screen in front of me, and the odd one disappearing for half the lesson. Where have you been? Oh, I just had to go into the door, sir, the postman came, and things like that. But never done a parents meeting. But my daughters are both teachers, and they do them as well. This one pushed away on the onside by Adam Hose. Good running. Good to see that. They've got to still be positive, even at this stage. Games have been won from situations worse than this, and you have to believe that. You have to believe it, whatever the circumstances. 37 for 3, never more famously than in a game here between Worcestershire and Surrey, which is forever known as Chantry's match, because the umpire Jack Chantry had the game of his life and some, the game of probably 10 lives, and turned a losing situation into a winning one in the most extraordinary fashion. 37 for 3. I'll get the details briefly in case people think I'm talking nonsense.
Never. Adam Hose, who's looked pretty positive so far, he's now facing Matt Fisher from the New Road end. In. This one's a bouncer through to the keeper. No run. I give so much credit to any teachers that are doing any online parents' evening or teaching or anything like that.
Well, you say that now, you might not say that tonight.
Oh, no, even so. No matter what, she says, yeah, you're right. Maybe I'll wait until tomorrow to say that. But keeping to the, I think it's like 5 minutes as well.
Yeah. Actually, one of my daughters who does them says it's good because it does limit it to
That's
5
true,
minutes and stop.
It just cuts off,
people
doesn't
just
it?
Going off,
yeah, rather than the parent just sitting there forever. Cut into the onside, pulled into the onside rather, and there's a chase on. Oh, not
That's
the
a
greatest.
good shot from Hose.
Good shot, not the most convincing of fielding in the deep. And the man on his front there is looks like is that Sam Curran? Yes, Sam Curran. Well, gosh, Sam Curran's someone that's excellent in the field and the short form of the game as well. Won't be massively proud of that. Maybe I'm being a bit unfair. I'm not completely out there, but 4 to the total. Lovely stroke. Rolled his hands rather over the ball, which kept the ball down nicely as well. Plenty of room in the onside, and Matt Fisher's not quite getting his line right here. Very much an offside field. We've got 2 slips, a gully, a point, mid-on, mid-off, mid-wicket, deep mid-wicket. Ian Fisher. Oh, down the leg side. He just missed out there. Adam Hose is pretty annoyed at himself. He sort of punches his pad in annoyance of not picking that one up. That was 4 any day of the week. Just a little tickle around the corner. That would have been 4. Matt Fisher's figures so far, 1 for 14, and he's deserved that wicket. He's bowled beautifully so far this evening in glorious sunshine here in Worcester. And Nathan Smith from the other end. Wow, 2 for 27. Fisher in. Oh, and this one jumped up on the batter, Adam Hose. Oh, and he's hurt. And he's doubled over here. Will he need a moment? That jumped up and hit him on the glove.
I've got Chantry's match if we can
Yeah, sure,
divert a bit. So 2014 here. Worcestershire first innings 272. Surrey first innings 406. Okay. And then in the second innings, Worcestershire 133 for 6. 133 for 6 in the first innings. I'm trying to find a neat summary that I can give without going into massive detail. An unbelievable turnaround.
Hose on strike, defends this one, no run.
Just, as I say, trying to find a summary, because there's plenty of lengthy description of it, but I mean the scores alone. So Worcestershire came back into it. So 272, they got 350 in the second innings. Jack Chantry batting at number 9 got 101.
Wow.
And Surrey needed 207 to win it. And Chantry basically bowled them out.
Fisher in. Left alone and through to the keeper.
For 109, for 189, Worcestershire won by 27 runs. One of the greatest turnarounds in county cricket history. Shortly after lunch on the first day, Worcestershire were 133 for 6. But deep into the afternoon on the final day, Worcestershire won by 27 runs, a game that had been lost more than once during the interim. If you want to look at the details, it really was the most extraordinary game. 2014, here at New Road, September 2014, Worcestershire against Surrey, forever to be known as Chantry's match. And it proved, and that's what I was going to say, really, is what caused the conversation. you never give up, do you? Because there's Ian Botham at Headingley in 81 and various others. I'm sure lots of people have seen them, but you don't quite get turnarounds quite like the Chantry one very often. But it's not impossible, and Worcestershire will feel, if these two can see out these next 7 overs and they can crawl back into the dressing room only 3 down, they'll still be in with a chance as Jordan Clark comes into the attack to replace Nathan Smith at the Diglis end and bowls his first ball to Libby, who plays it back up the pitch and there's no run. So Nathan Smith, 5 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 27 and 10 of those off 2 shots in his final over. Matt Fisher as economical and as naggingly accurate as ever, 5 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 14 to add to his 16 overs, 7 maidens, 3 for 34 in the first innings. Worcestershire 41 for 3 as Libby lets this one from Clark go through outside the off stump. Earlier today Worcestershire got 5 runs added to their first innings following an indiscretion by Mitchell Santner after he'd been given an LBW. So Worcestershire's first innings was boosted from 209 to 214, but Surrey now, having replied with 291 and a lead of 77 and knocking over the first 3 Worcestershire batsmen in this second innings, have prompted us to be talking about desperate situations and potential miraculous comebacks. This one let go outside the off stump by Libby from Jordan Clark, and just to give listeners and viewers a kind of feel for the way the game's gone, the accuracy of Fisher, 16 overs, 7 maidens, 3 for 34, and Clark 13.5 overs, 3 for 38 in the first innings, backed up by the other Surrey bowlers. Reflected again by Tom Taylor, 3 for 37 from 21 in the Surrey first innings, pushed out this one by Libby on the offside. And Ben Allison's best figures for Worcestershire, 5 for 44 off 18.3. They were the 2 standout bowlers for Worcestershire in terms of accuracy. Bowlers who have got the ball in the right area on this pitch have been very difficult to score off, and it's been that nagging accuracy rather than any extravagant movement. There have been a couple of nasty ones. Nathan Smith got one when he was out at the end of the Surrey innings that was pretty much unplayable. Clark bowls, and Libby is reaching for this one outside the off stump and is beaten. But generally it's been good quality, nagging, accurate seam bowling which has produced problems for the batters in this innings. We've seen some promising innings, particularly Matthew Waite's 68 in Worcestershire's first innings and Dom Sibley's typical 73 in Surrey's innings, but nobody's gone on to anything of anywhere near 3 figures, and the bowlers have been generally on top. Clark in bowls, Libby forward, just steers this down on the offside, and that is the end of the over from Clark. Jordan Clark, who's a formidable all-rounder, starts with a maiden, and Worcestershire with 6 overs left in the day are 41 for 3, and as I say, their priority, I suspect, Rita, will be just to get back into the dressing room tonight without further damage.
And that may feel like a pretty big win, actually, to go in just 3 down. I know that sounds quite bizarre, but 41 for 3 right now. Worcestershire trail by 36 runs, and I think I would describe today very much as a day of just fantastic bowling. To see Worcestershire really come back into the game and show great resilience with the ball. Here comes Fisher, who continues, half a shout, but I was batting that for sure. And is there? Oh, there wasn't any bat on it, but definitely going down leg side. And the umpire taps his leg for the leg bye. 1 more to the total, 42 for 3.
Yeah, good bowling. I think Worcestershire will probably feel they were okay in the morning, but not really at it.
True.
And they had a word, didn't they? Came out after lunch, set different fields, obviously had a little bit of a chat about it. A lot more determined. I just sensed a collective determination in the afternoon, and they made it hard. They made it harder for the Surrey batsmen, and therefore they earned their awards, really. Allison and Taylor in particular.
Matt Fisher in, pushed into the offside and goes past the fielder who dives, but to no success and over the boundary. A really nice stroke there from Libby, who's on now 20 from 30 deliveries. The total now 46 for 3. Nice strokes being played out here by these two, Libby and Hose.
That is Jake Libby's shot, really. If you ball short outside the off stump to him on a decent pitch. I mean, he struggled a bit on this surface, but on his toes, high left elbow, back foot, punch through just in front of square. Does it
Fisher
pretty regularly.
In. Oh, this jumps
Can't do it to that one, no. That's
Wow.
the thing, isn't it? Gets into position to play that off the back foot, and then it just bounced sharply.
Went past his ear.
Mark Church has been saying actually that Matt Fisher does have this delivery in his locker, and that's I mean, you can't play it. You just got to. You basically you miss it. If you're lucky, you miss it. Ryan Patel got one like that last night, and it hit him. He just got turned around. It just hit him on the hand, and I don't care who you are. Not a lot you can do with that.
Was that off Duffy? I think Duffy's bowling as well. Fisher to Libby. Pushed into the onside, straight to the fielder, no run. And Libby's not the tallest of batters as well, is he? But 5'9". But I think he uses his frame really well. Look, this is coming from someone of not the greatest height. You've got you have that sort of extra balance, but when it's one that sort of pops up at you, it does come through at head height.
I mean, the odd one has been pretty difficult to negotiate. There hasn't been many. We had a couple kept low.
Fisher just bowling brilliant, just line and length. Here he is in. Libby just defends this one. There's no run, but the good rebuild here from these two, Adam Hose and Libby. Gosh, if they could see out today, they'll be doing rather well. I'm going to finish off this over, and then Mark Church will definitely be here to see out the day with you, I'm sure, Frank. But it's been a cracking day. And now bright sunshine and the Simpson clouds in the air. I mean, it looks exactly like Simpsons, as in the TV show, the beginning of it. It looks exactly like. I'm sure it's got a more
Stratocumulus.
Oh, thank you. Fisher in. And a big shout, and the finger goes up. Oh, and Matt Fisher was so convinced. He does what Stuart Broad used to do, of just run towards the slip cord in celebration even before the umpire put the finger up. Let's have a little look at the replay. This was the in-swinger. Libby might have felt that one might be go down leg side, but I think that probably hit leg stump or even middle and leg. Pitched on middle, and Fisher was absolutely convinced, and he's bowled beautifully this evening. His figure's now 2 for 18 off his 6 overs, and just what Worcestershire didn't want. They're now 4 down, 46 for 4, and they trail by 31 runs.
Yeah, it's just you just said a little bit of a rebuild, and it was 25 for that 4th wicket, but yeah, they don't look in, do they? Nobody looks in, and really, at any point, I don't think. Libby's been there since the start, but having hit a lovely boundary early in the over, he then gets one that goes past the outside edge, which just maybe undoes any kind of confidence that he might have established, and he goes. And now we've got a night watchman coming in, which is Ben Allison, and the danger now for Allison that he could be dismissed twice in very quick time, having got only 3 in the first innings, and he's not going to be full of confidence. And if he goes out there now and gets out, then do you send another night watchman in, or do you send in Ethan Brooks, who would have come in?
That's usually what happens, isn't it? When the night watchman gets out, you don't stick with that same strategy. You put your...
and then you've another batter. I mean, I can understand why they might think, well, we'll save Brooks, but they're in trouble, aren't they? They're in big trouble. They're 31 runs behind and already 4 down in the second innings. And just superb bowling from Surrey. And the value of Sibley's knock and Burns and a couple of others just being shown. as Jordan Clark starts a new over with one that flies off a length, and Adam Hose is taken on the hand and he's shaking his hand in agony as Rita moves out of the seat alongside me, and Mark Church comes back in. Thanks very much to Rita Green. She'll be back tomorrow. Parents meeting will be done and dusted, and we'll get news from that tomorrow morning. And she's gone off just to put her notes together before the end of the day. So we've got 5 overs left, 4 overs after this. Adam Hose has just taken a really nasty blow, really nasty blow, smack on the hand. Quite a bit of concern for him out there, being shown by his colleagues and even by the opposition, who are probably quite sympathetic. Just seen, perhaps, towards the end of the Surrey innings and in this early part of the Worcestershire second innings, and let's bear in mind we've only had 12 overs and 1 ball, probably seen more of those really unpleasant deliveries such as that, and that has probably, I mean, I'm trying to have a balanced view here. Gareth Roderick, I thought, played an odd shot really. It was almost like slip catch in practice. Henry Nicholls LBW playing no shot. Kashif Ali's was a bit loose. He was trying to drive, didn't move his feet much, and it nipped back in. Jake Libby, I'll give him a bit of leeway. Played a lovely shot to the boundary and then got one that an absolute snorter past the outside edge that he couldn't do much with, and then got trapped LBW. My sense is that these Worcestershire batsmen are players who they're lacking confidence in the surface, and I can understand that. I could run through all the scores that they've had here, and there aren't many batters that would be in that dressing room who are thinking, well, I like playing here at the moment, I'm in good nick, I can go out there and play with confidence. It just hasn't happened. Matthew Waite yesterday would be the exception. The umpires are both looking suspiciously at this pitch now. Adam Hose is in a lot of trouble. You're not missing any cricket, by the way, because he's getting treatment. And they just look to me, Mark, like batters who are A, lacking confidence in their game, and B, lacking confidence in the surface, and C, obviously, respecting the fact that they're bowling really well.
That would be the key thing for me is, yes, a little lack of confidence. Yes, the pitch is doing a bit. And yes, it's a very good bowling attack. And what Surrey have done here is just honed in on that length again. Yeah. Which is what we saw from him yesterday. And you know, Hose can't do a lot with that. It's just gone straight up at him. We saw a couple of those in the Surrey innings as well. But it's just been, I must be honest, Frank, when they went up on the board, there were 17 overs remaining. I thought we could be deep into this by tonight. We really could. Yeah. Because I saw enough when they took the new ball to say to myself, well, Allison's bowled beautifully with it. Taylor was bowling very nicely with it. Yeah. But you're going to have 4 or 5 of this Surrey attack doing that, and it's going to be hard work. It really is. And Surrey picked up the 4. And look, you know, the Roderick shot was a strange one, but he was probably thinking to himself, well, something's going to come around the corner in a minute anyway, so I may as well try and uppercut this, and he just guided it straight to first slip. The Nicholls one, it happens. He what was it, his third ball? Just let it go. Hadn't quite got his angles right. As you say, Kashif Ali had looked a little bit jumpy anyway, and then the feet didn't really go anywhere with the drive, and Libby was batting nicely, but it's just a good bit of bowling from Matt Fisher. So I think even with what have we got left, 4.5 overs remaining, this is not going to be straightforward for this 4.5.
It's Clark again, who's happy to get off there.
He's done that very well, hasn't he?
Pushed it up to mid-on and said, night watchman, your job is to face as many of these deliveries as you possibly can. And Ben Allison, who's probably quite willingly stuck his hand up for the role, is finding himself out there with 4 balls left in the over. And that is the night watchman's job, make no mistake about that. His job is to face as many of the remaining 28 deliveries as he possibly can. But he's going to be tested, is Ben Allison. Best bowling figures for Worcestershire earlier today for him, 5 for 44. But a whole new challenge out there now as Jordan Clark bowls to him, and he drives very nicely straight back up the pitch, and the bowler does a very good piece of fielding of his own bowling. So Ben Allison, 5 foot earlier today. Charlie, his little brother, got 100 for Essex yesterday, so not a bad week for the Allison family. Mum and Dad probably raising a glass somewhere along the line. Don't know if they were watching Charlie yesterday or whether they were just at home. Probably got 2 screens on with both games on. As Clark is in bowls and Ben is on the back foot playing out on the offside. And there's no run. 47 for 4. Worcestershire in their second innings, still trailing by 30. And that after a pretty good fight back, because at one stage it looked like they might be looking at a first innings deficit of way more than 100. As it is, they kept it down to 77. But tough out there for the batters. Clark in again, bowls. Allison lets that go outside the off stump. Got his bandana on. He wasn't wearing it to bat, I've been told.
Ah, there you are, you see.
Somebody who saw him take his helmet off sent me a message. It's the important things.
Now, these are the crucial
really
bits
matter,
of information.
Yeah. And it was good leave, that one.
It
Came
was.
back quite sharply, but good leave.
Yeah, and they've got Ryan Patel lurking in there at short leg as well. He will get a short one at some point, you would have thought, or just back of a length.
Clark to Allison on the back foot, plays that defensively down on the offside. Mitchell Santnerfield, end of the over. So 4 left. Hose will be looking to get a single as early as he can in this next one. 13 gone in the innings. Worcestershire still trailing by 30. 47 for 4.
Yep, and Matt Fisher, he's coming wandering up. 6 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 18. So very good again from Fisher. And Hose will be the man on strike. Has taken a horrible blow to his bottom hand in that last over from Jordan Clark. But yes, when Surrey were sort of 171 for 2, you thought they could still be batting now. As Hose looks to drive down the ground. Hasn't got all of this, but he took a little extra step to get to the pitch of that. And even though he hasn't got all of it, he's driven it straight down the ground for 4. So that's a good bit of batting from Hose. And a boundary takes Worcestershire past 50. 51 for 4 they are. But then Sam Curran was bowled by Waite for 8. Then Sibley LBW to Allison for 73. And then 2 balls later, Jack's bowled by one that looked as if it kept a bit low on him and knocked his middle stump out the ground. Then Santner LBW to Allison without scoring. As Fisher's in, and Hose, well, he's had a right old go at this one, bottom edge, down towards fine leg, and he will get a couple of runs here. Threw everything at that, did Adam Hose. It's almost as if he said to himself, I'm just going to play some shots, because look at him in there, he's a foot and a half outside his leg stump trying to cut that. Leapt outside his leg stump, and Tommy Elam is out there again. He spent most of the game out there fielding, Tommy Elam. Does the fielding and they pick up a couple of runs. So Hose is on to 16. Fisher was seen the way that Hose played that as well, as Fisher is in over the wicket to Hose, and Hose looks to flick this one away down towards the fine leg boundary rope for 4. So good stuff this from Adam Hose. That's 10 off 3 balls. But it's almost, I've been hit on the hand, I'm going to play some shots here.
You do, I get that feeling, you know.
Now that can go one of 2 ways.
Yeah.
It's going to either look spectacular or one could go straight up in the air.
Yeah,
so, but I think he sort of, I don't blame him really. You just got one that smashed him on the hand. As Fisher is in to Hose, and Hose is forward. That's good batting. He'll get a single and get himself up the other end. And then Allison will have to
try and get a single off one of 2 balls.
Yes. But then Lawrence made a very good 52 until he got a ball that got big on him from Taylor and was caught by Hose in the gully. Jordan Clark, big drive at Taylor and nicked behind for 34. Smith got a brute from Taylor and was caught behind for 6. And then Fisher caught behind off Allison without scoring. So from 1 71 for 2. Surrey were 291 all out. So it was a really good fight back from Worcestershire, but then 17 overs to bat tonight have been very tricky indeed, as Fisher is in and Allison, that's well played, gets solidly forward, pushes this one down into the leg side, and there is no run as Sam Curran does the fielding, lobs the ball to Dan Lawrence. You have to say though, Frank, wickets and runs do make for interesting cricket, don't they? You can't take your eyes off.
No,
this
it's absolutely. And the least attractive session of the day was the first one, which oddly was when.
Well, the pitch sort of woke up, didn't it? Sort of mid-afternoon.
They've just bowled better since. But you're right, absolutely right. We've seen a lot of wickets here this year.
He's in, and this one's turned by Allison. He's done his job here because he'll get a single and keep himself on strike. I think it's a leg bye. It is a leg bye. So that'll be one more to the total, and we have 3 overs remaining today. Forgive me, but there was one point where it was 8 for 2 and then 21 for 3, where I was thinking, God dear, we could be getting an extra half hour tonight, but now I think we're okay.
Steady on
for tomorrow. Well, it did at one point look like there could be a wicket off every ball. It was nipping around and at pace. I thought Libby played really well actually for his 20.
Jordan Clark to continue from the Diglis end. Also the night watchman Allison, and he's going to get 4 runs here, just flicked off his hip. Slight error of line from Clark, and Allison just nudging it off the face. It raced away down to fine leg. Rory Burns going for a word with his bowler.
Just drifting onto the hip there, nicely played by Allison. Good effort from Fisher to get round to that.
But he couldn't stop it. Dive full length, as you do these days.
So we've had, how many? We've had 14 wickets today.
Yep.
So it's moved on day 2.
Yeah, it certainly has. Pitch has been less trustworthy today, I would suggest. As Clark is in and bowls to Allison, he plays up to mid-on. And I'll say it again, I've said it so many times this year, ground staff have done a great job to get any kind of pitches out here. It's not a minefield, it's not every ball flying through, but it's it's the fact that the odd one might. It just gets in your head as a batter. And although you've got to put it out of your head and try and just play every ball individually, it's just the thought that it might do something that it shouldn't. Allison drives this one from Clark back up the pitch, and my question there is, he's taken a single off the 3rd ball. If you're the night watchman, is that what you should be doing, or should you be not taking that one and waiting?
I always get confused by night watchmen. I really do. I'm never sure the night watchman role is what we all think it is, really, because I was always under the assumption that they should see as much of the bowling as possible.
Definitely.
But there are times where they hardly see any of the bowling
I
whatsoever.
think they are, for me, it's to protect the other batter and to protect the batters that are still in the dressing room. They should face as many as they can, I think. Hose walks into this one and works it away on the leg side for a single. But the other thing, as I said when he came in and I was on air with Rita, if there's 5 or 6 overs left, you send a night watchman in. What do you do if he gets out? Do you send another one in?
Well, we saw that against Hampshire.
Yeah.
They sent to protect Nick Gubbins. I can't remember who they sent out, but the first one came in and was out third ball, and the next one came out was out first ball. Yeah. So then Nick Gubbins had to come out.
Yeah, which is even worse. Nick Gubbins comes out and they're 2 more down than they were. Clark bowls, nicely played by Ben Allison, off the back foot, up to mid-on. 2 overs left after this. It's been a great day of cricket here at New Road. Beautiful weather, really beautiful weather. At no stage has it been in anything other than pleasant in terms of temperature. We've had about, I would say, bright sunshine for about half of the day, and gripping cricket as well. Really good. Mitchell Santner loosening up. He's going to have a little roll before the end. Clark bowls. Allison pushes out on the offside. And there is no run end of the over. 2 overs left in the day. 65 for 4. Hose 22. Allison 5. The night watcher and the men out. Roderick 4. Nichols without scoring. Kashif for 12. And Libby for 20.
Yep. And it will be Mitchell Santner to bowl from the New Road end of the ground. Just gone past 6:30 on this second day. So we're a long way ahead in this game now. So it'll be interesting to see what happens tomorrow. It's looking, unless we get weather, either way, we might not have much of day 4 now. So Mitchell Santner, as Dave Bradley announces, around the ground, is into the attack. We're just waiting for Ryan Patel to put his bits and pieces on that have been brought out by Cameron Steele. Got his pads on and waiting for the crash helmet as well to get himself in there at short leg, I would have thought, or silly point. So they're going to have a long off, a mid on. Hose is on strike now. It'll be interesting. Hose, the way he's sort of played it against the quicker men after being hit on the hand, he's looked to be very positive. So it'll be interesting to see how he goes about it against Santner here. It looks like he's having shoes fitted, doesn't he? When you go to the shoe shop with Cameron still helping him put his pads on there. But Ryan Patel is ready now. He played nicely today for his 61. Ryan Patel. He's popping himself in at short leg. So it will be Mitchell Santner. He'll get 1 over tonight from the New Road end of the ground, and then we've got.
I think he might be fired up, you know.
I think he's probably all right now. I think he was for a sort of a minute and a half, wasn't he? As this is pushed by Hose off the back foot out towards the sweeper on the cover boundary rope. They'll take a single.
So he's bowled 1 ball. He's none for 6.
Yes, he is. Yes, because of the 5 runs, of course. I still don't think that's spectacular enough.
No,
to be honest with you, it just goes on the scoreboard.
Yeah.
I think probably a lot of the crowd was slightly confused.
Yeah, I like your idea of somebody walking around with a big 5.
Yes. Or I did go a bit over the top when I was saying they should have to come out on a horse and cart and hand it into the umpire as driven by Allison down the ground. You won't get a run on this occasion because Dan Lawrence is there, moving to his left to do the fielding. Santner gets the ball back in his hands once more as Allison waits with that bat raised. Santner's into him. Allison gets one that turns and bounces. Now that will make tomorrow interesting. Just from the way Allison played that and the way that Rory Burns took it, you'd think there was a bit of turn and bounce there for Mitchell Santner. Santner is in once again to Allison.
Yeah, there was.
And Allison's forward, playing this one back up the pitch, and there's no run. So there is a little bit of turn and bounce there for Santner. So that's interesting for tomorrow as well, of course. Settles over his bat once more, does Allison. 2 to go in this Santner over. He's in. Allison outside edge, but he's played it okay. It's gone past the slip. It's running down towards third man. Off goes Tom Laws in hot pursuit, and they should take 3 here, and they will take 3. So that means that Hose has only got the 1 ball to go of this Santner over, and then Allison will be on strike for the final over, and that's the way it should be, really.
Yeah, definitely.
69 for 4. Adam Hose 23 not out from 20 deliveries. Santner with his final delivery of the over and the final delivery of the day from the New Road end as he's in here, and Hose is playing him off the back foot straight back up the pitch. But there was one delivery there that was interesting.
Yeah, there was.
From Santner. End of the over, 1 to go today, and Worcestershire 69 for 4, trailing Surrey by 8.
I think we've pretty much given you story of the day in the last few minutes. Worcestershire only took 1 wicket in the morning session. Ryan Patel out for 61. Dom Sibley was the glue that held everything together. But 5 wickets in the afternoon session. Burns out for 34. Curran for 8. Sibley eventually for 73. And then 2 noughts. Jackson Santner 246 for 6 at tea then. Surrey. And lost Dan Lawrence 52. Jordan Clark 34. Nathan Smith 6. Matt Fisher for naught, leaving Tom Laws 9 not out. They were 291 all out, a lead of 77. As Clark starts the last over of the day and is played out on the offside by Allison, the night watchman.
And of course, if Allison's out in this over, he's done his job.
Yeah.
Because that would be Stumps tonight, so it would mean that Hose was not out for the morning. But ideally, he'll get through these 6 balls.
And he'll stick around for half an hour in the morning as well. So there we are, 77 was the lead, and then Worcestershire undone and lost a wicket in the first over. Roderick out for 4, Nichols for 0, Kashif for 12 and Libby for 20. They find themselves as this one bounces sharply, but nicely played by Ben Allison. Blocked it, dropped it down in front of him, pulled his bottom hand off, but they find themselves, as I say, still trailing by 8. And 4 wickets down in the second innings. So it's been Surrey's day. Worcestershire not without quality today. Bowlers in particular. Ben Allison 5 for 44 and Tom Taylor 3 for 37. Bowled particularly well. But the champions showing why they are champions. As Jordan Clark is in from the Diglis end, and that's let go outside the off stump by Allison. So 3 balls left in the day, and Jordan Clark be thinking, make him play, just a little bit straighter, and he might just remove the night watchman and take the 5th Worcestershire wicket before the close of play on this second day here at New Road. Clark is in. Bowls left alone again by Allison, so 2 balls left in the day.
Jordan Clark looked at Tom Laws there and put both hands up as if just need it to come back a bit more.
Yeah, as if it was his fault. What are you doing?
Yes.
Blow harder.
Yes.
Yeah, leaving is good if you leave the right ones.
There is a touch of the Durans about Clark in his bandana as well, isn't there? If anybody remembers Duran.
Clark is in, banged in a bit short of this one, and Ben Allison plays it defensively. I do, of course, because they were a Birmingham-based band. I remember bumping into one of them completely randomly when he was getting a stereo fitted to his car, John Taylor.
Oh, yes.
And I happened to be there getting some electrical work done to my car, and he got into his car having had his stereo fitted and drove across the lawn and drove away. It's a Golf GTI. Well, that's exactly what happened. Here we go. Clark bowls outside the off stump, left alone, and that's it. End of the day. And the chap said, "Do you know who Duran Duran is?" And he said he's just bought that Golf. Passed his test 2 days ago and just bought a Golf GTI for cash.
And drove it.
What are you rambling on about, Watson? End of the day, 69 for 4. Worcestershire at the end of the day, they still trail by 8 runs, 6 wickets remaining in their second innings. Adam Hose is 23 not out, Ben Allison is 8 not out, and in this second Worcestershire innings so far, 2 wickets each for Nathan Smith and Matt Fisher.
Yeah, interesting day of cricket, and it's not been straightforward that for Worcestershire, but they bowled very well today. But I always thought those 17 overs would be tricky, and I think tomorrow morning will be tricky as well, because Surrey will come out and try and finish Worcestershire off as quick as they can. But from a Worcestershire point of view, it's, you know, you've seen the way this pitch is playing. If they could get up over, it's going to be tough, but if they could get a lead of even 120 to 150, that wouldn't be straightforward for Surrey, but they're a long way off that, and I think Surrey will be pleased with where they find themselves this evening.
And there we are, that's it. Thanks for being with us here at New Road today. We'll be back tomorrow from 11 o'clock when this game continues. Until then, from myself, Frank Watson, from my colleague Mark Church, and from Rita Green, a very good evening to you, and thank you for your company.